Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Is everything working? Looks like everything's working fine. Oh, I didn't mean to wear this hoodie though. I want to change my hoodie. Oops. Okay. I'll be there in a second. Calm down. Calm down, everybody. I'll be there in a second. Ay. Let me cover my nakedness, all right? All right, calm down. All right. Hi, how is everyone tonight? We Gender Void, welcome to the website. I appreciate you coming over. If you are hanging out in the YouTube chat, you might consider popping over to the website, luxander.net/live. This is where the cool emojis happen. This is where the website chat is. That's what this is. It's not Twitch, it's the website. Ha 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 ha. So what's up? Let me scroll up here a little bit. Mama Mephistopheles, we got Sandutita, we got Raccoon Pope, hello. Jade of Awesome is here. Nouvenant, of course. Winter Nightmare. Rose LaFay, hey. Yeah, that's my like, yeah, but I'm gonna be under the light, so that's my, it's like gonna be too warm with my Sherpa-lined hoodie under this light. Hey, Halfling Rogue. I'm here for a few, but hopefully I'll be able to come back in an hour or so and watch the debate. Nice, yeah. So the debate thing is supposed to be like 3 hours, and I'm excited. I'm excited and a little bit nervous. Let me also grab my phone. I can hear it going off on the other side of the room, and it's driving me crazy. Some days you just don't have your shit together. You know, it happens like that. Thank you so much for the compliments on my hair. I do my best to take good care of it. And we have Juloris also. There's not very many people in the YouTube chat today, but I will say hello to the Dark Canuck. We have Molly, we have Ghost, and James. Hello. Ghost says, I actually spoke in a debate the other day about this topic. I think it's supposed to be a pretty nice structured conversation, right? It's meant to be constructive. I happen to know that one of the people who's going to be there is a person who tends to stir up a bit of drama. At least that's like my opinion of her behavior in the past. Her name is Rose Mullet. But there's also going to be Goddammit Malcolm, Brother Malcolm on Twitter. If you all know Goddammit Malcolm, is a trans guy Twitch streamer who we've done panels with in the past. He is also going to be there. So that's going to be exciting. Yeah, an agitator. I would not be surprised with the presence of Rose Mullet if we end up getting completely derailed and like she's going to try to bring up neo-pronouns which is not to say that Will is a bad moderator. I don't think that he's going to do a bad job of moderating the space, but that it's going to be hard to wrangle. But we'll see. Hey, Slaps Hungry Bears, how's it going? Never heard of Rose Mullet. Yeah, she's trying really hard to be like a big deal. Does that make sense? You know? Are there like divided sides that take turns? IDK, how these formats work. So we have not discussed like taking actual sides. I think that we're just gonna kind of like, at first we're gonna be answering direct questions with like a 2-minute response time, and we're probably just gonna go through person by person, however we are showing up on Will's screen, frankly. So that'll be how that goes, I imagine. And then it'll open up later into like discussion chunks, essentially. So I don't really know if my framing of this as a debate is exactly correct. Mostly like it's good for the stream title, and I expect that at least one person on the panel is going to be somewhat confrontational. So, and also I expect that I might be somewhat confrontational. Yeah, so the topics, I have a list of the questions that the moderator is planning on walking us through. We may not get to all of them. He on his discretion, he's gonna like filter some out if the conversation doesn't go, you know, like that way. Holy shit, 60 FPS. What's up, Void Spaghetti Girl? Yeah, what's up, Penrose? I'm not saying I'm like planning to be confrontational. I'm just saying that like I really personally dislike Rose Mullet, and if she starts some shit, we might have a little bit of fun with it. But I want to be respectful to Will, ultimately, because he's hosting this space. That's really kind of him. We appreciate it, and I'm not interested in like having bad relationships going forward. What's up, Christy? Gorge. Hey, hello. All of the other people on this panel are going to be like reasonable people, as far as I can tell. We've discussed some in the group chat, and I think that we don't disagree on the facts of what is happening and their possible effects. Like, I think that the big distinction that we're having is that we don't know. Like, we don't agree on what actually, like, the word genocide. That I think that that's going to be what the sticking point is. What's up, Molly? Can't wait to hear the nuanced opinions on whether or not people deserve rights. True. So the good thing about this panel is that the moderator is a cis guy, but I think everyone on the panel is trans. So we have that going for us at least. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you? Yeah, so but before that, the plan is to chill for about from now it's going to be about 30 minutes, I think, 40 minutes. Probably at about that time, we're going to hop in the green room on Will's channel. And so about 10 minutes before the hour, we're going to hop in there, get ready. And then we want to try to start the introduction of the panel at like 6 p.m. sharp. It's 6 p.m. my time. It's currently like 5. So that gives you a frame of reference for where we're at. Elka Berry, welcome to the website chat. New here, it's kind of hard to imagine this will be a good convo after seeing how Will treated poly people in a convo a few days ago. How else have you been reassured that this will be constructive? Well, Elkaberry, on Will's channel, you will also find a discussion that I had with Will, which I thought was very constructive. I think that poly people is pretty combative, and that it's going to be pretty difficult to have any kind of constructive conversation with her, no matter what the topic is. That's just my personal opinion. All I've seen of her is a very small amount of her conversation with Lonerbox and a very small amount of her conversation with Will. And it's just too cringe. Like, she's too cringe. I can't watch it. So yeah, I don't know how Will treated poly people. Like, I don't know how their whole conversation went, because it was painful for me to watch beyond like the first couple minutes. I just gave up. Oh, nice. I found you through Demon Mama on her Colin stream. That's awesome. I am so grateful to have imps over here in the Horde. So here's me. Since we have a couple new people, the channel name is Luxander. That's me. I am the dragon streamer. You have Demon Mama. She's the demon streamer, right? She's the first demon type streamer. I'm a dragon type streamer. I don't know if I'm the first dragon type streamer, but that's what I am. And my horde is you all. As Mama has her imps, Luxander has the horde, or hordes, as I affectionately call you, and you affectionately call yourselves. You are welcome to join the Discord server, where we do notifications for the streams, and we have conversation. We have a little hangout channel. We can do voice sometimes if we want to. Mama told me to come here. Yeah. I don't know who any of these people are. No worries, Venusian. Don't worry about it. Wait, Rose, who are you talking about? He was a POS to her the whole time. Who are we talking about? Oh, Will, sorry. I got distracted thinking about Demon Mama. And then I was like, wait, what are we talking about? How is Horde dragon related? Because dragons supposedly hoard, like stuff, like gold or like gems. but I'm not a materialist. I hoard community members. Slaps Hungry Bears, thank you so much. The gifted tier 1 sub to Elkaberry saying, this noob, I choose to not be, to be not brink. True. To not be not brink. I can't fucking read today, apparently. Oh yeah. Do we like that sound? It was just in the Streamlabs library and I chose it. I could change it. Dragons are traditionally landlords. True. I am bucking the traditions. We are all your golden treasures. Exactly. Exactly. You are all my dearest sweet golden treasures. Let me go ahead and update this thingy-mabobber. Hell yeah. It's the beginning of the month. Everybody just paid rent. But Patreon comes in at the beginning of the month, so I am okay. As long as you all are able to afford your rent, I appreciate your donations. Thank you so much. I am a shiny coins. You have at least one. Yeah, Slaps Hungry Bears is a gem. That's true. Enjoy dicks. Yes, enjoy the dicks. Also, the cat emojis are hidden. Okay, so normally I don't really do this kind of call to action this early in the stream because we're just hanging out. But it's like there's like 50 people in here and there's only like 13 likes on the video. So if you are here hanging out and enjoying yourself as we just kind of chill in preparation for this stream, hit the like button. We appreciate it. Over on the YouTube page. It always immediately helps the channel. But this is the way that we tend to choose to start the streams is when we just kind of hang out at the beginning and talk about how our week's going. I've been exercising. That's a thing that I've been doing this week. I've been drinking grape juice. That's a thing that I've done this week. Economically speaking, is human flesh land or capital? I think economically speaking, human flesh, I mean, do you mean while it's attached to people? Like, that's the question. If it is removed from the flesh of, or like it's removed from the bones of the people, then it's a product. Shadow Hearth says, I got my tiny house delivered and placed. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. I've lived in something similar to a tiny house before, and I personally did not like it, but you know what? It's definitely for some people. Wolfia, welcome to the website chat. We appreciate you coming over here. Memento Mori, my friend. Memento Mori. So human flesh after removal from the corpse, is it land or capital? I think that it's a product, right? Anyway, after age 35, human flesh is a liability. True. Raven had a lazy week this week because it's the first week of the year before their university starts back up. Hell yeah. Rest up and then get back on that grind. Memento umami. Remember the taste? Are we talking about the mouthfeel again? Is that what we've come to? That's what it all comes back to. It always comes back to the mouthfeel. Jade says, self-care report for me is deep cleaning the house and throwing away things that are not necessary. Lots of stuff, actually. My anxiety is fading with it being a more functional space. Honestly, that's one of the best things about moving into the new place, like moving into the new apartment here, is that I have there's nothing here that I don't know about and that I don't have control over whether it's here or not. So I lived with my partner before and he has just a lot of stuff. Like for a long time, it's been like, we need to have a garage for this type of stuff to be stored. And it just like, we just can't afford a house. So, or like haven't been able to afford a house up to this point, and now we live in separate places. So that is one interesting situation. But, now I don't have that problem where I'm surrounded by a bunch of stuff that I don't necessarily know what it is, and it doesn't really help me to go through it because I can't make any choices about whether it's kept or not, and like, you know, what objects go with what necessarily. Yeah, I hate clutter I don't use, but it makes me feel bad because my mom always gives me stuff. I feel like gifts are, you know, I don't feel like you should feel guilty for getting rid of a gift if it's not serving you anymore. Just, you know, like, if there's something you could, like, if there's someone else out there who could benefit from it more than you, pass it along. Sell it at a garage sale or something, you know? But yeah, there's been some annoying political news this week. It seems like, you know, we get sometimes a couple weeks break from all the anti-trans laws, and then the legislative session picks back up, and literally every state is filing fucking gender care limitations, including people up to the age of like 21 or 25 in some places, including the state that I live. So I don't know that we're going to talk about it in depth tonight. Isn't it 26? It depends on, yeah, where it is. Yeah, 26. So yeah, like in Oklahoma, the one that they proposed was like, you can't receive gender affirming care until you turn 26. So yeah, I don't know if Washington has. I was exaggerating a little bit when I'm saying like every single state in the union, you know, like, because there are a couple of states that are establishing sanctuary laws where you can't prosecute someone who flees to that state for this particular reason, you know. I hope to fuck the one in Oklahoma doesn't pass. I don't understand how it could, and I feel like it would be, I don't know, man. Like, if it got appealed up to the Supreme Court, like first it would go to the state's court, and then it would go to the appellate court, and then it would go to the Supreme Court, whatever, yada yada. So, but like if it did get up to the Supreme Court, because they've taken away the privacy provision, like the interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which resulted in an understanding of a privacy provision where the United States government like can't make laws impeding your medical shit because that would broach your right to privacy. Like, I don't know that we actually have anything interpreted in, like, can you use anything in the Constitution to fight back against that? I don't know if you can. Maybe the 9th Amendment. I think it's the 9th Amendment, which basically says like, just because a right hasn't been enumerated herein doesn't mean that the people don't have the right to it. Like, you should err on the side of people do have the right to a thing. Let's look at that really quick because I feel like I might not be speaking it very well. 9th Amendment. But like, I want you all to think about this when we have these conversations, and be able to like bring this up going forward, because this is actually very important. Is this the entirety of the text? I think this is the entirety of the text. So the 9th Amendment, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. So basically what that means is there are things that are explicitly in the Constitution guaranteeing certain rights. However, the fact that there are explicit things in the Constitution giving you certain rights to things should not be interpreted to mean that there aren't other rights that people should have, basically. Like, that's my understanding in any case. How can they exceed the age of consent? Well, I mean, like, if you think about the age for nicotine, for example, the age for nicotine was just raised a few years ago while I was still working retail and selling nicotine products. So like, it's 21 now, I think federally, unless I am misremembering that. So basically, like, the age of consent, I don't think there really is such a thing as age of consent federally speaking. I think that's, is there a federal age of consent? Whoa. No, I don't think so. For federal laws, the only federal laws I think pertaining to this have to do with, oh gosh, like there are rules for the U.S. military and the District of Columbia, obviously, because those are federal districts, so they have laws regarding age of consent. But I think otherwise, it's literally just... Okay, so there are some federal laws, like forbids transporting a minor in interstate or foreign commerce with the intent of engaging in criminal sexual acts. I mean, that's a law against sex trafficking, but traveling interstate or foreign commerce. Yeah, there is no legal age of consent at the federal level. It is state by state, as you can see here. Every state is different. My fucking throat is so dry. We still have child marriages here. We have child marriages everywhere here. Hail hydrate. We gender void. I feel that, like, what is your pronouns? What does it say? She, they. She was saying, but at least 18-year-olds can sign up to go to war and die. Like, that's the thing that fucking gets me constantly. Like, you can't drink. You can't use nicotine. You soon will not have medical autonomy. Like, it shouldn't be understated that, like, minors do make medical decisions with regards to their care. Like, they weigh in on whether they want to get a surgery that might improve their condition, like that they don't necessarily need, but might improve their condition. Like, kids experience this shit all the time. It's like those rights are also going to be at risk. Like the right of a 16-year-old to get an abortion. Like, I think that there are already fairly restrictive laws regarding those things as well. Yeah, and exactly. Minors need to be able to go out and get vaccines if their parents are anti-vax, right? When you can get married but can't medically transition. Exactly. You can get married at age 12 in some of these places. Like, oh my God. As long as you have parental consent, which means like your parents can sell you effectively. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess that might be a little bit of exaggeration. Hold on, like, let's see if we can find something about this. Like, lowest age for marriage in U.S. Child marriage is currently legal in 43 states. Ow. The marriage age in the United States is the minimum age at which a person can marry in the United States. The general marriage age is 18 years of age in all states except Nebraska, where the general age is 19. Mississippi, where the general age is 21. The general marriage age is commonly the age of majority, though in Alabama, the general marriage age is 18, while the age of majority is 19. So I didn't even realize that some states had where the age of majority is 19, meaning that you're not a legal adult until you turn 19. I did not know that. When at least one of the marriage partners is under the general marriage age, the marriage is considered underage. 7 states completely ban underage marriage. The other states may require the underage partner to attain either parental consent, judicial authorization, or both, or rely on, quote, exceptional circumstances. The minimum underage marriage age, when all mitigating circumstances are taken into account, commonly ranges from 15 to 17. 9 states do not allow a person over 21 to marry an underage person. As of November 2022, 8 states do not set any minimum age for marriage. So as of November 22, 8 states do not set any minimum age for marriage. I did not expect there to be no minimum age, but that's where we are. That's born in the USA, right? Conservatives want literally no age of consent for anything. They just want complete control over the lives of others. True. I mean, I can't even add to that. Like, I don't even have anything to add to that. We love it here. I've had over 40 surgeries related to cleft palate and hands and feet. More than 25 of those were in childhood. I remember weighing in on some of those decisions. These surgeries have significantly improved my quality of life, and I had to make a lot of these decisions before my jaw fully developed. That's a very valuable input. I really appreciate that, Elka Berry, and I am glad that I'm glad that those surgeries made a positive difference, that you're able to do more than what you were able to do. Like, Matt, I violate my kids' consent all the time, Walsh. Right. I mean, ultimately, like, it's clear they call out. I was just listening to Inception, Demon Mama responding to Vosh, responding to Shoe on Head, and oh my God, why was I bringing that up? I forgot what I was trying to say. That happens sometimes. The ADHD monster just hits like a truck sometimes. I take Ritalin in the morning, but I don't always take it in the afternoon. But why did I bring it up? That's the question. Talking about surgery. Matt, I violate my kids' consent all the time. Whatever I thought about was like just a couple of steps removed from whatever we were originally saying, that like I can't figure out what were the steps that I took to get there. Luxander responds to Shoe on Head, responding to Vosh, responding to Destiny, responding to PewDiePie. I would never do anything on my channel that involved PewDiePie. Are you kidding? No way. The worst part of this is that there is no federal standard, which makes your existence better or worse depending on where you are on the map. Right. Like the chance that you'll be married off as a minor is and realistically, like, some of those marriages are to really creepy old men. Like, let's not beat around the bush. Like, there are places where 15-year-old girls get married off to like 80-year-old men, and that is like, I mean, they've basically sold their child. Like, it's one of the forms of modern United States slavery. I just need Zan to react to DM, react to Vosh, react to Shu, react to Zan/DM. Yeah. Demon Mama did suggest, I popped in on Demon Mama's stream on Thursday when we had our stream most recently, and one of the things that we talked about was that she thinks that it's good to react to each other's content. Not, like, collab is one thing, but like also you can just like respond to each other's content. And I'm always open to suggestions from you all of not just whose content do you want us to watch, but like, are there any specific videos? Like, do we like reactceptions, or what's the deal? I enjoy a lot of the content from a lot of these people that I consider my peers and acquaintances, and in some cases friends. I enjoy Vosh's content, Demon Mama, Xanderhall, but I don't want to only respond to people who are like fairly big streamers, What's up, Mr. Braindead12? Welcome to the website. We appreciate you being here. Within a 20-year time span from 1997 to 2017, 120,000 children under 18 were married in the United States. Yup. Like, I got married when I was 18, which is still pretty young, but listen, like, at least I was at the age of majority, and I'm still married. For now. Lolsob, don't worry about it. Demon Mama's second most recent video was really fantastic and really important, IMO. Which one was that? I don't know which one it was. I have been watching some Demon Mama over the last couple of days. I dropped in on her stream recently and was like, oh, this is why I like watching Demon Mama. She is streaming right now as well. It's cool that we have like our own little niche. Like, I thought that Demon Mama and I were going to share a lot of overlap, but I still have my usual just about 50, 60 people in here, and she's got her usual like about 200, 250 people in there. What's her most recent videos about? The left is wasting time and losing the war. Oh, okay. That could be worth watching for sure. Absolutely. What time is it? It's 5:35. All right. We still have some time before the things. Twas very good. 3 Arrows just released a trans rights video that's pretty good. I don't really know 3 Arrows, but that could be worth checking out. By the way, if you all ever make suggestions during stream that you actually want me to be able to follow through on and like check out later, join the Discord, drop them in the channel called Stream Chat. You'll have to scroll down a little bit to find it, but it's the main place that I'm going to be able to go and be like, oh yeah, we were talking about that during stream. That's a channel that I need to check out. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. It's not personal. I just have ADHD. Leftists finding the 0.001% of things they disagree on so they can argue. I don't approve of any YouTubers. Fair enough, Venusian. How do you get access to the other Discord channels? You have to read the welcome message all the way through. And then you will receive instructions that tell you how to get into the rest of the server. That's the threshold, is you have to be able to read English and follow directions. That's the bar for getting into the server. Did the Mira Bellwether segment ever happen? Work's been dumb and I am a vampire. I did not. Oh, is it not working for some reason? Hold on. No, we haven't talked about Mira Bellwether because I haven't been wanting to talk about things that bum me out recently. It looks like you have the following directions is for subs. You have to be just a tiny bit of a sub because I am the daddy. Do you think that the dragon is not also daddy? Listen, I'm daddy, okay? I don't even meet those requirements and I'm in the Discord somehow. You managed to at least, you managed to like misfire and click on the correct button in order to get in. There's a retina scanner, you gotta read it all or your PC incinerates you instantly. True. I mean, if you're a brat, you just don't get into the server. Like, I'm sorry. I reacted with Teacup and nothing happened. I mean, Teacup is not gonna get you anywhere. I'm in two chats. It's too powerful. Not gonna lie, it would probably feel awesome to dominate a dragon. Yeah, but I feel like only a dragon can dominate another dragon, and even then, it's like they have to let you a little bit. I mean, I guess that's kind of like the play of domination and submission, is that like you maybe could actually hurt the person to get away from them if you were in earnest, but like, so giving them the power over you on purpose and not struggling as hard as you could is part of it. Not with that attitude. What's up, but all is lost? Just joined and we are talking about dominating a dragon. Never change, Lux. I was saying you have to follow the directions in the server in order to get access to the Discord, and that makes me daddy. And and I am also dragon, and dragon equals daddy. Listen, I'm definitely more daddy than mommy for sure. I mean, I guess I should poll that. I think that like you guys are the ones who choose whether I have daddy energy or mommy energy, right? Is there? So can we take a poll on this? Because like, you know, I guess probably most people don't think of me that way. I do tend to really downplay the whole like, I'm like, don't flirt with me, please, you know? Joins, here's I am daddy, hits like, thank you, Thorn Among Roses. You all should be hitting like anyway, because it's free. It takes a split second, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Is that the asexual flag? You can engage with kink even if you're not a sexual being, okay? I hit like 2 more times. Yeah, how do you cultivate the parasocial daddy relationship? I guess is the question that I'm trying to ask here. Because I feel like, you know, Vosh has that. I just would not say that I do. Oh gosh. You aces. No. Yeah, daddy energy. Does Vosh not have daddy energy? Hold on. It's a really blasé daddy energy for sure. I'm the furthest from ace and I certainly don't get any. No, he does not. Are you sure? He has more cool uncle energy? I don't mean like dad energy. He has a dad bod maybe. Who does have daddy energy? Okay, I need you to help me calibrate what this is supposed to mean. Like the dad from FMA. Sorry, last time somebody called me daddy, I transed my gender. True. See, Dark Canuck agrees with me that he has big daddy energy. Vosh has died. Zan is my son. You are my friend. Oh, sorry, not died. Why did I agree died? Vosh has dad energy. Zan is my son, and you are my friend. Okay. I mean, I don't know that I want to cultivate friend energy, because that's not exactly correct for what I'm going for. When will the panel start? So the panel is supposed to start at in about 18 minutes. I'm going to join the green room in Will's Discord server here in about 10 minutes. And we're going to kind of like just make sure all technical things are working correctly. You all will ostensibly be able to hear everybody in the chat as soon as we join. And then we'll get going at right at 4 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. Central, 7 Eastern. Baphomet, hello. Hello, Gorge. How are you doing today? I have finished my entire jar of olives. I got one of these jars of olives recently, so I'm not anywhere close to being done with it. I'm going to drink some of this grape juice. Breaking news, Vosh has been found dead. 32 suspects apprehended. Oh gosh. If Vosh told me I was being a bad girl, I would chortle, and that's about it. Okay, I guess I see what you mean. It's like, can I imagine that words coming out of that face? Maybe not. Maybe you're correct. I had kind of a bad time yesterday, but I'm doing great now. I had like, I've been like pretty happy a couple of days this week. I could. Oh, you horny bitch. Don't worry about it. Hello, do you know who else will be in the panel? Just joined, sorry. What's up, Super Dr. Hulock? Haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. Yeah, so I don't actually know most of the people who are going to be on this panel. Oh gosh. Okay. So, yeah. So, Goddammit Malcolm, Rose Mullet, someone called Zonia. I just don't like ever, you know, and people's Discord names are not necessarily the same as their names on Twitter or even the same as their channel names. So, yeah, there's going to be like 7 or 8 people. Sorry, my chinchilla died suddenly and I'm only just recovering, really. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Can we get some Peppo hugs in the chat for Super Dr. Hulock and their chinchilla? Bottom bullying is peak Dom behavior. Yeah, I guess that's part of it. That's part of it to me. Lexi Bat is a friend of mine. He's on. And like, yes, like LexiBat doesn't want to go by Lexi. They have a different name. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know most of the people who's going to be on the panel. We didn't get a single Peppo hug. Come on now. I'm disappointed. Super Dr. Hulock over in the YouTube chat lost their chinchilla pet. Thank you, Baphomet. Thank you. That's all I wanted. As a praise dom to a brat sub switch, this conversation is very confusing to me. I don't know how kink works. Not because I don't want to. I'm just like, I've been in a relationship that is just apparently not very interested in exploring kink. Sorry, I know it sounds pathetic. I just formed such attachments to animals. Listen, I still get caught off guard by how upset I am about my cat being dead. He died in July, and now it's fucking January, and I still sometimes I'm like, well, I'm gonna cry. Getting my headphones in because we're gonna hop into the green room here in a few minutes. We need a kink dictionary, true. Getting upset about animals isn't pathetic. That shit's sad. I still cry about my boyfriend's dog. Right. I have, bottom bullying is literally a bigotry, not gonna lie. I don't think the way that it's used currently applies only to gay men, if that's what you're trying to say. Like, because I think when you're bottom bullying, you also, like, are including, like, other types of people. Like, lesbian women can be bottoms, you know, like... So I'm not really sure how it's a bigotry. Yeah, Baphomet says, we literally like it. And then Volfia says, but they like it. Like, I think that's the point. Like, I think that the point of bullying bottoms is that you're teasingly turning them on. Like, isn't that the idea? Yeah, Cameron says grief is complex, so don't be hard on yourself. For sure. Although, yeah, so I guess the thing that's kind of twisted up about it is that maybe bottoms and subs are getting conflated in a way that's not correct or useful. I don't know. Oh gosh, we're gonna join this group chat here in a few minutes. It can definitely feed into insecurities, especially in men because of toxic masculinity. I mean, you know. I mean, bottom bigotry is absolutely a thing, but that's like kind of a more niche and separate topic. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to harken back to the fucking Roman Empire, bottoms were literally like, didn't they have fewer rights? Or at least that they were like very severely socially different to tops when it came to hetero or like homosexual behavior? You can be a sub top though. I've tied one up. I think that's called being a service top. That's what I've heard. I use bottom and sub interchangeably. Yeah, that's kind of... I know, it's probably not great, but I do it too. Bottoms do love being used interchangeably. True, Nuvenal. We're doing smuggy chat and losing people right before the fucking panel starts. It's less that bottoms had separate rights and more that lesser castes were usually submissive in sexual exchanges. Okay, like I guess regardless of what they actually wanted to do. Just don't judge people for what sexual position they enjoy and don't assume sexually submissive people are socially submissive. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like, I think it's all in good fun. Like, I don't think it's that serious. Clearly you haven't seen the dom switch sub top versus bottom alignment chart. I haven't. That would be a lot of fun. Sex is always wrong and should be illegal. Oh, gosh. I wonder if part of it is that the tops are dominating idea and bullying is dominating idea is what results in this behavior? Possibly. Demon Mama is being super serious right now and we're talking about bottoms and shit. Yeah, what's she talking about right now? I should hop in this group chat here in a couple seconds. I'm gonna probably, like, re-up my water and my grape juice before we get started. No bottom bullying in my good Christian server. Zaddy. Am I like, listen, Zaddy status is even higher than daddy status, right? I also have to say that like I in practice am pretty much exclusively a bottom, but like if I were given the opportunity, I would be more of a verse. I would be verse. So like those things are also, and like, am I a sub or a dom or a switch? I don't know. I don't engage with kink because my partner is not into it. That feel when you gotta switch to a switch. True. Discourse and shoe, Vosh and men's rights. Yeah, I thought she was doing a call-in stream. Being sexually submissive, I feel, helps me be more socially confident since it's one of the ways I process my traumas. I think that a lot of... it's like not uncommon, as far as I understand it, for people with severe sexual trauma to end up feeling like some amount of solace in having control in the environment where they get to, you know, where like, it's like weird for someone who is like who has had experienced sexual violence to then enjoy sexual violence in the context of like a controlled environment where they have a safe word. DM's talking about White Nervosa. I love White Nervosa so much. I don't think that she has ever stopped by in our chat, but she built this website, and every time I have had an issue, she has addressed it very promptly, and she, like, I don't have to pay her because Vosh pays her, and I appreciate her work so much. I understand that the mobile website still is not up, but we'll figure it out at some point. All right, like, am I polyam? If I am not in an am. Goodness gracious. Okay, so we're about to hop into this group chat. I would like you all to drink water. And if you don't have a water, grab one. If you would like to grab an adult beverage, you might enjoy that. This may or may not spiral out of control, and we'll just have to fucking see. So let me make sure I have all of my fluids. I'll BRB. Is this stream gonna remain up? Yeah, we're gonna stream the whole thing. I'm gonna like put up the Discord call on screen. So this is gonna happen. Yep. Okay, we got water. We got juice. Oh, yes. We're ready. I'm gonna go smoke a joint. Hey, enjoy. I drank all the olive juice in my olive jar. Gosh. I just put a fuck ton of store brand Parmesan on my pizza. Let's go. That sounds delicious. Last night, I took some frozen ravioli and I don't know, is that what they're called? When it's like a packet? It's like a packet of beef inside of a noodles. Yeah, anyway, I baked that with pizza sauce and fucking cheese. And then when it came out, I took the shaker of Parmesan cheese and dumped it on there. Anyway, let's join this chat before too much more time passes, because I'm being a little bit slow to get back to this. Where is this server? I'm in too many Discord servers. Frankly, like a huge number of Discord servers. Okay, so I'm joining here. Oh my god, it's so frustrating. dark modes on top of dark modes is like really hard to tell where the top of the window is. Okay, there we go. Can I actually just join in here? No, I cannot just join in there. Okay, so I'm waiting for him to scooch me over. And I think I'm going to be on push to talk. So, would you say it's discordant? True. Jellybee, welcome in. We appreciate you hopping over to the website, chat. Thank you so much. Howdy. I'm in like 20 Discord servers and I'm only in like 3 of them. I'm in way more than that. Oh, hold on. I'm in here. I can't hear them though. Okay. I've been pulled into the live chat, but I cannot hear anyone. Not sure if that's just me. Can someone check Will's channel and see what's going on? I've got to be in at least 80 Discord servers by now. Good God. I'm in several Discords just for the emotes. Yeah, I don't pay Discord.
Coffee, dude. I need
I
it to
drink
live.
one.
You
I
can't
had
drink
caffeine
caffeine?
today, and it gave me an existential crisis.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. Yeah, if I drink it,
I
I
assume
just
you all
like
can hear
I
them
get
now.
super anxious. It's not just like the heart palpitations and like getting shaky. It's like I
I'm gonna
start
take the
questioning
volume
my
down a
life.
little
And
bit.
I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm
So
not even
they're
like
not
that when
quite
I'm
as
high,
loud.
you know? Yeah, it's bad.
Makes you feel better. I've never had tea or coffee.
Whoa.
Face.
I know, crazy, right?
Why are we talking about tea
I may
and
have had
coffee?
tea like once or twice in my life, but I mean, I don't know. If
I
that
like
counts.
tea, but I just don't drink it that much because it's like it tastes kind of gross. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, I hope that it won't be an actual problem because this mic is okay about surrounding noises, but my upstairs neighbors are completely redoing their entire kitchen. So there may be some slight noises.
Oh shit.
We'll make it go. Hello?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
cannot
my
get this
partner's
thing
house let me know
to
to turn it down, but
to accept my camera. Hey guys, I'm gonna restart Discord and see if I can get it to deal with my camera.
Okay.
Cool. No problem.
Fucking technical difficulties. Continues to pay Discord. Stop calling me out, Mephistopheles. We're coming out of Smuggy Chat and you're asking why they're talking about tea and coffee. Shh. Shh, shh, shh. What's with that freaky subject matter? Yeah, why would you do that? Alright, I'm seeing if I can get my camera to show up here. I guess not. Okay, so it'll do this, but it's gonna be jumpy. It'll do my main camera, but it's always so jumpy when it goes through Discord. My webcam just doesn't want to work. Okay, I think maybe I'll try to unplug it and plug it back in. And if not, if that doesn't work, then we're just gonna move forward. I'm gonna try to be quick here, because we're supposed to start right at 4 o'clock. Hold on. Ay, 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 ay. Technical difficulties. One more try. Voice and video. Test video. There it is. Okay, cool. We did it. We figured it out. Get back in this call. Okay, I'm gonna join the green room. Ugh.
Zonia.
Hey, is my audio with my AirPods okay, or is it better without it? Because I can make it without it if it's a problem.
I think you sound fine currently.
Not fine right now.
Myself.
All right.
Denying, are you going to be no video today?
Alright.
No, don't be totally fine. Wow. Well, right on the dot. Welcome everybody.
I mean, for those of you who didn't see it in the group chat, we've been having intermittent power issues here because of windstorms. So hopefully that doesn't
All right, we're ready to get started
interrupt
here.
this. But if I suddenly disappear, that's probably what it is.
All right.
Very good. Well, all right, everybody.
Don't
Welcome
worry,
to the trans genocide panel. It's been something that's been in the works for a couple of weeks, maybe longer than that even. But I think it is an important discussion to have. And I didn't see any kind of discourse, in my opinion, that was taking place on this that was serious. There was some serious discourse taking place, but I think that it was time that we gathered together a group of people to talk about it, and hopefully a nuanced and really beneficial way. I have an opening prepared that I want to read, and then I'm going to have each of you introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to ask the first question. I've already kind of instructed, this is for the chatters, I've already instructed all the panelists basically on the rules of the panel. Basically, we're trying to do 2-minute openers for each question, and then about a 10-minute back and forth. And we're going to try to make sure that everybody gets a good chunk of the conversation with each question. This opener that I'm going to read is something that everybody on the panel agrees with, and I kind of want this to be the anchor framework that we're going to have the rest of our discussion about. So, everyone here on this panel agrees that trans people face systemic discrimination all over the world. In America, excuse me, face discrimination all over the world. In America, there are currently several efforts to effectively limit the ability for trans people to receive the health care that they need in 2 of the largest states in our union, Florida and Texas. Trans people suffer from an abnormally high suicide rate, and the most effective ways at lowering these rates is to both make a larger effort to integrate and destigmatize trans people, as well as ensure that they have access to gender-affirming care
You look cute,
if
don't
they
I?
so wish to receive it. It follows that making it harder for trans people to get the care that they need will potentially lead to an increase in the amount of trans people dying due to suicide. The first question that I want to ask, and just feel free and introduce yourselves. And remember, try to keep it to around 2 minutes, okay? I'm going to shut people down if they go too long. Is there a trans genocide? If yes, how far along are we in the process? If no, what would have to happen for you to consider it a genocide? And we're going to start with Johnny Scarlett.
Hi, what's up? If you've never seen me before, my name is Johnny Scarlett. You can find me on twitch.tv/Johnny Scarlett. I'm an educational channel. My answer to this is that while trans people do face a high amount of violence and excommunication from their communities, we are not an entirely genocidable group because we will continue to be born into future generations.
Rest in pieces.
The
Terrible
actual
argument.
definition that I think meets this a little bit better is cultural genocide, at least for the current climate. I think that in that vein, we have a real responsibility to document our struggles, document our normal lives and our happiness, and know that other people will see that and will eventually swing to the side of okay, these are just normal people. They just happen to have a different gender expression than us. That's pretty much my answer. I think that cultural genocide is being attempted. However, I don't know that it's been entirely successful, and I don't know that it will be entirely successful.
All right. Let's have Luxander go now.
Okay, so I'm Luxander. Hello. You can
You're
find me.
muted.
Oh, shit, I'm muted. Okay, so sorry, I forget. I always put it on push to talk so that I can make snide comments to my chat. Sorry, I'm joking. No, so I'm Luxander. You can find me at luxander.net. I stream on YouTube, but that's my website. I believe that we are experiencing what you would describe as a genocide. I typically appeal to the UN definition because I actually think that that's a fairly conservative definition. But if you look at a number of different definitions, like beyond that, you could like most certainly, if you expand beyond the UN, yes, for sure. What stage are we at? I just had this pulled up on my computer here. The 10 stages of genocide. I think we are, so we're certainly at the point where property is being expropriated, I think, in the sense that it's not necessarily uncommon to see stories of like trans people having their bank accounts frozen because they don't sound like the correct gender over the phone. We saw the same thing happening to the finances of Jewish people pre World War II, I think it was. So yeah, like I think it's fair to say that we're right around stage 7, where like, or perhaps stage 8, just depending on where you're looking at. You know, Texas recently tried to request information from their Department of Revenue about gender changes on driver's licenses, like, and it was discussed during the Florida recent change to the way that they approach this for youth, where they wanted to curate lists of trans people in both of these occasions. And I think that that's a very clear indication that we're quite deep in this process, according to the Holocaust Day Memorial Trust. That's typically what I appeal to, is the 10 stages of genocide outlined by Gregory H. Stanton. And I will stop there.
Excellent. Power bottom politics.
I'm kind of
I'm Power Bottom Politics. He, him. I go by Oliver, so you can just call me that if it's shorter than the whole mouthful of a name. I don't believe there's a trans genocide happening in America right now. I think it's always possible for any minority to be genocided at some point in the future. And I will absolutely agree that trans people should be bracing themselves for a rise in hate crimes. However, I think this trans genocide discourse is a perfect example of people trying to eradicate nuance for the sake of ineffective, divisive, and emotionally manipulative language that really does nothing but cause inflammatory discourse and waste time, and offer some people the opportunity to sit in complacency and do nothing about it, as it A, instills a strong sense of hopelessness, and B, externalizes any responsibility we may have as trans people.
I have to adjust everybody's volume. Sorry about that.
That can only be freed of oppression in the like if the rest of society acts on our behalf. In order for me to believe that there would be a trans genocide happening, I think I would need to see a more streamlined anti-trans narrative. I think right now we have too much of a mixture of like some progressive-ish people that might be gender critical or whatever they call them. And I think I would need to see more polarization as well. So
is this person
you're either
American?
with trans people or you're against them, and that's it. There would not be any room for nuance or anything whatsoever. Those are two things that I would need to see in order for me to consider us closer to a genocide.
All right. And let's go
gonna be a
with
fun one.
Rose Malay.
Hey, so first of all, I just Googled the word genocide, and the first thing that came up was the deliberate killing of a large group of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. Obviously, there's going to be some people who argue that it's in the steps or in the phases, but even if that were true, I think it's bad optically, but I'll get to that. First of all, I think that if you are trying to say that a genocide is happening, that would imply that the Republicans or whoever the transphobic bigots of the society are trying to murder us. And I believe that even if Nick Fuentes or the most extreme alt-right person you can think of, J.K. Rowling, like anyone gets power, they're not going to want to lock us in camps and murder us all. Like, obviously, they're trying to take our rights away. These transphobic bills are absolutely a terrible thing that's happening. But I feel like when you use the term genocide to describe what's going on, you're losing touch with reality. And like I said, you're going to take any random normie, any random person on the street, and when they hear you say that, they're just going to ignore everything else you're saying. They're going to be like, oh, I can discard this. When there's actually real things going on. There's real transphobic bills being passed that we need to focus on, and I think it's a big problem.
She doesn't understand
when
that the
you frame it
transphobic
like this,
bills
no one's
are
gonna
the
pay attention.
genocide.
And so that's what I worry about when it comes to this. And please get me wrong. If there was a real genocide, I would be the first person to be against it. I'd be the first person
Shelly,
to advocate
welcome
for
to
it.
the
Because if there was
website.
a genocide, then I'd be going in there too, and I don't want that. I just don't think that is a thing that's happening. And if you can convince me that it is, then that's great. I just personally don't think so.
All right. Let's go
Sandy
with...
Tita.
Do you prefer to go by Brother Malcolm or Sergeant Peppers? Or
Goddammit, Malcolm is all of my
lying.
social media. I just like to confuse people.
Your turn.
Wonderful. I'm Goddammit Malcolm. I'm a trans guy. I stream trans stuff from like a trans masculine perspective because there's like 3 of us. So I try and capitalize on that and use my minority oppression points to capitalize on that market. I think as far as trans genocide is concerned, I think that it's a little bit more like muddy than a yes or no answer to a question. I think that there are certain criteria of the 10 stages of genocide that are applicable in certain states. And I think that there are some that are not necessarily in chronological order. Like, for example, if I'm looking at this list, I don't think that we really hit the idea of symbolization because, like, yeah, we kind of identify ourselves with, trans symbolism, but I don't think that the government is like, hey, we're going to stamp, a little trans flag on your passport so, we know that you're trans. I guess you could argue that
I can get that one later. I just want to say we'll talk about that later.
Luxander, shut the fuck up.
Don't
No, I'm
interrupt.
just kidding.
Don't interrupt.
The only thing that I can think of that can be like comparable to that would be like an X on a gender marker, like a passport or anything like that, but that's opt-in, so I think that gets a little bit hairy. I think overall there's probably like 5 out of 10 that I would accept that would be classified as happening, but only in certain states. I'm pretty careful when I use the term genocide because it is really Holocaust-esque and it invokes like a certain level of severity and seriousness that I don't think that we've quite approached yet, but I think that if unchecked, we will rapidly approach and probably approach and cross that threshold a lot sooner than we think. And that's it.
Nice. And last but not least, Sonia.
Hello. So I think that it could be argued that there is a genocide going on in certain states. There are enough qualifiers to say that, and in certain red states in particular, as well as in England. But overall, I would say it's something that there's still you could split a lot of hairs on it, and there isn't enough information to really put it in a definitive, it is a genocide in a way that would be convincing to a large number of people. And one of the problems that I find with this discourse that's currently going on is it is effectively trying to hinge everything on the semantics of whether or not we should use one particular word to describe what's going on with us. And it's being used or utilized or weaponized as sort of like a political foil to say who is a good person and who is a bad person. If you agree that it's a genocide, you're a good person. If you don't agree that it's a genocide, you're a bad person. And the problem with that is as Malcolm stated, it's lacking in any kind of and Rose stated, it's lacking in any kind of nuance, and it is creating this sort of unnecessary division. A lot of the people who don't agree that this is a genocide that's going on do agree that all of these conditions that we're facing are extremely atrocious and need to be addressed immediately. So it doesn't mean anything about whether or not your views are correct if you disagree with the word genocide to describe this. And so that's sort of the position I'm taking, is that really it doesn't matter what we call it. What matters is whether or not we can call out these individual issues that we're facing.
I can agree with her
and
somewhat
get attention on them and focus addressing those issues. And I'd like to also remind everybody here that there's none of us here have the ability to authoritatively state correctly that it is a genocide. Like, there's no way for us to effectively do that authoritatively. It's all layperson.
I wouldn't appeal to authority on this either, though.
So everybody here has just as much authority as the other person. And so that's why I think it's really important to focus on the issues and not sit there and try to decide, okay, are we using the correct word to describe this situation?
I can agree with that. Will, you're muted, bud.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry about that. Hey, Denying, do you have your answers to the questions open?
And I guess I could run through it if you want me to.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have Denying chime in here too. So Denying is kind of like my co-moderator, but I'm kind of curious what his take is on it because he does a lot of research on genocide. He
Oh, this
has,
guy.
I mean, I
think I
don't
tried to
actually
watch
need
their
to
video
describe your
together,
title.
and
Why
I
don't you
didn't
just say it
like
for
his
us?
take on it at all.
Hi, I go by Denying History. You guys can call me Brennan or Denying, either one shorthand for you guys. I do a lot of like research into mostly genocide denial or forms of negationism of genocides. My background is I have a PhD, for example, in East European history, so I did a little bit of research into the Holocaust and other genocides like the Holodomor that existed in that period. Um, but like kind of I guess to answer the question is a lot of whether or not something is genocide or is not genocide depends on whether or not you're employing a legal or sociological definition. For example, it has its origins with the legal background, with Lemkin proposing it back in 1943 and being published in 44. And then also from then on, it became the legal definition that exists now in 48 with the UN definition. And then we now see sociological definitions that have been proposed, ranging from anywhere between genocide means total killing of everyone of a specific social group or social category as membership is defined, or it could be anything from, say, biological destruction through preventing births or cultural destruction of groups. So we should probably be like mostly focusing on coming to some like agreement in terms of like what type of genocide is going on first, and come to consensus on that type of rhetoric before like we'd say if there is or is not a trans genocide.
Can't hear anyone, Anansi?
Lux, I think you should start us off here. And let's try to avoid a dog pile, because I think Lux might technically be the most solid person here that thinks that there is a genocide going on.
After Lux goes, can I go? Because I want to dogpile against my own team.
Absolutely, sure.
Sweet.
We can do
Don't
that.
worry, Lux. If everyone dogpiles you, I'll take your side.
I'm glad that's how it works. Okay, so do you just want me to lay out my case?
Yeah.
Okay, so my case on this basically is that, so I think that it's really important to acknowledge that, like, you know, for example, as Denying just said, like there are some people who define genocide as like the total and complete eradication of a group. If that's our definition, no one has ever even attempted a no one has successfully done that. Like, I don't think. Maybe you could consider the destruction of the Neanderthals like a genocide, because we managed to successfully get all of them out of here, except in the case of like a sort of interbreeding with them. So I think that that's a really high bar. And so I think, again, I usually appeal to the UN definition. It's fairly conservative definition, and it includes specific language about attempts to reduce membership of the group. Like, just because we're spontaneously emergent in the sense that gay people and trans people, like, you know, there's not an identifiable genetic component to it or whatever, like we're going to continue to happen in the world, like still attempts to reduce numbers in the group. If you know that mental health outcomes are better when you allow people to have medical care, then, and you try on purpose to restrict that, including adults, like I don't know if anybody has been paying attention this week, pre-filings have been happening all over the country where up to the age of 21, up to the age of 26, like there are limitations on the rights of adults to seek gender affirming care. And I think even if you, so just looking at the fact of how that shit happens, sorry, I'm going to curse sometimes, it's just casual, part of my language. If you just look at that, those are materially things that are attempting to restrict numbers in the group. And some people will say, well, you need to have intent. Okay, you need, like, in order for there to be a genocide, there needs to be an intent. Well, I think that's pretty easy to demonstrate as well, because if you explicitly have the position that, like, oh, we should watch and wait with these teenagers, because if they get to the age of 18, if we just have them go through puberty, maybe this is just a phase, maybe it will resolve, maybe they will just be cis. You're kind of explicitly stating that your goal is for that person to not be trans. And if that's your policy position, then your goal is for fewer people to be trans. And I think that that is it's an exterminationist position at the very minimum. I understand that people have like their definitional quibbles about the word genocide specifically. Like, it is exterminationist policies. They are deliberately trying to reduce the number of people existing within the groups. And I guess I just want to really quick, because goddammit, Malcolm mentioned it, like
Quickly.
I'm able to demonstrate all of the 10 stages of genocide, but with the symbolism thing, like if you prevent people from being able to do puberty blockers, you're making it so that they can't pass. You're making it so that they're marked as trans permanently forever, like with tens of thousands of dollars to repair the damage. And some of that's not even fixable. Like certain bone structures are not fixable. Birth certificates, like restrictions on changing birth certificates are another thing. But like, that's kind of my broad basis there.
Luxander,
Okay.
I know
Can
that
I
you're
go
smarter
after
than
Malcolm?
that. There's no way.
I want to
Can I
go
go after
Malcolm, and then
Malcolm
I have a
really?
question. Let's do
Immediately
Malcolm, and then I
everybody
actually have
starts
a
talking.
question for Johnny Scarlet, and then you can
Mm.
go next, Rose.
And I'd like to go after PB.
Let's
Oh,
go.
I'm okay.
Wait, did I skip you, PB? I'm
You
sorry.
did, yes.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not trying. Okay, let's go Malcolm, PB, Johnny Scarlet, Rose, Sonia.
Okay. As far as the
Love you guys, thank you.
symbolization is concerned, like symbolization is like when there is a symbol that is used to identify this group outside of other people. If you accept that symbolization means that, which it literally does, you can't say that just not going on puberty blockers is symbolic enough to demonstrate like atypical phenotypical features that are associated with male or femaleness to be that discerning symbol. It would have to be something like a trans flag that was stamped on our IDs. We would have to have something that would denote that our assigned sex at birth was this, that, or the other thing.
They
It's
have
not enough to
attempted that.
They have, but it hasn't been passed, and that's a big part of it, right? If everything like fizzled up to a little dud in Nazi Germany, we wouldn't say that the Jews were genocided if nothing happened. But the thing is and I wanted to specify this as well, because you keep bringing up bills that have been proposed. I agree that all of these bills are bad, and they're definitely something to raise an eyebrow at and say, this is pretty fucked up. If this passes, this will have serious extermination undertones, like you said. But the principle that they're not being passed in most states is why it's important to focus on, one, where they are located, right? So in red states, this is going to be a lot more like relevant and true versus like blue states like California or Washington, where it's like, yeah, maybe some crazy dude proposed a bill that we should put like, you know, brand the transgender symbol right here on every single trans person. We can say that that's alarmist. It is. But to say that it's on the same level as something that's being passed like in Indiana or Florida or anything like that is just, it's bonkers. I'm gonna dogpile my side a little bit because I feel like we're gonna dogpile Luxander really hard. So I'm gonna put on my other hat really quick and just say that from our side,
Bring it,
our side, quote
fuckers.
unquote, excuse me, I'm so sorry. From the side of people that are like wanting to be a little bit more cautious with rhetoric, I don't disagree that there is like genocidal like predilections to this, but I try to be really careful and couch my language pretty significantly. Something that makes that really hard is when we have people that are like so stupid that they literally had to fucking Google genocide like the second that this panel started to even have a position on if there's a genocide or a genocide not happening. That's embarrassing, and I don't want to be ideologically grouped in with people that are that misinformed on this issue or that
I guess that's
uninformed
fair.
on this issue. And then I'm also going to come for you, Johnny. Don't think that you're safe up there. In your opening statement, you said that it's impossible to genocide trans people because there will be future generations. Can you give me an example of a genocide that is not legitimate in your opinion, where there was no genocide because there were future generations of those people? Like, do you think the Jews weren't completely genocided, or they weren't genocided at all because Jews can be ethnically Jewish or religiously Jewish? Or could you explain that to me, because that didn't make any fucking
I do
sense.
like Malcolm, even if we
You know,
disagree on this.
I had not thought of it from the ethnically or religiously Jewish perspective. I think that's very interesting. However, I am saying that we are going to continue
We're having a good time.
to be born into future generations. And in the essence of cultural genocide, were that to happen, I think that those future generations would be prevented from coming out, prevented from having a trans or queer culture. Is the word queer okay here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Okay.
Please do.
Sweet. Okay. Preventing from having a queer culture, I think that is more of the issue that would be really specific to
Yeah,
this
Rose is the
particular
one
situation.
with the
For sure. I'm not going to
Fireball.
cut anybody. I'm not going to cut anybody
she's
off
in
of
the
this. Sounds
mid-left.
like you're conflating like extinction of like a group of people versus genocide, and those aren't really like equal. But sorry, I'm done now. I'm done being
All right,
mean.
Power
Sorry.
Bottom, go.
I was just Lux, I was mainly going to ask you, and sorry, this is my first panel ever, so I've forgotten some of your points, but one thing that stuck out to me that you said was about the medical discrimination. I'll definitely agree that the medical discrimination for trans people can be like a little bit worrying. Like Malcolm said, like some of the
We're having connectivity issues.
like the fact that a lot of the bills have not passed is definitely like, I hope, as far as some of the, like, I guess more details and stuff, I know that like Black people have also complained about medical discrimination at some points. What distinguishes trans people's discrimination in the medical field from other groups of people that have like maybe been facing this kind of discrimination for a while?
I can't wait to respond to this.
What makes us genocidal versus like what makes us like potential for genocide versus not them?
Lux, answer in like 1 minute, okay? And then I want to move on.
My answer to that is the United States is actively engaged in genocide of multiple different groups of people. Black people in particular, if you want me to just adjust that group specifically, there are, I think, just consistent policy attempts to reduce, like, it's not just literally reducing the numbers of their groups. Also is another part of the definition that I want to highlight is that it's also just creating conditions that are unlivable. So, like, if you create conditions where they're forced to commit crimes in order to survive because they're underemployed, like, because there aren't any, like, whatever, like, it's a number of different facets. Black people have gone into this in depth or whatever, but like, I think that it's clear if you like using the same like itinerary, like definition that I use for genocide for trans people. Yeah. The United States actively is trying to suppress the number of Black people, or at least suppress like their quality of life to such a degree that they don't have opportunities and they're never able to like grow out. Like, I think that there is a certain amount of like deliberate policy population control toward them, like, and
Right,
Native
but
Americans, like both.
You would need to have some intent in there, right? Though, because like you know, you can pass laws that systemically discriminate against somebody without the intent of like trying to eradicate them. It might be like a byproduct or something, right? So you would have to like be able to ascribe intent to the like reducing of the number of Black people in this country as well, right?
I mean, do you need it caught on tape, or is like enough decades of consistent policy enough proof that like there is like drive behind those things?
I think
like, why are they doing it?
I think for the current day, you would definitely need to see some intent. Obviously, systemic discrimination could come from historical standpoints, in which case, like, I could see your point in that. But again, like, I mean, a big part of genocide is the intent part. So in order to call it a genocide versus just systemic discrimination, you would have to tell me what is different between how trans people are being medically discriminated against versus Black people. Or if you want to call them both genocide without intent.
Alrighty. Johnny Scarlett, I would like you to go, this was Malcolm kind of brought
I knew we
it
weren't
up.
going to get to go far in depth on that. We could keep going on
I kind of
that.
want you to go more in depth on this idea of
oh my god, no, that's exactly what I was thinking. The N-word thing. That's exactly what I was thinking about.
And Zonia after.
The idea that we haven't existed for pretty much the entirety of modern humans is not supported.
Malcolm looks so
We've obviously
cozy.
seen other cultures and parts of the world have
Oops, all genocides.
an amount of trans people or gender nonconformity for a very long time. However, I would say that it's been happening. It's been a thing in Western culture pretty much the entire time the West has existed, that we have been put under some sort of suppression. And so to compare that to what's happening right now, which is a much quicker, more intentional form of suppression, I think is, which I think it was intentional before, but I think it was like the echoes of other older societies. So I think that we will continue to be born is pretty much, it is what it sounds like. We'll continue to be born, whether or not we're able to have a queer culture, whether or not we're able to come out and to exist as we are, that's the question.
Just making a distinction with cultural
Rosemary.
genocide here, I guess, is her main thrust.
All right, well, thank you. First
Which,
of all,
like,
I wanted
it's
to
like
address what
it's
Malcolm
cultural
said.
genocide
I
is a
mentioned
type
that
of genocide.
definition because it's what the vast majority of people hear when they use the word genocide, and that was a quick way of expressing that, but okay. I'm not a fan of the personal attacks. I think we're having a nice, productive conversation here. I think, first of all, I want to also address, I think, what Lux said about the hormone law being passed, like not letting kids transition. I want to say this because, like, I transitioned at 14 years old, right? For trans women especially, it's important to transition at those ages, and I'm living proof that those are good things. That being said, I still think it's dishonest to call that a genocide. Something can be bad without us using extreme buzzwords to try to exaggerate an action that we disagree with. These laws don't have genocidal intent. In their eyes, they think they're protecting children from what they see as irreversible harm.
No.
Now, obviously, they're wrong, and those bans will only lead to trans people being hurt, but it doesn't mean that they want to like get rid of us or say trans people. I'm sure there's some people
There
out
want to
there
be
who
fewer trans
don't
people.
like
She's not
trans
understanding
people,
this, and
but they
she
don't
will
want
not.
to see us being killed, right? And also, I watched Lux's video a few weeks ago. Now it's not fresh in my mind. Something about like the 10 short steps to trans extermination, and I remember seeing 2 of those steps and thinking
video.
like, wait a second, okay, that's kind of a reach. I don't think we're quite there. I think it was 5 and 7, but I could be wrong about that. But yeah, that's where I'm gonna stop.
All right, Zonia.
Yeah, so
I think
there
that
are a few things I
my
wanna
next
touch
question
on,
to the
but
panel is going to be
we've
how do
kind
you
of moved
demonstrate
past them,
intent?
so instead what I'm going to focus on is bring up something that I would like to see if we could kind of all address a bit and talk about. One of the things that I think is important to take note of is that the vast majority of these anti-trans bills do not pass, and I think that's a really important sign because it's right now we're in the spotlight, so we're a very popular subject.
I'm
right
trying
now.
to keep my facial expressions
And
controlled.
We are starting to
because I'm not just performing for you all, I'm also performing for all of these people.
And our rights, which is really important. This is something that was also experienced in the years leading up to the civil rights, or during the civil rights movement. There was a backlash as well. And what you found was that the backlash was because of the fact that people were actualizing their rights and their independence. And that's sort of a good sign in many ways that we're out there, we're being noticed for being out there, we're being noticed for actualizing our rights and our independence. And there's some pushback. The pendulum swing is trying to swing back on us. But guess what? Overall, at least here in the US, we are winning.
Yeah, Nancy,
even in the red states.
Everyone here is trans except
the vast
for the
majority of those
moderators.
bills do not pass. Some of these
And yes,
really
there
bad
are no
ones
POC,
have
I
passed,
recognize
unfortunately,
that.
particularly in Texas and Florida. And there's more
Well,
aggressive
Malcolm is
bills being
Hispanic, I
drafted
think.
at the moment as we speak. But overall, there's been significant progress, and it continues moving in a positive direction. So that's a really important thing to recognize, and I think that we should talk about that more, and we should basically capitalize on that momentum. And if we instead ignore that momentum and start saying that there's a genocide against us, we're almost like dismissing the positive and dismissing the momentum and dismissing our ability to capitalize on that momentum. And that's something I think
this person underestimates how bad things are right now.
Does anybody else agree with that?
I think that actually boils into kind of our next question a little bit.
Moving on.
Like, do we think that calling the trans genocide, or do we think that like calling the systemic discrimination that everybody's facing a genocide, do we think that's helpful for passing pro-trans legislation or changing the sentiment?
I don't think so.
No.
I'm going to let Zonia start. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think overall it would just turn into a semantical debate again, and there would not be a lot of productivity there. I think it's actually way easier in a way, or not easier, but more productive to focus on the individual issues, the individual instances of oppression that we have to deal with. I think if we focus on those, we can more effectively tackle those. If we try hinging everything on the word genocide, that doesn't really describe anything specific to address. It doesn't describe things to call out and to take action on. And that's more important than trying to win this battle of one word. And I don't think that word is. I don't think we're going to have.
Again, I don't disagree with her on this.
In trying to fight over that word,
I'm just autistic, and I think that calling things what they are is important.
And I think we already have a lot of momentum that we can take advantage of. And trying to split hairs on one word is just gonna. It's gonna dilute that.
Yeah, what would be a better word?
Focus our energy on that momentum.
Brother Malcolm.
I honestly don't really know like how I feel about this question or like the answer to it. I think that Zonia is right in part, like the idea that it's going to create like a kind of sprout off debate more so than focusing on the actual issue like at hand. And something that I worry about with the language of genocide, like I kind of said a little bit earlier, is it's very Holocaust-esque. And I feel like that invokes such a very specific reaction.
I mean, they did Holocaust us, though.
If that reaction isn't reflected in their perception of what's really happening, it's kind of like, they're just full of shit, and then they walk away and they don't care. And it kind of turns out into like a boy who cried wolf kind of situation, you know, where if it does get to the point where they do have like our little summer vacation camps that are going to be not very fun, it's like, well, yeah, but you guys said it was genocide when they just said that they didn't want to, you know, allow, you know, puberty blockers for people under 13. Like, it's not really a genocide now. It's just like, it's just summer camp, guys. Like, calm down. I think that can be an issue. Like, I'm kind of looking right down the middle, and I see like the utility of saying like using alarmist rhetoric can help kind of that back push, like that quote unquote blue wave that might help damper a lot of this legislation. But I don't think genocide is the
If you
word
like
that's
the
gonna do
stream,
that.
hit like,
I think it's
please.
only going to cause like the boy who cried wolf syndrome, and then just the way that it invokes such a very specific type of crime. I don't think that most people are going to really resonate with that, and I don't think it's going to do really what we want it to. But yeah.
Rosemary.
Oh, I didn't have much to say. I just don't think they're ever really going to put us in camps. I think if they ever did, I think even like the most extreme conservatives would kind of question and be like, okay, that's a bit weird.
We already have camps for fucking
I'm sorry.
migrants. It's fine.
All right. Power bottom. Politics.
I think the transgenocide discourse, first of all, I don't know how I don't go outside a whole lot. I go to work and I come home. I don't know how big that discourse is in like, you know, actual trans activist spaces where they're actually doing stuff, you know, where they're like pushing against legislation and stuff. I don't know how many of them actually buy into this idea. So I know that it's more of like an online thing in the first place. So I don't know if right now the impact of this discourse is even that severe. But I will say that it is a bit frustrating that there's such a rift happening where it's like, I guess in some way I just see it as like a bit of a waste of time, where it's like, you know, any of our energy that we could be putting towards proving that it is a genocide.
I should be taking notes because I've already forgotten things that I want to say.
If we are even at stage 4, you know what I mean? We don't need to be necessarily talking about it. I know that's ironic coming from me, who's on a panel about this, but I think in general, our energies would be better used focusing on preventing it from getting any worse than it possibly already is, with the amount of hateful language and that kind of stuff coming from conservative pundits when it comes to trans people. I just think that we should be spending more of our time talking about solutions and less of our time talking about tone policing people and trying to get them to admit that it's a genocide.
Connectivity.
Exactly, so some people can feel better about like the
Oh, I can't write that fast. I would need to type it.
That's just how I feel about it personally.
Luxander.
So the question is using the word genocide rhetorically effective for changing the law? Is that the question?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not necessarily like clinging to the idea that the word genocide is like the most rhetorically effective thing for changing the law. Like the word literally just does definitionally apply. And like, so to me, when I say something's is like a genocidal intent or whatever, like I'm not necessarily doing that in order to be rhetorically inflammatory. Like if the shoe fits, like, I'm sorry if it makes you feel bad, but that is what's happening. Like, if you like, a question that I guess a couple questions that I would like to put to the panel, since this seems to be kind of the sticking points that I'm kind of finding here, is like, first of all, how can we demonstrate intent? If you say that there is not sufficient evidence for intent, then I would like you to describe to me how we suss out intent. And also, is there a different word to describe policy attempts to reduce numbers of a group and create conditions of life which are unlivable for them, which cause suicides, which cause significant worse mental health outcomes? If you would prefer to use the term exterminationalist policy, I think that I could be convinced by that argument. If you just think that the average person is just going to be turned off by the word genocide, but frankly, like, if the definition, like, again, if you just look at the more conservative definitions of intent to reduce numbers in a group, actions taken to reduce numbers in the group, and looking at the material effect that they have, like, I don't necessarily think that the laws overall not passing is an indication that things are not bad. Do you know that in Texas and in Florida, when they restricted access to trans kids having medical care, they went outside the legal system of the democratic legal system? They used executive powers to declare that this was not effective medical care. Like, this is fascism. They don't care about going through the routine ways of doing this. They're going to do it however, regardless of the effect. So that's my answer.
You mind if
Okay,
I
so
cut
yeah,
in on
yeah,
that
absolutely.
real quick?
Go for it.
So Lux, you said that you admitted that you weren't sure that it was the most rhetorically effective word for getting support to pass laws, right? The whole reason why we would want to use a certain word to invoke alarm would be for effectiveness of gaining support for pushing things in a positive direction, right? So does that matter to you? Do you care about the effectiveness of rallying support to push against anti-trans legislation and anti-trans executive power?
So I don't think that legislation that is certainly a concern, and perhaps amongst primary concerns, but it's certainly not my only concern. Like, I think that because of the way that the legal system has been stolen from any real democratic input, like, I think it's very clear if you look at the gerrymandering across this country, the stacking of courts, there's no real, I don't really think that there is a way to fight legally against this. Like, yes, continue voting for sure. Keep doing that. Contact your legislators. I contacted my senator this week when I realized that my home state has introduced pre-filed a law restricting access to trans care for kids, or up to the age of 25 or 21. That's still important, but like, frankly, like, we just need more people aware of what's happening. And like, the things that you've said, I don't disagree that there could be, I guess, better rhetorical ways of going about this. But like, if you think that, despite the fact that the definition of genocide is being like whether or not, I guess, you agree on whether that specifically, like, that word applies, which I just happen to think that it does. Like, it's just a matter of fact to me. I could see myself adapting politically for the purpose of, like, if on the ground people will get on our side more and they won't, like, turn off their brains or something, I could be persuaded on that. I just think that the word literally applies.
So my problem with that argument, though, is that, okay, so there's a couple things here. Like, you want to have a word that invokes alarm, an appropriate level of alarm, to get attention on something, so that attention matters. The whole point is to get attention on the issues and find some way to address them. And you're saying that there's no way to affect the anti-trans legislation and anti-trans executive power, right? At least within the system. But in some way, you want to draw attention to this. Now, I firmly disagree with you. I think we still have a lot of democratic process that still works, especially like here where I am in California. We absolutely have had a very positive swing as for pro-LGBTQ rights in California. Our democratic process does seem to be pretty strong here. And we have Republican representatives in this state.
I don't think Republicans in that state feel very well represented, though.
To circumvent that, to push anti-trans legislation. So we've actually been in a very positive swing direction for a long time now. So,
and people flee
I
there.
would disagree with you on
like,
that.
People flee to California to get away from places like where I live.
On that. But what I would want to say, what I would want to ask you is, like, what is the point? Like, how do you rally support, right? Especially if you're trying to pick words that are highly divisive, that would cause a lot of people whose ancestors or even recent within living memory relatives suffered what are globally recognized as genocides. A lot of people would
She's really going to play this game with me right now.
Supporting that word being applied to us. Half of my family would be of that lot. So how do you, like, you want to rally support or at least get observation of these issues and raise alarm? How do you do that? Like, what is your method of doing that? Like, do you get what I'm asking? Like, you seem to want to do that for some kind of reason, but you want to use a word that maybe you personally think fits the definition, but a lot of people would disagree with you, and that would be a sticking point for them on whether or not they recognize the level of alarm that you want them to recognize because of that word. So how do you get that support when you're using such a divisive word?
I would first like to say that I really don't think that Republicans in your great state of California feel very well represented. I have seen them talking about it. I, as a Democrat in Kansas, am not very well represented, and that might be a reason why so many people like you and I go to California. So I don't really think that California is a great representation of like the success of democracy. If you like people who think that the word genocidal is divisive, like what's my way of dealing with the fact that that's rhetorically supposedly ineffective? I demonstrated it. I could make the same video that I made a couple months ago, like Rose referenced. I made a video going over the 10 stages of genocide as represented by Gregory H. Stanton's research, and I have more examples of all of the stages.
To be
so
one of your
Okay,
examples
hold on.
of
All right.
civilization was pretty much
That was harsh on my ears.
doing a stereotype. That's not the same thing as like Jews wearing like stars of David on their shirts. You know, like I mean, there's some things that could probably be said about that video. Sorry.
They're breaking up a little bit. Can I respond to that directly really quickly?
Sure.
You were breaking up a little
Lux,
bit.
30 seconds, and then I want to go on to Johnny and a couple other people on the panel.
Speaking of the symbolism thing, like...
My bad.
You're good, you're good.
No, it's fine.
So there are multiple ways that symbolism applies here, not only making it impossible for people to pass because they're restricted from puberty blockers, but making it so that they have to sterilize themselves in order to change their birth certificate. Like the fact that you have to produce your birth certificate for certain things, and the fact that you will be marked as trans because you can't change it, or you have to sterilize yourself, like that's two different aspects of genocide right there. Like that's marking you and reducing like potential membership in the groups through sterilization, like through policy.
No, that's so different. That's so different.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you can tell.
Just because it's indirect.
Natural appearance in a certain way. I don't think you can take somebody's natural appearance in a certain way, like, and then call that symbolization. Black people are not symbolized just because their skin color.
If you made a policy that they had to be a certain darkness or something, though, like
an image.
No, it's so apples and oranges.
It's not the same thing as ascribing an actual like. It's not the same thing as ascribing like an actual symbol to somebody. You know what I mean?
It's the self-optic in is like the most important part, because you could say that like the Jewish people in Nazi Germany like were subjected to the symbolization law because they went to synagogues, or because they said I am Jewish when they ask what faith do you practice, right? Or what are you ethnically? Oh, I'm Jewish. But they're self-selecting for that. That is worlds apart from somebody saying this is your symbol, you have to wear it so I can identify you. Those are two totally different things. They're not even the same world.
And again, just because they didn't pass doesn't mean that there haven't been laws introducing the concept that you can change the gender on your ID, on your birth certificate, but you can change your sex. Like attempts are genocide. Like that is what it is.
Attempts are not genocide. No, definitely.
All right, so Johnny Scarlett is going to go for like
passing a law.
Johnny Scarlett gets like 4 minutes if she wants, and then we're going to do Rose Malay, and then we'll do Malcolm.
I did not know that this was going to be so stacked against me. I'm not sure that I would have agreed if I knew that it was going to be this stacked against
people,
me.
So I
can't go pee during this
Zonia
panel.
And PB on
like I can't even take a break from this panel because I'm the only
one.
one.
Ramping up in positive representation, and we do need to capitalize on that. This is personally, while there aren't really a lot of LGBT centers in my area in South Louisiana, my advocacy has always been exist as I am as a
I forgot to bring up the fucking Nazi shit.
And, change the people in my life to understand me.
I forgot to push back on the
favor
Holocaust only targeted
like
Jews thing.
The positive for us.
I need to address
group,
that.
And this is going to sound really preachy, but we have to let the positive affect us in a way that it shows, in a way that lets us live our lives in a semi-normal way.
Can we just do both?
We have a lot of evidence on this panel, and I think that Lux has made a really compelling argument for the stages of genocide. Applying to certain states in America. However, I don't necessarily think that this is going to pass in a way with all of the positive representation that's going on. I have a lot of hope. I have a lot of hope that this is
I
going
want to ask
be
them if they know
something
about the bill that
is
Marjorie
a
Taylor Greene
swing
introduced,
in the
the National Don't Say
direction
Gay bill that
of
also took away
we are
funding from any
reacting.
place
Like
that
all of
like
this
supported trans
negative attention,
people.
all of this negative legislative attention is very reactionary. And I have a lot of hope that in the coming decades, this will swing back the other way and swing into a good middle ground wherein we are
Middle ground with these fucking people?
within acceptability, and we have the ability to not necessarily have to cling to something like the word genocide in order to make our statements known. Yeah, that's pretty much what I got right now.
Rose Malay.
All right.
This
Well,
bitch.
So first of all, when it comes to not letting trans people change their birth certificates or something like that, to what you said, these are laws that I feel like are outdated, and I think that they should be changed. But this was like something that was like the case long time ago. I don't think you can really make the argument that this is something new or something that refers to like symbols and stuff. Nothing that I really heard from that feels like symbols to me. I mean, the transphobic hate symbol, like the pink triangle.
Yeah, I didn't
like
know I was going to be
Nazi
headbutting
Germany and stuff,
libtards
that
all
was, like, a
fucking
thing.
night. I did not know.
But I don't see people like flying symbols about their hatred for trans people. So I mean, maybe it does exist. I just haven't seen it. But when it comes to the current state of trans issues, I think we're in this really weird place. It's obviously true that there are more pro-trans people now than there have been at any other point in history. And I think that's a great thing. We'll see that go up over time. Just due to the pure exposure of people knowing that we exist and having positive experiences. But at the same time, there's also never been more anti-trans people than there are right now. I've seen it. You know, I transitioned back in 2014, and it was just a bunch of people who didn't know what it was, kind of thought it was a bit weird, but they didn't care. They didn't revolve their lives around it. You didn't see people on the media talking about it. They moved on with their lives. So, I mean, there's good and bads to it. I think we're just in a weird part of
My
culture.
Adam's apple looks really good
We're going to
tonight.
get past this. I think it's going to be more positive over time. But with this exposure and people finding out what being trans actually is, you're having a bunch of people who really don't like the idea and are spreading hate towards it. And I think the propaganda is a problem. So that's just my opinion about the state we're in currently.
Rose Malay, really quickly before we move on, what propaganda are you talking about?
When it comes to propaganda, I mean, like, for instance, like people, like mostly on the right, but people in general, kind of saying like,
I'm having fun
people
though.
are like invading your bathrooms. They're coming after your children. They're essentially trying to make us seem like we're predators or shit, something like that.
Yeah, making it okay
this
to
whole
kill
idea
us. I don't
that
know.
it's like a
Weird.
social contagion of being trans. I mean, there's just so many things I've just heard over the years of trans people being a threat, and this is why this is a huge issue that you need to care about, and why we need to stop these trans people from getting their rights, because it's dangerous for society or something like that. I mean, other people could probably explain it better, but yeah.
Malcolm.
So I think I'm just kind of like reiterating what I said earlier. I think something that's important for me anyway to be mindful of when we're talking about like the escalating trend of trans people being targeted by legislation or, you know, or being targeted by discrimination, et cetera, is that genocide is such a loaded fucking word. It's like if you are talking to a vegan and they say, well, the animal holocaust is happening right now, your brain literally just turns off. It powers down completely. You don't hear anything else they have to say because you're like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's definitely not like the Holocaust. Even if they could make a pretty good argument that maybe it is similar to the Holocaust. It's such a trigger word. It is such a buzzword. Like comparing anything to slavery, the Holocaust, genocide, anything like that, it's just an immediate L. And I think that part of the issue that we're
is that
having
Rose Mullet over
I
in
think
the
that it was
YouTube
Zonia
chat?
that brought it up, is that dying on the semantics hill is kind of what's killing this conversation in the water, I think. Not just on this panel, like, you know, but literally, like, if we're talking about the kind of legislation that we're seeing, the snowballing effect of, like, anti-trans sentiment in the U.S., specifically in red states, a lot of it is, like, what it's funneling down to is, like, us arguing with each other about, is genocide an appropriate word? And so I like that Luxander is willing to fall on the sword and say, like, well, I would accept, like, other definitions that are also extremist or also alarmist, because I think that this demands a certain level of alarm, which I agree with to an extent in red states. But I think that dying on the hill of genocide is so fucking stupid, and it's the last thing that we should be doing right now.
I didn't know if you expected me to jump in, Will.
No, I'm trying to think about is just.
Thank you, Corbarian. Thank you so much.
For the panel. What do we think is the most effective praxis for passing pro-trans legislation?
Actually doing shit. Sorry.
Local direct action, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go on the panel, honestly. I'm really curious.
Both a combination of direct action as well as like just grassroots. There's a lot of attention we can bring to a lot of these bills that come up. There are multiple websites, but there's one in particular that I follow that will let you know about when there is anti-trans legislation that has been proposed, that's being looked at, right? That's been drafted.
Ashley's? That's Ashley's, isn't it?
Wait, can you
the
link
trans bill
it?
tracker?
Yeah, and you can go through. I'll link it at the end of the panel. I'll pop it into our group chat. But yeah, you can look at that. You can draw attention to it. I've actually covered it on my streams multiple times before. You can get people in those states to take action. There are LGBTQ organizations like here where I live. We've got an LGBTQ organization here in my town, and when these kinds of things come up, they
subscribe
are
to Aaron
looking
Reed's
for people to
Substack.
help bring the word out, to get attention to it, to spread it around, share it on social media, share it to your relatives that are in the state, share it around, and as well as to go and protest these things, to call up the legislators and say, I'm one of your constituents, do not vote for this bill, or vice versa when it comes to pro LGBTQ and pro trans bills. And that kind of stuff actually does have the ability to affect change. So I think that's a really important thing to do, is to get that kind of attention on. Even though a lot of our politicians or representatives are corrupt, the reality is, if their constituents are angry with them and call them up and fill up their emails and such, they will cave to the constituents eventually. So that's a really important thing to do, is to make sure that the people know what their representatives are doing and are aware of it. And you can also kind of circumvent the anti-trans propaganda that comes along with those bills, because there's a lot of money circulating that are paying for ads and such to fearmonger about trans people and to help bolster support for these anti-trans bills. So the more that we mobilize and take action and
I agree with you,
let
Jim
people
C.
know about what's going on with these bills and talk to people about it and encourage them to go and act on it, the more we can push back against that machine that's trying to fearmonger about us as well.
Malcolm.
I think that like local direct action and helping individual trans people is going to be probably the most beneficial, like in our little community of trans people, right? So making sure that people have access to hormones, to medical intervention, stuff like that. If somebody's in a state where they're considering banning this, maybe like start troubleshooting with them, put them in contact with people that can help them either leave the state or get access to this kind of stuff while they're in that state, kind of flying under the radar. I think that would be one. Something that I think is important, and this is just me, obviously, from my perspective, I think that humanizing ourselves to people that don't like us is something that's really powerful as well. As somebody who has like a ton of conservative family who grew up with very conservative people, like incredibly conservative people, something that goes a really long way in kind of reaching across the aisle and getting even like the most hardcore conservative people to kind of humanize and see trans people as not like this hypothetical boogeyman that's waiting in the bathroom to attack their wives and children, is just kind of humanizing yourself to these people and making sure that like in real life you're building these connections. It's pretty hard to do online, when all we do is like cuss each other out and tell each other to unalive each other in video games. And, it's very heated. It's very spicy. It's very toxic. But in real life, if you're able to build those bridges, those connections are invaluable. And that is how you change people's minds and opinions and perspectives on trans people in America. And I'm not saying just like go to like a Klan rally and be like, what's up, guys? I'm trans and I'm actually pretty cool. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like in your local communities, in your local, if you go to the bar and there's like some dude in a Trump hat and you strike up a conversation, he's just sitting there and it's like, oh, by the way, I'm trans. He's like, what?
Hey, Christy.
Didn't see you fuck a single kid in this bar and you're trans. You're kidding. No way. That's awesome. I had no idea that there were no kid fucking trans people. You would be amazed at how bad people's perceptions are of trans people.
I'm not interrupting people,
doing
Christy. I'm speaking to you all.
So important. I would say that
but
that's
they
probably
can't
one
hear
of the
me
most
because I'm on
important
push to
things in my
talk
opinion.
on the Discord call.
Rose.
Hey, so obviously I think we need more awareness about anti-trans laws and to get people to care. But one thing that I think is really important, like we just need those positive media examples. I mean, if you really think about this, the vast majority of people, I forget the percentage, but it was a study some years ago. The vast majority of people don't know any trans people in their life. And if they did, the chances are they'd much be more likely to accept them because it's humanizing. That's someone you know. That's someone you care about. This isn't just some boogeyman on the media. This is like real people we're talking about here. So when most people see trans people, they just see what they see in the media. And what do they see? They see a bunch of crazy people on Twitter saying all this wacky stuff about, I don't want to say specifically, but like extreme stuff that to the average person is kind of crazy. And they don't take us seriously for that. I think we have a huge problem when some of the most famous people online when it comes to trans people are people like Chris Chan or Jessica Yaniv. And there's tons of people who see people like that and then think that every trans person is like that, when obviously that's not the case, because there's people who want to take those people and make it seem like that is the image of trans people. They want to make that the image of trans people because they don't like us. So they need to see that trans people are just normal. They need to see people who are just the gender that they are, and that's all they are, and are just essentially women, men. I think that that's really the issue. Once you see people like that representing trans people, I think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, yeah, I see that.
Power bottom.
Will, I hope you don't mind me asking, could you repeat the question? I'm ADHD as fuck and I lost complete train of thought.
No, totally. What do you think are some effective ways that we could pass pro-trans legislation or just increase pro-trans sentiment? Like what? Because clearly what I'm hearing from the panel, right, is that discussing whether or not there's a genocide or not is not really effective at doing what we want to actually have happen. So I'm just kind of curious.
I still think we
what
should
you
be
guys
talking
think are
about
some
the
good options that we
exterminationalist
could do, instead
rhetoric,
of maybe getting
though.
so fixated on these goofy words, right?
Yeah, I thank you. I would definitely argue that local action is definitely like one of the best ways to increase change. One thing that always comes to my mind when I think about that answer, though, is like, why aren't people more active in communities right now? And I feel like if we're going to take the discussion in that direction, we might need to have answers for that, which personally I don't really. I think some people might say social media, other people might say like, oh, it's Gen Z and it's just the way it is. I don't know. I think local action and working on the state level is really, really beneficial, for the reason that I just mentioned, and also because people like me, we often don't have a whole lot of time to go out and do extra stuff and extra activism. I think that those are like things that we need to consider when we say that local action is the best route to go. I still think it is. I also agree with the aspect of humanizing yourself for people who might not disagree. This is one reason why I think we should really take advantage of the fact that this discourse is not really as polarized as it could be. There are still plenty of libertarians or moderate conservatives who will nitpick the issue of children transitioning, something which I disagree with them on, but they will respect you as an adult, as a trans person to a certain extent. Like there is more of a gradient on that matter right now than like there could be. Like I guess if you get what I'm saying, like it could be way more black and white for a lot of people right now. The fact that people are more willing to have their minds opened up and they're more willing to talk to like some trans people and stuff, I think that's something that we should definitely capitalize on and kind of reach out of our personal bubbles or our personal echo chambers to try and reach new audiences and new people to have those discussions, whether online or in real life. I don't know if that answers the question, but yeah.
I think that's fine. Luxander.
Okay.
I mean, like, I really appreciate the fact that there is a growing number of people who support trans people. Like, that's great. The material reality is that this country is ruled by a Christo-fascist minority, which has introduced a national Don't Say Gay bill that includes things like we will take away funding from state hospitals that do gender affirming care. Like literally if this law passes, and who the fuck knows if it will, I mean, probably not with the veto, I guess. They don't have the majority required. Like, they're going to keep trying, and they're going to probably get a Republican president again relatively soon. Like I just don't know how to be effective legally speaking. And that, like, I don't know anymore if that's like my primary concern. Like, changing people's minds and then they'll vote differently is maybe more where my concern lies. And like, I don't think anybody necessarily like addressed this directly earlier. Like, if you think the word genocide is too charged, like, but I can demonstrate that the state is enacting or at least attempting to enact policies, and not just attempting to enact policies, but extrajudiciously, that's not the right word, but like going outside of the legislative process, using executive powers to enact their laws when the laws fail to pass through the legislative body. Like, I don't know that's like the most worthy consideration for our time to be spending. Like, yeah, vote. Keep doing that. Try it out. See if, like, I mean, we've been doing that for a while. I'm not sure that's working. I don't necessarily have like a full body of other ways that we should be going. But like, I just am focused more on like, we should be calling things as they are. Like, I don't think that it benefits us to soften our language when the material reality is that these policies are going to result in deaths. Like, it's just very clear.
So,
okay. Hold on, Sonia. I can't have Johnny Scarlet get cut out for like another 20 minutes like we did last time. So let's have Johnny go.
I agree with Johnny Scarlet that we should be
we'll
positive as well. We can do both. I think we can do both, and I want to acknowledge, I really appreciate your point on that. We should be acknowledging the strides that we've made, but I also think that this is a very scary time.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was all. I just want to say.
Me?
Yeah, just go ahead and
okay.
I'll say my piece after.
Yeah, so so I would say, like, Lux, multiple people here have stated that like voting isn't what they're talking about. They're talking about direct action. They're talking about you know, protesting, pushing back against legislators, calling legislators, harassing them to let them know, don't vote on this. And there's more than just voting. Like, a lot of people, I think, kind of boil things down to voting, but voting only happens at certain intervals, right? Voting is like a fraction of the power
when
that
I'm
you
spitting,
have
consider dropping
as
me
a
a dono.
citizen of a democracy, right? There's so much more to it than voting. Voting is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. So like, what we're talking about here is we're talking about actually utilizing our voices, utilizing our bodies, taking action, pushing back, telling our representatives who are supposed to represent us, hey, fuck you, asshole, don't vote on this thing. You report to me, motherfucker. I pay your fucking bill, your tax. I pay taxes for your ass. I'm the one who puts money in your fucking pocket. I'm the one who puts food on your fucking table. You will listen to me, motherfucker. Don't vote on this shit. Call them, harass them, email them, show up at their offices, fuck with their free time, fuck with their peace of mind. There's so much more than you can do than just voting. And so this whole thing of like boiling everything down to voting is like this ridiculous
thing. It's not that I was using vote as shorthand for political action within the system or anything within the like 2 minutes that I had to respond. This is fucking annoying.
As well as the pro-establishment types too. They're like, voting is so important. Yeah, voting is important, but voting is still a fraction of what you do when you are a member of a democracy. And so I think that's a really important thing to pay attention to and to call out. And I get that you're kind of signaling toward, well, the system is broken and it's authoritarian and we can't do much about it, so we need to go outside of the system, without saying we need to go outside of the system. I get that. But I don't think that we're at the point where we need to basically just give up and admit failure of the system and say that there's no hope with it at all, and that we should never do anything within the system and we should just go exclusively outside the system. So I would hope that you would also agree that there is a mix of things that we can do within the system and along your road outside the system, obviously. Right. I would hope you would agree that there's a mix of that, right?
I was using vote as shorthand. Like, I wanted to highlight that I myself just emailed my senator this week. Like, I have 2 minutes to respond or whatever. Like, I'm using vote as a catch-all for operating within the system. Like, I just don't see the current activities as being very effective. It just doesn't seem like we're getting very far. Especially, like, it just seems like the conditions are worsening. And it's not just the political, like, literally the laws. Like, that's the other aspect of this that I don't think anybody has acknowledged so far, is the stochastic terrorism aspect, where a bunch of gay and trans people, like, got shot in a nightclub very recently. And the response to that from the conservatives was a very resounding, you deserved it, you fucking groomers. Like, it's not just the laws. When we're talking about genocidal intent toward our people, we're talking about on the ground deaths, people dying on the sidewalk because the Salvation Army wouldn't let them sleep with the women. Like, this has been ongoing for years.
So I got two things to say real quick. I posted in the panel chat that
God, thank you, Weed Gender Void. Thank you, Peanut Butter Blondie. Thank you so much.
That basically was able to get 130,000 letters sent, which I don't want to like waste time with the details, but basically they sent 130,000 comments to be submitted to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services condemning a proposal made by Donald Trump reinterpreting the Affordable Care Act's non-discrimination provisions for trans people. This slowed down the rulemaking process, and on August 17th, 2020, one day before the rule change was going in effect, a federal judge blocked the rule. So there is proof there, granted, with my research, this is the only link I was able to find. This is the only link I did find that shows that there is hope that you can create change within the system. Second of all, shoot, give me a second. I'm so sorry, Lux. You said something that I was going to respond to, and it's currently slipping my mind, so I apologize about that, but I'll try and get to it when I
Yep. Pull it up.
Sorry about that.
The ADHD brain strikes again.
Okay. We just got a quick confirmation though with Lux, because I felt like you kind of dodged that one. So you're saying the system has completely failed. There's no point in utilizing the system at all. All actions should be outside the system. Because I was asking if you agreed that there's a mix of those, like there's plenty of things within the system that we can do to affect that change. But what you said at the end almost sounded like, even though yes, you contacted your representative, you almost basically said at the end, it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't affect anything. So I felt like you kind of dodged that one.
Sorry, I feel like I may have communicated very ineffectively, because you've come away with the opposite of what I intended to convey, which is that, like, I don't think that you should stop voting or contacting your representatives or accosting them at diners. That's, that's like a good thing to do. I just also, like, I really, like, it, comparing our struggle to the civil rights struggle is like, like, realistically, how many years have Black people been trying to get, like, the government to stop killing their people on the street, Judge Dredd style, and yet it's still happening? Like how much observable history needs to continue in this system before we acknowledge that it isn't working? I just don't think that if truly the overall sentiment across our country is overwhelmingly trans positive or queer positive or whatever, like, that's really not being reflected by our government. Do you think that the positive sentiment amongst the populace is being accurately reflected by our representatives?
I don't think a few legislations is enough. I don't think a few anti-trans legislations is enough to say that the entire.
How many laws need to be introduced before it's a problem?
Well, I think it depends on your representatives.
This is infuriating,
so,
actually.
Yeah,
I'm really
like here in California,
every example. It's going to be state by state in almost every example.
So that's the problem. You can't say across the country. Now it's a mix.
But anyway, Lex, please address the thing you didn't say.
You twice, Johnny. I really apologize. I just really wanted to kind of firm that one up.
It's okay. Something that I've been struggling with personally and that I would like to do more advocacy for is the fact that I've been trying to get on testosterone for approximately 2 years. I live in Louisiana. Most of my chatters know that, so not doxing myself or anything. But as far as I can tell, the sentiment in Louisiana is not widely political. It is something that has more to do with the attitude of actual healthcare providers. This is a real problem for me personally, because I don't just consider myself non-binary. I consider myself non-binary trans. I would like to transition into a more masculine body, and I would like to have more of a discourse with more healthcare providers and help them become more educated, not just about how to treat trans patients when and if they come up, but how to actually know that someone is serious about this and to take them seriously. I'm not entirely sure how to do that. This is something that it's a journey I'm going to be on for a little while now, and I have considered moving outside the state in order to rectify it for myself, but that doesn't change anything on the grassroots arena. And I want to echo Malcolm there, like the ability to actually change the real tangible lives of trans people and queer people is primarily grassroots. It involves how the ordinary people treat us, not just how our senators treat us.
What I'm curious about is if we use the term genocide, does it really, at the end of the day, change our praxis? Because to me, I guess what I'm kind of hearing, I guess, from Luxander is that if we're in the state of a genocide, that means that there are different actions that maybe we can take versus if we're not in the middle of a genocide. Is that
I think it
true?
changes. I don't think it
Does that-
changes a lot of praxis to use a specific word. If we're all of the opinion and of the experience that we are actually going through the inability to get health care and the inability to get mental health care, the actual pathway to changing that doesn't really, it's not affected by the semantics, in my opinion.
Like, if I say trans people are currently undergoing a genocide right now, does that, what actions am I allowed to take to now stop the trans genocide?
Yeah, do I finally get to choose to shoot people
Anyone
now?
can. I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
it
I
totally
don't think
depends
it
on if you
does.
actually believe it or if you're LARPing about it.
Yeah,
it
like
demands a certain level of action, I think, where if the words that we use like are semantic and important at the same time. And I think it's really interesting because for a really long time we were all kind of, at least as people on the left, I assume that everybody here is like somewhat on the left, the idea of kind of using different language to describe certain kinds of oppression that people face, like for example racism versus systemic racism versus microaggressions. Like all of these really specific words are really important to be able to identify what the issue is that we're attacking, because if somebody is like a card carrying KKK member, that's going to elevate like my response to them being racist, versus if it's like a 90-year-old grandma who, like, I don't know, was like, can I touch your hair, to somebody who's not white. These are going to require different responses, right? I'm not going to like axe kick the grandma in the face. And so I think if we're talking about trans genocide, the way that we talk about it is going to be really relevant in the words that we use. Like, I agree to the extent that like if we are being genocided, it doesn't matter what the fuck we call it. It's too late. We're already dead, right? But in the context of us
We're
being
already
able to
dead.
communicate this level of urgency to others, I think that accuracy is important in conveying our current situation to other people that demands a certain level of urgency. And I don't know if in every state we are at that level of urgency. I think in some states you could argue that we are, but I would not say that it's like a universal thing in America right now, at least.
So I know, like, what I would say. If
I don't like this one.
Sorry, I know I've been dominating the
Power bottom next. It's all
conversation.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Sonia.
So, okay, so this is what I would do if I felt that I could genuinely argue definitively that there's a genocide and that there was overall just, it was pretty obvious that there's a genocide going on. This is what I would do. I would be going to places like Human Rights Watch and I would be petitioning them and saying, look, we need people to speak out to other countries and to the UN about this genocide being enacted by the US against the trans population, because that's how the origin of the term genocide started. It was actually intended to be used as a goad against or toward other countries that are enacting or have enacted a genocide, to put pressure for countries or coalitions of countries to put pressure on another country who is genociding a people within its borders. And so the weight of that word motivates coalitions of countries to take that kind of action and put pressure on another country to say, for instance, because Human Rights Watch was petitioning the UN.
So there's no point in describing any of the United States actions as genocidal because no one can do anything against us, is what I'm hearing.
To the Uyghurs as a genocide. And so that's what these organizations do. They go and they petition the UN and other country coalitions.
Why aren't you at the UN?
Well,
Checkmate.
Individual countries, and petition them to say, we think that this is a genocide and that you should recognize it. Multiple countries stood up and recognized what China was doing as a genocide targeting the Uyghur people. The UN did not recognize it, but many other countries did. So that's what these organizations do. And that's what I would do if I felt that I could truly argue that it is definitively a genocide. I would be going and petitioning these human rights organizations to do presentations.
Do you realize that the United States is the military arm of the UN?
Before country representatives and before country coalitions, to get various countries to recognize what the U.S. is doing as a genocide.
I think I want to ask denying a question.
Let's have Power Bottom go. I'm curious if who else on the panel has an opinion.
Oh, I don't remember the question anymore.
Everybody?
I see Rose raising her hand.
All right. Power Bottom, go.
Yeah, I don't think the genocide rhetoric is very effective. I think we should also talk about how the government is able to restrict an individual's access to medical help is really scary, even for cis people. I don't think that you need to completely abandon the concerns regarding like medical discrimination for trans people. I think that this could possibly be a very effective narrative to get cis people on your side. You don't want the government overstepping boundaries, telling you what you can and can't do medically to your body. Ironically, that is a similar thing with the Roe v. Wade decision that happened recently. I think it's to get cis people on your side, especially because you need the majority of people on your side in order to like make any impactful change. You should probably mention that, I think the government's boundaries when it comes to medical decisions should pretty much be to make sure that the doctor doesn't take advantage of you or kill you. If it doesn't actually negatively impact you in any way, and the doctor is not taking advantage of you in any way, I don't think that the government should have very much of a right to tell you what you can and can't do. The fact that they're trying to do that with some of this anti-trans legislation, I think would be a much more effective line of logic to try and get cis people on your side versus using alarmist rhetoric to try and get them to empathize with somebody that they probably don't even know or have never met in their life. If a genocide was happening right now, I would have very few boundaries regarding what to do about that. The thing that I'm always curious about, and I don't necessarily have an answer to this, is why aren't we doing anything about it? If there are people who think there's a genocide happening, and in situations where there have been genocides that have happened, why aren't people doing anything about it? And I feel like that would be a very interesting discussion to have as well.
I do want to pitch in on, I guess, like two aspects of this. Like the purpose of using the phrase genocide, or again, like if you want to back off of that specific word because of like people shutting down, like I think it's still important to acknowledge and drive home rhetorically that these policies are aimed at and have demonstrable intent toward reducing the number of trans people, and that they will hurt other groups. Like obviously, like the bathroom laws, like overwhelmingly trans women don't go into the bathroom unless they're pretty sure they're going to pass. Like, so the women who get hurt by that are generally going to be cis women who are like butch or older and have gone through menopause or whatever. Like using the alarmist rhetoric does change the proportion of the response. And I specifically think that that's important because in the ramp up toward a genocide, there is a tendency toward complacency. I've used this rhetoric multiple times, like Jewish people were pulled out of their homes because they still felt safe in their homes. And like, I also want to acknowledge that trans people were Holocausted, literally. Like we were Holocausted during the Holocaust. So like you can look at Nazi rhetoric about homosexuality and transsexuality and draw a literal straight line between Holocaust of Jewish and Romani and gay and trans people during World War II, and now where the same things are happening. I think that especially since Biden has been put into office after Trump, there is an enormous amount of let's go back to brunch type rhetoric. And like, I think that that's dangerous. The moderate is dangerous. We all are familiar with MLK. The moderate is a danger to you. So I do think that, again, like if we think that it's rhetorically like not effective, like I am more on the side of just demonstrating the fact of the matter rather than trying to step down off of the actual danger of the situation and say like, oh, I guess I won't call it genocidal intent. I guess I'll just say they really want there to be no more trans people and they're doing everything they can legislatively and also egging on their constituents to use their Second Amendment rights to protect their kids from groomers.
Like to be back against this since you're responding to me, if that's okay with you, Will.
Oh, I was trying to address the overall question that Will had put forward of like, what is the rhetorical use? And then like, I guess the second part of the question is like, what is acceptable to do? Like, is that correct? Is that, Will, what your question was? Like the two-parter of like, what do we do if there's a genocide, right?
Yeah.
Like at that point, like I can't, for TOS reasons, like advocate specifically for a lot of things, like, because I mean, and for me, I'm disabled and I'm trans and I'm gonna just get the fuck out of here. Like, I have a 16-year-old trans brother who lives in Missouri, which is taking a second pass at trying to make it illegal for him to access medical care. Like, because of the fact that I have to consider doing illegal actions in order to maintain his medical care, we have to get the fuck out. So like, what the justifiable actions are against the type of people who are who are supporting the genocidal intent. Like, I can't say that I would do anything against them. I can't say that I would. I think that my instinct is just to leave, and that's my answer to the two-parter.
Really quickly, I think that if we all agree that there is a genocide happening, I would hope and I would pray, and I'm going to assume safely, that everybody here would say that nothing is off of the table. That if there was like an active genocide happening right now, that it would be like fucking no holds barred. Like, we're going to do whatever we have to do to make sure that people aren't getting like taken and killed. And this was something that I had thought of earlier, but I just
taken and killed is such a specific bullshit way to look at this.
Luxander, is that if we we agree, right? If this was the instance that we were at, we would all be on that level with you. I think the problem is that in stating that, a lot of that begs that we rise with you to your understanding of this, even if some of us don't agree with that, right? Because I think, again, we all agree that if it was genocide, it's like, yeah, like, let's burn it all down, like, fuck this place, whatever. But that requires us to elevate to your understanding, and I think that's where there's that disconnect, where it's like people are feeling like you're being alarmist or like, you know, invoking like the system isn't enough. I think that's where that disconnect is, just from sitting from my little perch over here listening to you and Zonia talk about it. That's all.
Also, I don't think you can say alarmist rhetoric has done good and then also argue at the same time that not much has improved for trans people. At the same time, like, I also think, yeah, maybe alarmist rhetoric has had.
I didn't say that alarmist rhetoric has done good. Did I say that? They're breaking up a lot.
Probably in the opposite direction. I mean, in 2015, we saw a lot of alarmist rhetoric, and Donald Trump, you know, greatly threatened trans people and a bunch of other minorities at the same time. So.
You were kind of breaking up a lot there. I just want to clarify that I don't think I said that, or at least if I did say, I didn't intend for it to come across that I'm saying alarmist rhetoric has done good. What I'm saying is that we are like in every instance in which a genocidal intent has occurred, like including in the Nazi Germany, we have not been even remotely alarmist enough. It's impossible to say whether the rhetoric has done good because we're not being alarmist enough in either case.
Yeah, I think we should probably why that is instead of just assuming that it's because we were not freaking out enough. But sorry, go ahead, Zonia.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think so you mentioned that if you can apply,
I just want to say also to you all that one of my positions here is that I'm gonna stay far left on an issue because I don't think that there is enough like people who will stay firm hardline left. Too many people get dragged back to the center and we're gonna die.
And I get that, but I think we all understand what you mean, right? Like I'm very much a Second Amendment person, right? Even here in liberal California. And I know exactly what I would do, you know, if people were trying to take away my livelihood, right? Obviously, I can't give specifics, TOS. But the problem I see is that there's sort of the problem is that a lot of what you say, it comes off as sort of like giving up, right? If you can't advocate for what you would do, the message that comes out.
What do you do in the face of like the government trying to kill you?
The system is broken. It has failed. We just need to give up. There's nothing we can do to solve it. But we want this one magical word that somehow changes things. And there's a problem.
This is bullshit.
That doesn't really.
This is bullshit.
That just kind of like.
This is not at all what I've been saying, is it?
Leaving Kansas, I think you said you were.
Do you think that she is being at all accurate with
leave Kansas? Like
conveying
leaving is a
what I'm
luxury
saying?
In a way, right? Fleeing a state is actually a luxury that a lot of people just don't have. Hailing back to
it's not
Ben
a luxury.
Shapiro saying just move, right? We don't really have. That isn't the prescription that we can give to people. There has to be other means to solve this problem. And I don't think we're at the point of just giving up entirely and going to like, you know, resorting to banditry, you know, and everybody pulling together in bandit, you know, camps and stuff like that. I don't think that's realistic. I think that's kind of a cartoonish look at the whole thing. I don't mean to say that your views are cartoonish, but it comes off that way when you don't have anything to offer that is some kind of other prescription to address these issues.
Becoming a
So
refugee is not the luxury position. Like, I just want to be clear that when I'm making these
moving
calculations,
is a luxury. Absolutely, moving is a luxury that a lot of people don't have.
selling everything you own to escape persecution in your home country is not a luxury. Like that. Like when I say, like when
More of a
I'm
luxury than getting killed there. But
If you think people could just pack up and leave, they can't. That's a luxury by definition. When Ben Shapiro says, "Hey, you people in Florida where it's drowning, just sell your houses and move," we all know what he's talking about there. That's unrealistic. That doesn't
you know
actually
that people
work.
come to this country with like backpacks and the clothes on their back, and that's all. Like that's the situation that I feel that we're about to be in. Like I'm not saying like move to. Like, I'm not saying emigrate to Ireland because your mom has citizenship there. We already have a refugee situation happening in this country. When we're talking about grassroots, like I agree with you all when you say grassroots, like we need to actually make change. How about the GoFundMes of families who are fleeing persecution in their home states where their children are threatened to be taken away from them, going to California and Minnesota where there are now sanctuary laws? Like, yeah, it's not every single state, but it is like a problem happening within the entire country. Like there are sanctuary states for United States refugees within the United States already today as we speak.
I would absolutely welcome you here and everybody else here, but the reality is, even though you may make it out, there are a lot of people who won't make it out. There are a lot of people, they're disabled people who have difficulty just getting up and moving. I'm physically disabled.
Underground Railroad.
I would have difficulty leaving. So there have to be other options. Like it can't just be flee the red states. There have to be other options than that. Fleeing the red states is unrealistic. Now, some people will be able to flee the red states. Most of those people are people who have some kind of means or have family in other states or people who can assist them, etc. But overall, you're talking about a large swath of very wide open territory that would be very difficult to create an underground railroad for. Keep in mind, the Underground Railroad didn't solve the problem for even 60% of the slaves, right? So keep that in mind. It only worked for a fraction. So there has to be another option. The problem is that the way that I see you presenting them, these seem like very overly simplistic answers to complicated problems. And I think there are on the ground solutions that we could do to resolve issues and ease the oppression in those states, as opposed to just coming up with this unrealistic everybody leave the state right now solution that didn't even work for the slaves originally, only worked for a fraction of them. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
I'm gonna
they're...
let Lux
Sorry.
respond, but then I want to see if Johnny Scarlet or a Rose would like to get in. Go for it, Lux.
There are a number of different approaches to take to this problem. When you are a member of a persecuted minority, I don't think that it's necessarily our responsibility to take it upon ourselves to try to fix things. Like, yeah, we should be doing those things. Like, even if I leave this country, I'm still going to vote in the presidential elections. Like, I'm still going to be paying taxes to this country. And like, my thing is like, okay, yeah, there do need to be a plethora of different approaches. I don't see anyone else on this panel proposing like a range of different options. Like I'm the only one who's saying like leaving is probably a good idea, even, you know, like I obviously, like, I acknowledge that there are a number of different things that we could be doing. Like, as myself, a physically and mentally disabled trans person with, you know, vulnerable younger family members, like, I would love it if I could do more actual grassroots action. You know, I would love it if owning a gun wasn't a personal danger to me. I think that it's important for people who are like you and I in positions where we can't really protect ourselves if it comes to our physical health and safety. Like, I won't go to a gay club. I won't. I live in a place where mass shootings are not very common, and I won't go to a gay club because the risk of dying is significant enough that I am like the terrorists are winning in my life, right? Like, and maybe this is like, I have like a history with trauma, and so my responses are informed by a certain amount of vigilance and awareness. Like, I will not be caught slipping. That's how I personally feel. I will not be caught at, like, if they come for me dragging me out of my bed, at least I will have known that I stayed too long. Like, at least I will have known the day before that that was a possibility.
I know, like for here in some of the stuff that I've done work with, not specifically for the LGBTQ community, but sometimes with the LGBTQ community as well, we have groups that get together that do mutual aid. We have volunteer doctors to assist on their time off and such. There are people who go out of their way to spend time to provide their expertise and provide healthcare, provide medicines. And
Am I doing
like
okay,
that.
everybody? Am I doing okay tonight?
That can be done. NGOs can get involved as well. There's a lot of different things that can be done to help ameliorate and lessen the conditions that trans people face in certain states. So we don't just have to throw our hands up and say, everybody leave the state now, and whoever's left behind, fuck you. We don't have
Thank
to do
you so
that.
much.
And it's a very and again, I would say it's too much of a, let's just give up kind of answer, and it's unrealistic. We need to do something to address those issues in those states. Mutual aid is probably one of the best ways to do that, I would say. I would hope that you'd agree at least to some of that.
Mutual aid to what? Okay, Will, you were going to move us on.
Yeah. Johnny Scarlet or
like
Rosemary,
aiding them in what?
I have already lived in a state of what I think it would be like if people were literally coming to trans people's doors and outing them. I already live in a state of constantly hiding who I am. I have to go by my dead name at jobs. I have in the past explicitly told myself, okay, I can't get on
Penrose, good night,
and I'll be too visible. I've been rejected from getting jobs because I introduced myself as Johnny, or because I dressed a little bit too much that day and they happened to clock me. And I want to acknowledge that there's like a lot of people who
I thought it was going to be a lot more of an even panel
like
too. I didn't know that this was going to be the case,
and they'll have to go into a state of hiding the fact that they are trans, and that is in fact part of the cultural genocide that I was
man Vox, welcome to the website.
The idea that we can't have a queer culture, that we can't actively openly be queer, like that's it hits very close to home for me, I'll say.
All right, can I?
Yep.
All right, so first of all, I just want to say my own personal experience, right? I live in Arizona. It's not the most progressive state in the country. And, we're one of the few red cities in the big country. First of all, my experience is this. When I was younger, the big trans clinic I went to closed down. I had to take a flight to LA sometimes in order to get my blocker shot, right? Now, I understand a lot of people are not in the position where they can just buy a plane ticket to another state.
Yeah, that's a crazy amount of privilege. Talk about privilege here.
Can do. And so, it does suck. But the problem is,
old man Vox, if you're trolling, you're being a little bit too silly.
This isn't something that's really feasible. And I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great idea if it's possible. But it's a big ask. I mean, you have a bunch of friends and family that live there, and you're just supposed to say goodbye to them. And like I said, places like California, the cost of living
it fucking
is a lot
sucks,
higher.
Actually.
You can't afford that. Your standard of living is going down. And if you're under 18, like, what are you supposed to do? Convince your parents? Good luck. Basically being like, hey, my state's not trans supportive enough. Let's move to another state. And, maybe your parents have to find different jobs and stuff. Like, I understand the sentiment. It's just when it comes to practicalities, there's just so many things to consider.
I wish that Demon Mama would have been here for this.
I
really wish Demon Mama was here.
I don't know about this necessarily. I don't know if
Lux and Islet 6-on-1 on panel.
If there was a genocide happening in a state, telling everybody that is currently undergoing the genocide to leave the state seems like a pretty big ask.
Yeah, it really sucks to have to give up your home because like your risk of having your children stolen from you by the state is so great. Like, it's like, I'm not saying it's cute, I'm not saying it's fun, I'm not saying it's good, I'm not excited, like, I'm not happy about it. Like, I have imagined owning a home in my home state, and I'm like, oh, you know what would be really great is to plant a bunch of native grasses there. And I was thinking about it recently, and I was like, if I ever buy a house, I would like, oh, if I planted those same grasses in that place, they wouldn't be native grasses. And it fucking sucked. Like, it was a horrible moment for me to have to recognize that if I wanted to build a life, it would have to be somewhere not where I grew up. Like, I didn't ever think that I was super attached to where I lived until the prospect came upon me that, like, I might have no choice but to leave because it's not safe for me and my family to be here. I don't like, I'm not saying I want it to be there.
The same thing as being rounded up into a camp, though, or being like exterminated by the state.
Is that the point that it has to be at? Like, is that where, I'm sorry, like, a couple of times, several people on this panel have...
a genocide is the state or a terrorist group enacting violence with the intent of eradicating a group of people. I think in order to be considered a genocide, you probably need to be getting eradicated for that to happen.
So if you enact policies that enable people to starve to death, is that not like a genocidal policy? Like, if you have policies that make a certain group of people not have enough money to buy food, but you're not literally killing them, is that not like... You're like, because part of the definition is creating unlivable circumstances for the group. Like, if you cause
Luxander,
suicides.
Let me white knight for Luxander. Oliver, do you think that the Native Americans in this country were genocided in America?
Were the Native Americans genocided? You mean like the cultural genocide of that?
No, like were Native people genocided in this country?
I feel like we're getting into real sticky territory if we start asking that question.
Just a yes or no. Just a quick yes or no. That's all that you need, Luxander. Let me white knight for you.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Answer it.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Don't listen to Zonia.
As his attorney, I advise him not to answer.
Oh, this hurts my ears.
Trans men unite. Trans men unite.
I'm
Answer my
sorry.
question.
I think that's a very vague and stupid fucking question. If you.
All right, I'm gonna pivot this way. I want to talk about something
different. Okay, whatever. Pussy shit.
Do we think terms or phrases
sticky territory?
Like
what the fuck, right?
Cultural genocide, transcide, etc. Do we feel like any of those have any value in the current discourse? And if so,
No.
what words do you like to use, and why do you like to use them instead of genocide?
Because genocide is a trigger word, and it sets everybody.
Yeah, we're
off.
gonna start with Malcolm.
Yes!
Is that the only reason, though?
Well, a big part of it, again, like I was talking about earlier, is that the reason that we have like specific words to like describe specific things is to communicate what we're experiencing clearly, so people can respond appropriately with the right amount of force, right? If I call 911 and I say somebody's murdering me right fucking now, and it's my mom taking away my Xbox, the police are going to come in and kill my mom. That level of response is not communicated. It is not effective for me to use such like loaded language to get a response that I want. And we understand this with literally everything else. I don't know why everybody's brain turns off when we're talking about this. If we're talking about racism, individual, interpersonal racism, systemic oppression, microaggressions, all of these things are going to be different. Even as trans people here, we all know that we don't all neatly fit under the label of trans. Like, I'm a trans man. I'm not the same as Zonia. I'm not the same as Rose. I like the word trans man. Do you guys like the word trans woman or whatever?
I'm a debate
Luxander
bro,
likes
though.
the word non-binary. Johnny Scarlett likes the word non-binary, right? Like, these kinds of specifics in language provoke a certain response that we want. And the whole point of that is that we have a desired outcome that we want. And if our desired outcome is for everybody to go fucking rogue and roam the streets with their trans painted fucking AR-15s just fucking murdering people because we want to trick everybody into thinking that we're being executed in the streets right now, that's going to be the outcome that we get, and it's going to backfire really fucking hard. The point of using language is to demand
Thank you, Eli, in the YouTube chat. Holy
and
shit.
conjure a specific image in people's mind. And love it or hate it, genocide is tainted. Everybody thinks about Schindler's List. Everybody thinks about the Holocaust. Everybody thinks about, World War II, Nazi Germany. It's gone. It's done. We have to pick another word. We have to be more specific with our language because everybody's brains will just power down the second that we say it. And that's all.
I would say, why do we need a word?
Can we have Johnny Scarlett go?
Sure. I had not personally, and I realize this because I haven't been terminally online for the past year or so, but I had not personally heard the term transgenocide until a few months ago. And so in the personal advocacy that I do in being somewhat of a queer elder in my community, I know I'm not that old, but we don't have a lot of open gay people out here. I address systemic oppression with the word systemic oppression. I address microaggression.
Yeah, that's
with
sure
the word
working.
Microaggression. And I don't really have a catch-all for all of these things. I think that it's been said pretty clearly on this panel up to this point that this is I think Zonia said it really perfectly a little while ago. This is a wide range of issues that are going on. So when I talk about my lack of access to medical care, I talk about medical care. Like, there's not a good catch-all word.
Rosemary.
Yeah, so I think using buzzwords like this can actually be harmful. I think we need a good example of that, right? Like, think about the words
It's
like
a
critical
buzzword.
race theory or patriarchy, right? You could use this exact same arguments. You could literally say, oh, this is what this is, and explain the concept to somebody without using those words, and they'll be a lot more receptive because they don't have that stigma.
So everybody just keeps saying don't say the word genocide, but they are not putting forth like a proactive change. Like, what is something else that you're going to say?
Concept in a way that makes sense to them without using the buzzwords that they already have emotions tied to, I think you'll find that people who aren't, in your corner, in your echo chamber, are much more likely to like listen. Maybe they won't fully understand. Maybe they won't fully agree. But I think
Emma, I believe that Malcolm is Hispanic. We do have one. He's a white passing POC.
Can you clarify what you mean by, like, do you disapprove of any of? So do you disapprove with all of the words that I listed, including genocide, being used to describe?
I do. I just don't think that it's really helpful to use them. And I'd love to hear arguments against this as to why we should use those words. But I just don't see how, if I'm talking to an average normal person, how using this word is going to help me in any way. Like, how is that going to convince them? I just don't see it personally. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see it.
Let's have power bottom politics go.
Yeah, amen, Nuvenal.
Give me 1 second. I think the more terms that you use, the more complicated it gets for regular people to be able to understand what you're talking about. I think the more that you try and wrap up concepts into terms instead of just explaining them to people in
we still have
regular
more than an
language,
hour left of this.
It gets more difficult for them to follow
I'm so
along
fucking tired.
and take you seriously.
We're definitely going to talk about it afterward, though. I'm not going to be able to just finish stream and get off of here like right after the panel.
The cultural trans side of like the like marginalized
non-Coomers only
groups of like different trans people.
Old man
and all
Vox
that.
is trolling.
Sorry, no shade to anybody. I'm just saying that like the more
we're going to keep going until an hour and 15 minutes from now.
They may be common in our spaces, but in the general population, they're not very common. I think it just turns people off and makes them glaze over.
Let's have Zonia, and then we'll have Luxander go.
So I would say, why do we even have to handcuff ourselves to one word? Right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Think about just the fact that the representation of trans people we have on this panel. We can't even all mutually agree on any one thing anywhere. It's not like we're a monolith just because that we happen to be trans.
Yeah, I know Rose is a literal true scum. I don't actually know if she's a true scum, but I know she's not
on trans
isn't
issues,
like quote unquote xenogenders.
Trans people on what constitutes trans, right? There's so many disagreements, so many different views, so many different perspectives. We're a very colorful
Thanks, Grady HD.
lot. So why would we even handcuff ourselves to one word? We're never going to have mutual agreement on any one word. We're never going to have a collective uniting behind one word.
Don't try to chase the troll out. It's okay to do a little tiny bit of trolling.
Bother trying to say,
Nuts is a beloved member of Demon Mama's chat.
We don't even have like a committee of people that hands down to the rest of the trans community. Here is your word to explain your oppression, right? These things don't exist. So I would say, why don't we instead find ways to describe the individual issues that affect us, and we're going to have different ways of describing it. Some of us are going to use certain words and some of us won't use those words. I think that's okay. I think that's just fine.
So Luxander, answer, and then I have a question from the chat.
So something that I have consistently been hoping for in the course of this conversation is some concrete alternatives to describe the situation that we're dealing with. Like Malcolm dropped out. I wonder if his internet poo-pooed or something. No, he said he was going to need to drop out after a certain point. So Malcolm made this like, I think more than anyone else has made like an allusion to something that we should be doing instead. Like what I'm hearing is a lot of no, you shouldn't say genocide from everybody on this panel, and not a lot of here's how we can accurately describe specifically the material conditions of death that we're experiencing in like a constructive way. I'm mostly not really hearing any alternatives even being proposed that I could potentially consider as alternatives to, and like again, I'm not intending to be alarmist. Like I do think that you should be alarmed with what the situation is as it's described. Like I've made the video. I can't go through it like point by point in this debate panel, like, because this is not a TED Talk, but like I can demonstrate to you every single step up to step fucking 8 on like the genocide scale, and like again, like those things are not necessarily prescribed to happen in a certain order or anything, but I can demonstrate all of them, and no one has really offered an alternative. Like, yeah, like if you, like, again, if rhetorically you think that the word genocide is ineffective, even if it's 100% accurate, I would like to be able to at least consider some alternatives.
So the problem I see is that you're basically trying to say that the word genocide somehow translates to the average person and tells them, oh, there are these anti-trans bills targeting trans people in Texas. Like, that doesn't sound right.
Got to vouch for with that lean
in.
What
Malcolm proposed is describe these things, like talk about these things. The word genocide doesn't describe those things. It doesn't tell anybody the specifics of what's going on. It doesn't elaborate on the issues that trans people face. Most lay people don't even know what the word genocide means, other than they think of the Holocaust or like the Armenian genocide. Right, which is a systematic slaughter of people. So that word doesn't translate to most people in any meaningful way beyond, Holocaust. So why not describe, as Malcolm had elaborated, describe the actual issues? There are 30 anti-trans bills this year in this state right now, all being considered. Why don't we address those? There are their bathroom laws in Florida. Why don't we address that? Like, that's what you can actually talk about, are meaningful issues, as opposed to this weird magical word that the vast majority of lay people don't even know the definition of.
Well, so my question is, how do you describe? So you can say, these are the bills that are happening, and it's really not great because trans people need access to healthcare, like whatever. Like, how do you describe, like there's a conclusion, right? Like, because telling people what is happening is like, yeah, but like, what does that mean? What is that for? Why are you telling me? It's like if you're pitching this to someone, the meat of your essay is, here are all these things that are happening. Conclusion paragraph. Like, what I want to know is, how do you describe in totality the stochastic terrorism plus the anti-trans laws with the suicide rates and the interpersonal violence and stuff like that? Like, how do you propose to describe in totality that clump of events?
I got you.
Thank you.
Systemic discrimination.
That's
what it's called.
Is that actually communicating the severity of the problem, though? Like what I'm asking is, like, these are attempts to reduce numbers in the group. That is an eradication attempt.
Does the severity of the problem matter when you're trying to solve it? Is it not just a problem that should be solved along with the systemic discrimination of every other minority in this
You're the
country?
one talking about getting normies on board, my friend. Like, do you think that normies hear the word systemic oppression and think like, oh, people are dying?
You were asking for an alternative word. I gave you an alternative word. That's pretty much all I can say for that. If I'm talking to normies, I wouldn't be really having this conversation at all. I'd be trying to, get them to see me as a human being for the first place. So.
Is it all right if I hop in for 1 second, Will?
Absolutely denying. What do you
I'm so mad.
Lux, just as a proposition, one word that's been used, for example, from a model that was created by a social scientist named Michael Mann, he created it to describe like atrocities against ethnic groups. So his model isn't exactly, obviously a one-to-one parallel with trans people. But what he came up with was like there's different types of cleansings that exist, and different types of violence that also exist among these. So depending on, for example, the intent you believe that Republicans take towards trans people, one model he came up with was institutional coercion that I think kind of exists currently against trans people. This obviously exists with, kind of taking away children from families that, for example, they're trying to transition. So if, for example, the goal is to get rid of all trans people, he came up with cultural suppression. With the other one he came up with, where if you don't think the goal is exactly to eliminate a total number or something like this, it was just discrimination, right? These are just like two terms we're trying to categorize types of institutional coercion that existed towards the elimination of a group. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I think where my issue is, like, I thank you. I appreciate your expertise on this matter, first of all. I appreciate that you did include, at least toward the end there, the word elimination. Like, because that's kind of what I guess like what my sticking point is on, like, when I'm asking for different terms to describe what's happening, systemic oppression is not, it's not like I'm looking for a synonym for genocide that accurately describes the severity of the situation. And so like eliminationalist policies, eradication policies.
Systemic discrimination like serious enough? Like, I'd say that's pretty serious. Why are we downplaying systemic discrimination in favor of the word genocide?
As Malcolm, who I believe is the only POC who was on this panel, pointed out, like systemic oppression could refer to touching a black person's hair and also the black person getting shot in the street. Like there is like such a huge range of severity that is included in that phrase that it's not specific enough.
Yeah.
I don't think that touching a black person's hair in the street is systemic discrimination. That sounds like very individual discrimination.
It means that you think that you can touch another person without their permission. You have ownership over their body. It is inherently a racist thing to do. Like, it's part of systemic oppression where white people feel like they have ownership over black people's bodies.
What do you think about calling it a crime against humanity?
Oh, for sure.
Discrimination requires like the system to be oppressing you, not somebody individually in the street touching your hair. Those seem like two different things.
Oh, so you're going to argue from the academic position and not from the materialist position? We're probably just not going to agree on that.
I'm trying to argue from the position of the definition of systemic discrimination, but
I mean, I'm a sociology enthusiast, so to me, like, systemic means like you zoom in on the micro and you can zoom out to the macro. So like an individual racist interaction is part of systemic discrimination to me. So that's just might be a definitional conflict.
So what's the difference between individual and systemic discrimination?
What or was that a question of what's the difference?
I'm genuinely curious because I'm learning a little bit about the differences here from a sociology major. If systemic discrimination involves like individual, like interpersonal behavior, then what's the point of having individual versus systemic discrimination?
Systemic, it's kind of like how rectangle and square, like systemic racism, like maybe like again this is like maybe an academic definition. Like I just don't draw distinctions between the things that are happening on the large scale and the things that are happening at the small scale because I can see the ways in which they are inherently connected.
I can understand that, but I think that drawing some distinctions could actually help us find better definitions for what is going on. What is going on with trans people versus just lumping every bad thing that's ever happened under genocide or something similar, where it's like, you know, even if there's some systemic discrimination happening to trans people, suddenly it's lumped under genocide instead of just refining the definition of systemic discrimination. I
did not say that every bad thing that's ever happened to trans people is part of a genocide.
I was trying to correct myself. I apologize for that. That is not the way I meant it to come out. I just mean that like I've seen multiple different arguments and it just for a second my brain farted. My bad about that. But you get my underlying point.
I think that a government making policies that are attempting to create unlivable conditions for a group of people and which results in the death of those people is eliminationist, it's eradication, it's genocide. Like,
I think that's happening to multiple different minorities. So
true,
you're
right.
Tell me a difference between those other minorities and this one, or are
but
all
there isn't a
minorities
difference.
Being genocided
no,
altogether?
I have already said there are very specific groups that are being genocided. I really
specific groups meaning like different minorities.
Yes, you asked me this question very specifically at the beginning, and I don't appreciate the casting my argument as saying, everybody's getting genocided. No, black people are getting genocided. Native American people are getting genocided. Trans people are getting genocided. It's demonstrable in every case. Like, not every bad action is an attempt to reduce numbers in the group or create unlivable conditions for them so that they remain an oppressed minority permanently and so that their population never grows beyond a certain point. Like, white people are scared of the quote unquote white genocide where like, oh, if we let in too many immigrants and they outbreed us, and if we let the black people succeed and they outbreed us, then they'll do to us what we did to them. Like, yeah, the United States government on official policy is engaged in multiple different targeted attempts to reduce membership. Actually, like, and to be clear, I didn't mention migrants yet, but migrants, removal from families, put in cages, put with white families, I count 4 at minimum active genocides that the United States government is currently engaged in. You ask me to tell you what the difference is, there isn't one.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on. Before we continue,
Problem with this.
Before we continue, I am going to assume that the other 4 people on this panel do not agree with that. So how about I want us to kind of go around and maybe break that down a little bit. Like, if you agree that there are currently 4 active genocides in the United States, yeah, let's talk about that. Can we start with
I'm so fucking mad.
Then Zonia, and then Rose, and
we're gonna explore it, I guess, here now.
Johnny.
I think genocide has a very specific definition. I understand that, like, for rhetorical purposes, oftentimes, like, the specific definitions get used a little more loosely. The problem for me is that genocide is a crime, much similar to other crimes that people get accused of sometimes on a more individual basis. I think that it is very important to be correct when you're accusing a country, state, etc., or a person individually of a crime in general. When we use the word genocide in order to describe the discrimination of every minority, I think we're really just watering down the term genocide.
The discrimination of every minority. This person is not listening to what I fucking said.
Genocides. I think that
I don't think they listen to a single fucking thing I said. Does it sound like they listen to a single fucking thing I said?
Are all serious. I think we should take it seriously. And I've said in my opening statements and throughout this conversation that I think that the systemic discrimination against minorities should be taken extremely seriously. I don't think that we need to emotionally manipulate people by misusing a word or accusing falsely a state
Scary
or
word
country
bad.
of a crime in order to get people on our side. That is typically not really worked that great for us. And also, it just waters down the definition, makes it very difficult to actually identify real genocides that are happening. If you want to take it seriously, then get people to stop overusing the word systemic discrimination for everything. And maybe then you'll actually have a chance at getting people to take that seriously, because that used to also be a thing that people took seriously until people overused that word. That's my opinion on that. Go to the next person. I don't give a shit.
They're mad. I'm mad. We're mad.
So I largely agree with PB here. Like this is the problem with like stretching the definitions of words. It's like, okay, how are you going to get anybody to take this seriously if the whole point is to sort of get alarm out there so people look at it and take it seriously? And then you say, oh, by the way, there's 4 active genocides going in the US. People are going to look at you like you're ridiculous.
Yeah, because they grew up in the United States being brainwashed. Sorry.
Academics will look at you like you're being ridiculous. So just keep that in mind. It has nothing to do with growing up in the United States. The world around, people who are actually dealing with genocides outside of the U.S. are going to be like, what the fuck are these privileged people talking about, right? So
Dear Muslima, dear Muslima,
people over with this
dear
kind of thing.
Muslima.
You're watering the whole definition down, and you are lowering that threshold of alarm. So people are going to stop taking it seriously. People are going to look at it like this.
All
is
of these people are going to die.
When you're crying wolf at this point, right? You're going to become the person who cried wolf, the trans person who cried wolf. So this is
time will tell, motherfucker.
Completely counterproductive. Now, if you wanted to have sort of like the philosophical discussion in sort of a vacuum with people about, hey, these different things that are going on, do these things fit the definition of genocide? Sure, that's great. You could have that in a vacuum. You could have that incubated conversation. But as soon as you start trying to take it out to the rest of the world and tell other people, by the way, there's 4
they're still bitching about my use of the word genocide and not offering something proactive. That's not going to make any sense
to them, and they're going to think you're kidding. They're not going to take you seriously. So these are okay to kind of spitball with colleagues who will analyze this in a similar kind of way. But it doesn't fit.
Thank you, Mama Mephistopheles. I really appreciate you.
Your little bubble and goes into
your little bubble. People on this panel are being fucking rude to me. Am I wrong?
That's where it will fall flat, and that's where you're going to look like an idiot.
I want to, before Rosemary and Johnny Scarlett goes, I want to maybe attempt to steel man the idea that maybe the African-American population in America is currently undergoing a genocide and has been since they landed on our shores in 1619. I think that if you really look at, so many laws going back from just literally all the way back from when they hit our shores. I think that you could use that model theoretically, and if you think that there is currently a trans genocide going, then I think that you would have to assume that there is a genocide against Black people currently, in America at least. And the interest. This is a personal tidbit, so I know I wasn't supposed to do that, but I would think that there is definitely, there has been an ongoing genocide, against Black people in America for this entire time.
Thank you.
It's the systemic discrimination that's been, that's led to.
I'm gonna kill myself.
The disparity between white people and African American people in America. It's huge. You can't deny it. So yeah, Johnny Scarlett, Rose
There's
Malloy.
a problem. Hold on. There's a problem with this line of questioning because you're bringing people into a situation where inevitably
He agrees with me, by the way.
They're going to say things.
I convinced him.
That people
me
are
and
going to
Demon Mama
have a pretty
convinced
serious
Will
problem with.
that this is a
You're placing
genocide.
people in
He is
this
on my
sort of very
side.
sticky situation where it's how they say it, and if they say it incorrectly, if they answer in a way that people aren't happy with or something, it's going to create a bit of a problem. So this kind of gets into very, very treacherous
I do have a bit of a headache.
Hey, how bad is the oppression of another minority group that none of us belong to, right?
Yeah, maybe we should have had like a couple more POC on this channel. I don't know.
A lot just to have this conversation. I'll just say outright, I'm not going to have the discussion because I think it gets a little bit too ridiculous debating whether or not some other minority's oppression meets the scale of a genocide. I think that's kind of a fucked up thing to have that discussion in a public setting. I gotta go to the bathroom, by the way.
Listen, if you want to hear what everybody else says, go to Will's channel. I have the right to talk over
that
people.
Would take
Will, I think I would
questions
just be
like,
curious. I was just going to say, I would be curious to know what definition of genocide you're using when you say that African Americans have been genocided in this country.
The what do you call it? The UN definition.
The UN definition?
I said at the very top
just because,
that I was using the UN definition, and then this person is only just now looking it up.
Like, I think that there are pretty demonstrable, demonstrable ways that there's been intent with discriminating against African American people in our country. A lot of intent.
This may be a nitpick, and I'm not gonna argue on this. I mean, again, this is a panel on the.
Is this person a fucking law student?
African American genocide. I get your point.
True.
I do wanna just say I think there are multiple different reasons why somebody could be discriminating against a group of people that do not have to relate to eradicating them from.
How do you demonstrate intent? I already asked this and nobody's answered.
Yeah, I see some people talking muted, but I'm just saying it's like, if there's a population that's more likely to vote for a certain demographic, I don't think Republicans are going to want to be voted out of office. That's all I'm saying. Like, it doesn't always have to be just like we want to get rid of the people on this, in this country. We're talking about a genocide. If that's been going on ever since Black people came to this country, they've been doing a pretty shit job of getting rid of them because they're still here. Like, what? How many hundreds of years later? So. I don't know. I think that the genocide has to do with eradication of a group or the attempt of it. I know that Germany did not get rid of all the Jews and all that, but they really sure did try, and they killed 6 million of them, intentionally to try and get rid of them out of the country. It's not the same thing as exploiting a group of people or trying to move them to certain sections of the state so that they are less likely to be able to vote. No, those are different things. They're still serious. I don't know why we can't just say that multiple things can both have the same amount of seriousness.
They are steps in the lead up to eradication as demonstrated by people who study genocide. Like the not so bad, the not so bad things that you keep alluding to, like, oh, you're just being discriminated against. Like, that's part of the genocide. The genocide has already started.
Right idea. Talk about more solutions and less virtue signaling about how you think it's a fucking genocide. How about you talk more about actual solutions and instead of just coming on here and telling everybody that we should be calling it a certain word and without offering any way of making it not go past stage 4. You think I want to be genocided? How about you just make sure that it doesn't go past stage 4 or whatever stage it's at? There's 10 stages, right? We don't have to get to the last stage.
The subject of the panel is whether the word genocide is accurate. That's the whole subject of the fucking panel, is whether the word genocide is accurate to this situation.
Well, before
seem to be saying yes
probably
versus the
These
entire
people are not
panel saying
authoring
no.
solutions
Yeah, I
either.
want denying to get in here really quick. I'm actually just really for me personally, it's just something I'm really curious about.
Also, how is that virtue signaling?
Does extermination necessitate genocide?
No.
Okay,
There's something
that's
you
what
need to be
I thought.
really very careful with. So we're dealing with like statins, like 10 stages of genocide.
It's not necessarily the first
The thing
outburst
is,
of the night,
there's supposed to be
Gypsy.
like identifiable categories to like try and identify something is genocide. Not all these actually follow a pattern that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 happen
Yeah,
in a row.
virtue signaling, like nobody likes that I'm
There can be
saying this.
genocides, for example, that according to statin do not include the term, include, for example, categorization or stuff. But like, also there's cases, for example, from the list where states do this all the time. Like, according to it, if we take like really broad understandings of it, classification, right? We have censuses every 4 years in almost every single country on the planet. And these can record your nationality, your race, your ethnicity, your economic status, your gender. And this is a type of classification that can exist that, for example, doesn't always take some type of malicious intent with it. So we should probably be careful, for example, when even just using statins 10 stages, because either things can exist that are on that list that don't really become genocide, or, for example, there can be events like the rape of Nanking, where, according to the Chinese, around 300,000 to like 400,000 of a population of 600,000, one city, were killed in a matter of 6 weeks, right? Now, the Chinese, the Japanese, Western scholars, they don't call this genocide, but this is a substantial scale of killing. So extermination itself doesn't automatically mean genocide. Kind of like commentating real quick on like kind of the whole are black people in the past and now facing genocide thing. One thing that might be kind of interesting to make analogous right now with the current situation of trans people is, I can't remember the years, I think it was 1953 to be exact. The African American community wrote a pamphlet called We Charge Genocide. And one of the accusations is really similar to what Lux brought up, which was that the United States was taking policies to try and reduce black birth rate, the black birth rate, basically. And, you know, Lemkin at the time was lobbying also for United States ratification of the Genocide Convention. In fact, a lot of people forget that we didn't ratify until the 1980s. But when Lemkin was talking about, for example, the experience of black people at that time, Lemkin himself went and wrote letters to the organizers of the pamphlet, letters to the New York Times, to senators, basically saying that, like, the problem with calling this genocide or looking at the aspects that they bring up inside the document is more, two things need to be proven. One was intent. When we kind of look at intent, usually we need to like not find just, for example, a knowledge-based understanding that this will either increase a trans suicide rate or, for example, lead to killing of people. It's more that there has to be like a desire upon the person enacting this policy for that type of result. And when he commentated on this, along with his associates, they said, okay, the goal of this is to put the black person in his place, to quote, rather than say exterminate them in whole or in part. Because when he talked about in part, it meant that you destroy a numerically substantial part of a group. So that's like kind of something that's worth mentioning. And he argued that, for example, a lot of the lynchings that happened, a lot of the horrible policies that existed at the time, such as redlining, that to him, it didn't amount to genocide. I mean, this is a guy who coined it. So, I don't know.
Thank you for that, Denying. I really appreciate that history. So let's have Johnny and Rosemale. Let's very briefly, if you have, I don't know how much more there is to possibly say on this, but I kind of just want to hit on this for a little bit longer, literally, and then I want to wrap this up in the next 20 minutes. And just try to lead the conversation to something a little bit away from this topic. So, Rose and Johnny.
Where are we going?
Let's do Rose first.
Well,
Where's
I
left to
actually
go?
had a lot to say. First of all, when it comes to the whole race thing, I'm not touching that, right? This is a trans debate. I don't think it's really relevant. But I don't think there's any genocide happening in the United States. And I just think it's weird to call out, like, saying, like, it's ridiculous to say there's a white genocide when you're saying there's 4 other different genocides to pretty much every other group. I think it's
pretty
all
much
the
every other
same
group.
thing.
I fucking hate
a lot
Rose.
of people just like to use the word genocide way too liberally, and I think that's the problem. I think that's a huge issue, right? And I think maybe the issue isn't even the wording anymore. I think maybe it's just overstating the severity of the situation. I mean, I heard Lux state a couple times like dying and death, and it's like, I personally don't see it. If that was true and this is actually happening, there's a bunch of people dying right now, that would be a terrible thing. And I would be totally like, we need to do everything we can to stop this. I just don't.
Is the shooting not enough?
So I'm just confused.
I guess the shooting wasn't enough dying for her.
From.
Yeah, I think a large part of this, as Denying put it, is intent.
I want to give Johnny the chance.
Intent to keep children from transitioning, or intent to stop trans healthcare from being as liberally administered as we would like it to be, doesn't have the intent of making trans people suicidal. It is largely from the fear of parents that their children will become transgender.
They've been tricked.
I accept that. However, adults are still allowed to do basically whatever they want in this country, and I personally am also not of the opinion that we should be discussing the issues of other subgroups in this particular panel. I think that that's
I need to piss
not
so
our
bad.
place. This has always been a semantic issue, and Lux, I think that you've put forward a lot of really great evidence for systemic oppression, systemic suppression, and perhaps even the eliminationist policies of a lot of extremists in this country. However, this has always been a discussion of not necessarily the definition of the word, but of the usage and how it is useful. So I'm still firmly on the camp that this is not a useful term in order to get people on our side. However, I can't deny what Lux has put forward. I just don't think that it's something that I would personally use in my own advocacy.
Okay, so this is a question for Lux specifically,
Ooh,
from the chat.
That's exciting.
So, to the extent we choose to use the term genocide in discourse, do you think that it's important to, 1, identify the agents of the genocide, and 2, describe the amount of power they actually have to carry out their intentions?
That's a really interesting question. Yeah, no, I do think that that's fairly important. And I think that it's even something that I've already witnessed happening. I've already seen people like, posting personal information of transphobic politicians, which may or may not be TOS. I can't really speak to that. So I've kind of already seen that happening where we're identifying like this person in specific has done XYZ and that's a problem. Like protesting outside their house is about the extent to which I will like propose that we should do something about that. Like if you again, bothering them in the diner, if you catch them in public, make their life hell as much as you can, within the limits of free speech and everything. I do think that could potentially be useful. I don't know what you're planning on doing with that information. It's I must ask you the same question, Chatter, as I would ask the state of Texas about why did you want a list of trans people who've changed their gender in the last 2 years? But yeah, I mean, I think that identifying those specific individuals, if for nothing else, then you can then create a campaign around, oh, I don't want this person to get reelected. Let's focus our attention on this district where they could get ousted by a Democrat or something along those lines. Yeah, so long as the system is there, I think that those are things that you could be doing.
Okay, I think that kind of answers some of the follow-up questions to maybe what other people were trying to ask you too. Does anyone else want to tackle the question before I move on to a less genocide-related question?
Ask me the question again.
Absolutely. For everybody on the panel now, To the extent we choose to use the term genocide in discourse, do you all think it's important to, 1, identify the agents of the genocide, and 2, describe the amount of power that they actually have to carry out their intentions?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is
Yeah.
that's part
They're so
of
hostile to me because
the
I'm right, Ivy.
idea of a genocide is that you would have a concerted effort on the part of a group or groups. And identifying those groups is probably the first step in that.
Yeah, I would say there's not really a point in really calling out a genocide if you're not ready to also then identify those who are enacting the genocide and the power that they have to actualize it. So I would say that if you're ready to use the word genocide, it should be important to you to want to identify the culprits and the power that they hold.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if Salem wants to come in. Salem, if you want to come in, get in the green room. Until then, I'm gonna ask a less genocide-related question. So, what does it mean for trans people to lead the discussion on trans issues? And we're gonna start with Power Bottom Politics.
I think they stepped away.
Did I hear my name?
Oh,
Yes,
they're there.
I'm sorry. Are you lagging like crazy? What?
No, my bad. I put it in the chat. I had to run off for a second. My bad. If you don't mind just repeating the question that you mentioned, I had to talk to my father-in-law for a moment.
No problem. Of course. What is it? This is like a question, for all of us cis people out here. I'm legitimately trying to, like figure out how to, be better at handling this kind of discussion and these types of issues. So that's kind of more where I'm coming from with these questions. Legitimately, trying to better myself out here.
Oh, my bad.
So
I don't know
what does it
everybody's
mean
pronouns.
for trans people to lead the discussion on trans issues?
He, him.
Personally, I think that people are always going to be more vocal about the issues that affect them the most. So trans people are probably most likely going to be more vocal about their own issues. I'm not going to lie, when I read that question, when you sent it to me, I was a little bit confused what you meant by that. I'm kind of guessing you just meant what would it look like for trans people to advocate for themselves, or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's kind of this phrase that goes around, that's sort of like trans people should be leading the discussion on trans issues. Black people should be leading the discussion on black issues. I'll admit, as a cis white male, there aren't too many issues that cis white males are the only people that can lead the discussion on, right?
You could lead the discussion.
I'm just curious, like,
genocide.
It's okay. One day
I guess,
too
but that
will
doesn't
become
seem.
a cis white male. One day I too will pass as a cis white male, and then nobody will be able to argue. I'm kidding. I think that the minority group itself is always going to be the first to speak on their own issues. I love it when cis people, especially like you, what you've been doing with this panel and what you've been doing with some of the questions you've asked behind the scenes, just trying to get on board with everybody and like, be open and understanding and empathetic. I think that's like really important. I always want, it sounds silly to say, but I always want more cis people or more people who are not trans advocating for trans issues. Even hopefully it should always be done well. If you don't have the confidence to advocate for the positions, you should probably hold off, or at least acknowledge that you may not know everything, just so that you don't spread misinformation or misrepresent somebody. But I think it's the more people who advocate for trans issues, the more positive impact it will have on society as a whole.
You lagged out there at the end, but I think we understood what you meant in spirit.
Okay, the last thing that I said was just, oh, sorry, my bad.
No, you can go. You can finish it. It's fine. Don't trip. What were you saying? Last 10 seconds.
I was just gonna say, I think the more people advocating for trans issues, the more positive of an impact it will have on society as a whole.
Based. Rose.
Yeah, so I think when we say like, oh, why are trans people the ones that have to lead this conversation? I think there's actually a lot of controversy. I think most people would agree with that sentiment, but some others, I think it's really because we're the ones that are impacted by this, right? When all these laws come into place, at the end of the day, it's affecting us. These are our rights that are on the table. And, you know, if stuff is going to get taken away from us, it's like, I think that we should have our voices kind of elevated to be like, hey, you know, it's higher stakes for me. Let me have a bigger seat at the table. That being said, though, I think a lot of times it gets to this weird position where it's like, if you're not trans, don't speak. And I think that's silly. Like, you gotta have a certain level to it. Let's face it, there's not a lot of trans people out there, okay? We're not a, like, hugely populated minority. Very few of us. We need cis people to advocate for us, because if they didn't, nothing would get done. If we don't have those advocates, we're not getting rights. I just think that, you know, we need to be nicer to cis allies, to make them want to help us, and also just, you know, make sure that they're doing a good job. They understand what they're talking about, because there are people who, you know, want to advocate for trans people, but kind of just like say the wrong things. But I think as long as you're like, you know, have good intentions and you just want what's best for people, you know, don't listen to like people that are just going to hate you for that, especially like to Will. If you have good intentions and you want to learn, that's really what's important. You know what I'm saying?
Johnny.
So the way that it comes up in my life is that I express, usually it's my name. I express that my name is Johnny, and sometimes people who are kind of in the know will be like, okay, yeah, what are your pronouns? It's a very simple, for me, it's a very simple aspect of being patient with people, answering their questions, posing them questions, living authentically, and hoping that being the trans person in somebody's life is going to make a difference. I usually don't initiate conversations on my transness in real life, but on stream it happens a lot. And that's simply like a protection thing. I think answering questions in a patient way is the best way to go about leading the discussion on trans people, because we are a small minority and we do have a lot of misinformation out there thrown out about us. And that's not something that's our fault, but it's something that we can do something about by being authentic in our communities.
Zonia.
I keep going last.
I think this whole narrative that
I hope it's because he thinks that I'm going to have the best closing statement.
Leading the discussion on trans issues is erroneous at best, because who are the appropriate leaders? As mentioned before, it's not like we have a committee of representatives, you know, or people we elect to represent us. And I certainly don't want like Blair White or Buck Angel representing us. I don't want them to be the ones leading the trans discussion. There are a whole lot of really shitty trans people who have really, really bad takes on trans issues. And I think, and as it is, we all don't largely agree on a lot of things. So I think it comes down to, we can advocate for ourselves and we can advocate for each other, but to think that we should be somehow just like leading the discussion is naive and dangerous, because then you kind of leave it up to, if the instruction to cis people is just listen to and trust trans people, they're right about this. It's like, what if they listen to a Blair White, or what if they listen to a Buck Angel? I don't want that. I don't want them taking Blair White and Buck Angel seriously as representatives of trans issues. So I think it's really important to not send that kind of message, and we can stand up for ourselves and advocate for ourselves and advocate for each other, and do that independently. And some of us will have, you know, be a little more persuasive and a little bit better at advocating in a way that reaches a broader range of people. Hopefully the better of us will do it, and not the Blair Whites. But yeah, and I think also in addition to that, there are a lot of cis people who actually are pretty good at advocating for trans issues, and I think that sends a really good message too. Cis people advocating for trans issues to other cis people translates very well, and so I'd like to see a lot more of that. I'd like to see sort of a coalition of both cis allies and trans people advocating together and supporting each other. I'd also like to say that, you know, there's a lot of this whole sort of puritanical view of allies need to be like perfect, right? And a lot of people who like to say you're a bad ally, I don't think that's helpful. I think in general we're not going to find perfect allies, and the important thing to do is to find allies who are understanding and who want to listen and who want to help. And they're going to fuck up sometimes. They're going to say some stupid things. They're going to do some dumb things. That's okay. Allies are allies, and you know it's better than having no allies, right? So that's my position on it.
Lux.
So I think the idea that is meant to be conveyed when people say like let trans people lead the discussion, like what people mean is like this is a relatively small group of people and they are not often listened to. So in general, we should like as everybody else on this panel has basically said, like cis people should pay them mind. Like I think that I guess like the more reflective way of looking at the concept of letting trans people lead the discussion is taking the time to listen to the opinion that you feel affronted by, I guess. Like, you know, Blair White and Buck Angel have become the face of trans people publicly because they use rhetorical devices that appeal to the majority, which I think that like several of you generally seem to do also, like to different degrees. Like they will say things like Buck will say something like, I'm a man who's living as a woman, in order to appeal to a broader argument, right? Like I don't think anybody on this panel goes quite that far, but like there is some extent to which like we kind of only get heard, like we only get a place at the table if we're saying things in a way that is palatable and appealing. That's tone policing. Like the political phrase that we use to describe this is like, you know, not listening to people because we think they're just too angry. Like, I think that you're being inflammatory by calling this a genocide. Therefore, I'm not going to listen to any of the reasons why you use that word. Like, so I don't like, and I don't think that it's necessarily good that, you know, the side effect of this rhetoric is that some people will be like, well, I do listen to a trans woman. Blair White said, yada, yada, yada. I think it has to do with taking that time to listen and really process the argument that you're disagreeing with, rather than in your mind going, I disagree with this and I need to argue against it.
All right, last question. And then we'll wrap it up. We'll have everybody do outros and we'll be on our way. Thanks everybody for sticking it out, by the way. I appreciate y'all. So let's say hypothetically you are a person who does like Blair White, or maybe perhaps likes a trans person that maybe we would find more objectionable. Is there some value in maybe having the person kind of like take that first step where they're like, well, I have this trans person that I like that maybe we all do not like, but is that like possibly like a gateway for being able to get them to, you know, actually take the step over to be like, well, you know, that person's a little bit troublesome. You should actually like get more into trans discourse and like actually see what's up with our plight besides just what your favorite trans person thinks. Or do you think that people like Blair White are more damaging to the trans cause than positive?
I think that Blair White is part of the alt-right pipeline. That's all I have to say about that. She's not a good influence. It's not a good thing. She's part of the alt-right pipeline.
Yeah, I'd say she's more destructive than anything else.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to be a fan of her, but recently I've come to realize that her content is not helping trans people at all, and more often than not, she just kind of gives voice to a lot of these conservative transphobic talking points, which is why I've not been a fan of her these past few years.
Yeah, Blair White is a person who capitalizes on the issues in the trans community in order to further her own fame and message. Now, that's not to say that she is going to make people actively necessarily hate trans people more. I think that there's some value in at least someone saying, okay, I know at least one trans person that I don't disagree with and that seems reasonable to me, and that could have some value. But at the end of the day, you're talking specifically about Blair White, and yes, she is part of the All Right pipeline. Just in general, I think that we're all doing a good job right now of being voices of the trans community, and therefore and doing it in public, doing it on a stream. And I just want to give a little round of applause for that, man. Like, we're not hiding in a basement somewhere, hoping that nobody knows we're trans. And I while I do see the value in having the occasional like trans celebrity blow up and at least expose people to trans people in general, I think that when you talk specifically about Blair White, that's a problem.
Power bottom. And then we'll have Salem and Evelyn say a thing, and then we'll be out of here. And we'll let Denying say a thing too if he wants to.
Do we get to say
Is
goodbye?
this closing statements? I'm sorry.
Kinda. It's just like, do you think that people that, like, if my Uncle Buck in West Virginia likes Blair White, like, is that a negative thing for trans discourse over time? Like, have we opened the door possibly for Uncle Buck, or is that actually a negative thing? Like, now it's going to be harder to get him on board with trans discourse.
I think anybody who listens to the mantras of listen to X minority group is already like, I guess, like 50% a lost cause. If anybody says listen to trans people, listen to black people, listen to gay people or something, and then like you can't be upset when people listen to the person of that minority group that agrees with them the most. So I think the best thing is to reject that premise entirely, that you should just be listening to somebody from that minority group. And I think it is better to encourage open thought and like open discourse, and not shame people for disagreeing with someone of a minority group just because they're of that minority group. There are a lot of people who are dumb, who come from any minority group, who have really bad arguments, who cannot represent themselves.
Let's calm down a little bit, Speedy Shimeji.
In a way that
we're getting
like
close to the end.
To discourse, and will just harm everybody in the future. So I think for your Uncle Buck, I would say if he agrees most with Blair White, try and extend your
this is now a piss stream. No,
a little past just the trans people that agree with him, which is pretty much just Blair White and Buck Angel. So I'm pretty sure he'll find plenty of trans people that he can listen to for different opinions.
So I'm hearing it's good that Uncle Buck likes Blair White. At least he doesn't just hate all trans people.
No, well, if that's what I said, then I apologize. That's not what I meant to communicate. What I meant to say is that, like,
I'm sorry.
He should not be listening to just Blair White and then saying, yeah, I do listen to trans
Let Lux
people.
piss 2023. Oh my god,
Blair
true.
White for like a bunch of reasons. Yeah, that's one thing. But if he's listening to Blair White because somebody told him to listen to trans people, like because they speak for their community or whatever, then that's a pretty bad idea. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand. My bad. I misheard a word there. Salem, Evelyn, Denying, round us out here. What's up?
I hope we get a closing statement. I really want one.
I'm just here for emotional support for Evelyn, but I just wanted to say that there's definitely a trans genocide going on right now in the U.S., and it's bullshit to think otherwise.
Is there an African?
I don't know who this is, but thank you.
Oh, definitely, it's been that for sure.
All right. Evelyn,
thank you.
Go.
Sorry, what's going on?
I don't know.
I
just needed someone to agree with me.
Yeah. So
what's going on?
So
you're on the trans genocide panel.
Yeah, I know we're on the trans genocide panel. Got you. So anyway, I just wanted to discuss something that I was trying to say in the text chat, which is For those out there who are, I think there's a lot of focus on federal law. I think that it's important that people, like for instance, if you're like a trans ally or you're a trans person, try and get enough support to run, even if it's a third-party candidate for your city or whatever. Try and become mayor of wherever you live, or join a city council or something like that, because that's going to do far more good in the long run.
Will and his channel will back any one of you that runs for office, okay? I think that'd be pretty based. We should get all of Twitch poll to rally behind some person running for some bumfuck middle of nowhere office. That would be hilarious.
You'll have a support network you could never imagine.
Denying, would you like to say anything to end us off here?
I think y'all like actually comported yourselves really well and were really sharp and concise with a lot of your like statements. I actually thank you for coming. It was actually great to listen to y'all. I don't really agree with like the proposition that it is a trans genocide, but it was really interesting to listen to Lux.
The only fucking
although
person.
one thing that might need to be kind of like mentioned with the rhetoric stuff, it's kind of important. While yes, for example, the term genocide is usually like assumed to be like in popular consciousness associated with the Holocaust, I don't really think this is. We can kind of see this, for example, with the current Uyghur situation, where this isn't something analogous to the Holocaust, but in popular use, it's called genocide, right? So we shouldn't really fall into like this whole genocide is analogous to the Holocaust trap.
All right, everybody. Let's go around a circle, say your tags, and we'll be done. We'll start with Zonia.
Hey guys, Zonia Dead at Twitch or Zonia TV on YouTube, and yeah, I cover a lot of social topics, cover some politics, occasional drama as well, and on rare occasion I do panels. But and for closing, I guess you want us to do a closing statement as well.
Sure, fuck it. Yeah, say your name and a closing statement.
Yeah, we're doing closing statements.
Okay, so for a closing statement, I'm kind of going with what my opening was in a way. I don't think it's very helpful for us to be trying to get everybody to get on board with this one word, especially when that word is going to have a lot of people going and saying, "What are you talking about?" This
oh,
is
you mean they're
crazy.
going to ask a follow-up question?
And I think a lot of the people
God,
who
this is
would not describe the conditions that we go through as a genocide would still be appalled by those conditions and would want to address those conditions. So I think that is really important that we actually talk about those issues. I think there's a lot of work that we can do in red states to both provide mutual aid, provide people medical support, etc. I think that there are a lot of things that we can address and that we should address, instead of just trying to get everybody to jump on to this word that gives alarm. I don't think that's productive. I don't think it's helpful. I think it just causes people to get into debates like we're in today about this stuff and doesn't actually do anything. And it feels kind of like a lazy thing to really hinge a lot of your argumentation on. So that's my position.
This girl is
I would hope
throwing
that
shade at me.
Come over to my stream. I'll talk to you about all the conditions that we face and how dire they are. So, and I hope that you listen to what I say. Anyways, thank you for having me on, Will.
Thank you for coming, Zonia. Fire
Sorry, I am unmuted this time. Okay. I think you're free to use whatever language, rhetoric, or terminology you want. If you misrepresent a movement or you make bad arguments, then I'm sorry, it's on you if that backfires. I encourage everybody.
It's going so well the way that we're doing things
now. To have a little
now.
bit of introspection when you're making arguments and see what people are actually responding to. Are they actually responding to your arguments? Are they responding to something that you didn't say? Obviously everybody slips up every now and then, but
definitely not something that's happened in this panel to me.
What people's grievances actually are, whether it's with the term or whether it's with disagreement, whether like about systemic discrimination in general. I think that can be useful. Unfortunately, if we do not think about how our rhetoric looks to other people, we cannot be mad about how other people are going to react to our rhetoric. Also, if I'm going to plug my Twitter,
should I call out how passive aggressive everybody's being?
I don't stream right now. Whenever life stops fucking me in the ass, I will start streaming, but that's going to be a while. So that's me. Appreciate you having me on, Will. This has been fun.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming on. Lux.
Hi, I'm Luxander, and the best place to find me is on luxander.net. It's got all the links there. I talk about politics, and I stream like 3 times a week talking about basically like the part of the reason why I'm so firm in my definition of the word genocide argument today is because I have been, like many of you, actively watching all of this rhetoric. I've been listening to what people like Marjorie Taylor Greene have been saying. So if you're interested in getting some of the deep dives on what the intent behind the words is, that what they're implying, what the legal situation actually is, we read the laws, we look at those things. So thank you very much. If anybody is interested in subscribing, we would love to have you over in the Horde. For my closing statement, I just want to say, like, I guess first of all, like, I had no idea that coming onto this panel was going to be so stacked. I did not realize.
No, either. I
didn't realize that I was going to be the only person making the arguments that I was going to be making. So, I believe that there is. I'm going to remain firm on where I am. Like, nothing in this discussion has made me think that I should relent in the way that I describe this, because those are the facts as I see them. And you know what? Like, it kind of seems like there are some people whose brains are going to shut off when you say the word genocide, and there's going to be some people who say, wait, what are you talking about? And then I get to explain. And I think that cowing to the idea that, oh, our rhetoric isn't going to be effective if we call this a trans genocide, like, this is what the Overton window being stolen from us is. If you constantly capitulate to centrists, and if you constantly soften your language to make things seem less scary than they truly actually are, like, in my mind, that is the failure. Like, so there need to be people who are like, I'm going to stay firmly left on whatever the issue is. There are going to, it's not a popular position in this country that there should not be such a thing as landlords, and that your property should be expropriated if you are a landlord. I'm going to remain firm on that, because someone needs to have that stance, and we can't cow on every single one of these issues.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I could have sworn there was one more of you that thought the trans genocide was real. But,
thank you, Evelyn,
Lux,
by the way.
I just want to say, Lux, I thought you did a really good job in this incredibly stacked panel. To the point where I'm honestly still leaning towards it actually being a genocide.
I kind of feel like nobody actually made any arguments against the idea that it's a genocide. Everybody just said, let's not call it that. So that's a whole other discussion.
I feel like we were way more nuanced than that. I don't believe that most people here were saying it's not a genocide, or it is, and let's not call it that. I think we had a lot of really nuanced and detailed disagreements on either the approach or the language, depending on who it was you're talking about. So I wouldn't reduce it down to that.
I don't mean it to be like that. I legit thought there was literally one other person on here that was just like, no, full hog, trans genocide is happening right this very moment. That is so strange.
I mean, you basically
must have misread it. I mean, because we all do agree the same thing, though. Like, at the end of the day, like.
Well, you basically had 4 of us agreeing that it basically could be justified as a genocide, that it could be argued as a genocide. There are degrees to which each of us will use that word to describe it. So.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we're probably at some stage of it. It's just like, I think that a lot of minorities are at some stage of it, and calling it a genocide actively is kind of like calling a murder before it's happened. It's like, there's
just don't understand. They just don't understand what it is.
And then there's the things leading up to it. If we're still in the phase of things leading up to that elimination, we still have a chance to stop that from happening, if that makes any sense.
People are still dying. Thank you. Oh my God, so much.
Johnny Scarlet.
I'm just
so
sorry.
When nobody's actually been killed.
No, because Will and I discussed this before, and the key word in that was in part, in the definition, and parts of the genocide.
Salem, I love you.
I'm sorry.
Salem, I love you, but I literally have to go before
all right.
55, or I'm going to be destroyed.
Well, that person's wrong.
So. All right, Johnny, everybody will get an ending statement.
I got the name
so
wrong.
Scarlet shouts out where you're at.
I was shouting out.
And then yeah.
I was shouting out Salem. I said Evelyn. I meant Salem. Thank you.
Okay. If you've never seen me before, hi, my name is Johnny. You can find me at Johnny Scarlet on Twitch. I stream Monday through Friday. I'm an educational
PB is a
channel.
college student.
I am interested in philosophy as well as math. And we do occasionally discuss things like art history. And if that sounds cool to you, then please do go over and give my channel a follow. I did come in with the intention and with the expectation that this was going to be more of a discussion panel, less of a we're all going to have a hard line stance. I came in with the idea that my mind could be changed.
I was open to it, and nobody even came close.
Did a very good job of changing my mind to the point where I think that there is an attempt at elimination of trans people. Again, as I stated, while I agree with many of these classifications, it's not going to be something that I personally use in my advocacy. Most likely not right now. Because I don't know that it's an effective rhetorical tool. That being said, I really appreciate everybody who came out today, and I appreciate you, Will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you, Johnny. Everybody follow everybody on the panel, support. Rosemary, where can we find you? And closing statements, any last little bits you'd like to say?
Yeah, of course. My YouTube channel is youtube.com/c/Rosemullet. That's ROSEMULET. On Twitter, I'm The Real Rosemullet, but without the E in the. I would say, I think that we all have the same goals, and I think that's what's important. I think we all want what's best for trans people, and I think that's important to acknowledge the common ground that we have here. And overall, I think this was a pretty productive conversation, and I just like the fact that we had this conversation. We all have our disagreements about this stuff, but I think it's important that we talk about this. We have open minds about the whole thing. Obviously, I think a lot of us, like I'm kind of stuck in my ways, but if someone gives a good enough argument, I'm willing to change my mind. I've changed my mind, and I've admitted that I've been wrong in some stuff before. I'm just very happy that we had this conversation. I've been looking forward to this for a while. I still believe that there isn't a genocide, but like I said, I'm just happy we had the conversation. Was really hyped for this, and I think it went great. So thank you, Will, for hosting this, and thanks everyone for coming out here. It's really cool.
Yo, Rose, are you that TikTok girl?
You know about that? Wait, really?
Damn, that was hella weird.
Wait, you know about my TikTok? Oh my god, DM me.
Please end this.
No.
Please end me.
No,
please end me.
That shit was nasty.
Let's keep this on the rails. Okay, Salem, where can we find you? And ending statement, and then I know you've basically been here for 15 seconds, but...
Yeah, I'm Salem. Probably banned from your Discord. Hey. No, no ads, though.
All right, thanks.
You can find Salem in my Discord.
Yeah, I hang out in there.
There you go. Evelyn, closing statements. Where can we find you or not, if you prefer?
I'd rather not be found, so I'm going to skip that part. All I want to say is I don't think it's wrong to use the term genocide to refer to this. I also, Toki brought up that there's also a black genocide going on, and I would say that there's also a Mexican genocide going on. The thing that disappoints me in particular when you're looking at the two major federalist parties, which are the Democrats and the
We're at the end, Trout Dealer.
This is Biden has been in office for, close to 3 years now. And he still hasn't done anything about the camps that are on the border between Mexico and the United States. He hasn't done anything to reduce the numbers there. So I don't trust the Democrats and by extension Biden to do anything about this. I think you really need to start building your own power structures.
I know, I wish DM had been here.
All right, and last but not least, Denying.
I think I already said my ending piece. You can find me at mastodon.au, at Denying History, or Denying History on Twitter. I'm not really specifically hard to find. Or I guess in Will's Discord.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out, everybody. I think that's a wrap on the trans genocide panel. I really appreciate everyone for coming out. It was a really good learning experience for me, and I hope that chat got something out of it too. And thanks Admiral Love and Max the Confessor for donating to stream. That's awesome. Everyone should follow everybody here. Yeah, I guess Admiral's from your community, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, yeah. Everybody, have a lovely rest of your night.
Thanks for hosting,
And,
Will. Thanks
talk
for
to y'all
everybody
later.
for coming.
Thank you. Good panel.
Peace.
Take
Bye,
care, everyone.
guys.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Like, I'm sorry to take a break immediately after. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get myself another drink. Oh, Jesus God. Oh my god. Horties. I have a fucking headache. Alright? It's actually just gotten a little bit better after I just drank some water, so god. Okay, we're gonna keep talking about this. We're gonna do the cool down off the panel. Because I was reading all of your comments throughout, but I'm sure that I missed things, and I want to get some of your guys' feedback on that. Like, I get the feeling that you all were as frustrated by that as I was. Thank you, Winter Nightmare. Holy fuck. Okay. Lux, you are a trooper for that. LMAO, my autistic ass could never with all the mental gymnastics in there. I feel like that went remarkably well. God damn it, Malcolm, thank you so much. I love you. I appreciated you being on that channel. Even when I disagree with you, you make me laugh. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I wasn't even here for everything and I'm still frustrated. I think that one is gonna have to go on the channel in its full unedited form. I don't normally post the panel conversations as full videos, but that was crazy. Not only was that terrible, but it was also bad. It was terabad. Holy fucking shit. Chat was keeping me sane. I do wish that there had been, like, I don't think that, oh, thank you, John Get Bent. That was rough, but you killed it and were the star of the fucking show. It really made me glad to be Canadian. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And now the total is 43. Thank you. I'm getting warm in here too, but I'm wearing like a white tank top, so I can't take my shirt off. I can't take my... Yeah, I don't know how they managed to find this many trans people who just refuse to advocate for themselves. I really tried to restrain myself. Like, there were definitely a couple of points where I could have been kind of actively mean. But I don't know. I feel like I did my best to point out people's inconsistencies without, like, directly attacking them. There were a couple of places there where I definitely, like, interrupted and jumped in on things. I mean, sometimes it's just hard to let people say some stupid shit, right? I couldn't do a debate panel like that. I had no idea what I knew it was going to be a debate panel. Like, I was psyched for the debate part. I was not psyched for fucking 6v1. Holy shit. I like blood sports, though. I haven't gotten the opportunity to have many debates like that. A lot of the time when you do debates as a trans person, you end up in a debate with someone who's just like, holy shit, you are, like, you know, you're a troon or whatever. You know, they pull out the slurs and they don't listen to you. Like, everything you say is a moot point or whatever because you're trans. So at least we didn't have that in this. Temp ban phrase, Pete, 10 hours, true. Oh my God. That motherfucker on the top right was being passive aggressive. Yeah, like, the weird thing is that PB was the one who, like, in the DM conversations, I was expecting to be more, like, chill and approachable, but, like, PB ended up being the one who, like, was the most spicy against me. Do you think? Zonia was more passive aggressive against me, but PB was very spicy. Didn't the Lemkin Institute publish a thing last year literally saying they're concerned about genocide? Minky, I like that you brought that up because that's actually on my fucking stream notes. That's on my notes. I've just been, like, pushing it off because I haven't been wanting to talk about politics over the holiday season here. PB was the Irish flag one. He was in the top right. Oh shit, I gotta take a pill. Hold on. The refusal to say yes or no on the indigenous genocide was yike. I should have probably pushed that a little bit harder. It sucks that Malcolm left. Like, I really don't feel like anything that I said was really taken. Like, Johnny was listening to me. I felt like Johnny was listening to me. I felt like Zonia and PB were trying to argue against me. Like, they were trying to argue with me. Does that make sense? Like, you know, Johnny said that he was expecting this to be a little bit more of, like, a discussion panel. And frankly, so was I. Like, but with 6 people just disregarding what you're saying, like, what fucking discussion are we going to have? You're putting me in a position where I have to be hardline, right? Like, if I'm on a panel with 5 or 6 people who disagree with me, like, because I'm the only person representing my point of view, I can't give any ground. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the position that I was in on that panel. And I am willing to have a dialogue about what else could be effective. Like, one thing that no one managed to address, and I asked the question multiple fucking times. Like, how, what I was trying to convey was, like, how do you talk about the severity of this issue? Like, yeah, describing the laws and like the fact that our rights are being restricted, like, that is not communicating the severity of the issue. Like, what terms should we use to describe the severity of the issue? Eradication, elimination. Like, do we want to pussyfoot around and say like, they're trying to reduce numbers in the group? That's fucking genocide. You're just taking more words to say the same fucking thing because you think that people are going to be reflexively turned off by the phrase genocide. And, like, the idea, like, PB fucking pissed me off with this shit. I'm spicy right now. Like, oh, like continuously demanding that I demonstrate the difference between what black people are experiencing versus what trans people are experiencing. And then when I say they're the same fucking thing, what difference is there? There isn't a difference. And then they, like, I just, a couple of times they said, like, oh, now every group is being genocided. And yeah, like, it's evocative. People don't like the idea of their loved ones being genocided. But yeah, being like, well, so you're just saying that the United States is engaged in a bunch of different genocides. Like, yeah, that's the fucking country you live in. Sorry. It sucks. It's not gonna, like, burying your head in the sand is not gonna make it go away. In fact, calling it what it is a critical component of addressing the issue as it is. May I plug a Native American activist? Please, Jimsy. Please. Did you consider that people don't like the word genocide? Maybe people wouldn't like it if you said that. Have you considered that? Have you ever even heard such a thing? Am I blowing your fucking mind right now? Holy shit, Nouvenol. Like, you know, Zonia tried to say that, like, oh no, we made a bunch of nuanced arguments. Like, no, you didn't. You basically just told me over and over again that we shouldn't use this word. They were acting like you can't have more than one genocide at once. Also, when they said virtue signaling, I was like, fuck off. Yeah, like, how am I, oh, hold on. Where am I? Hold on. I'm almost there. Shut up. I'm almost there. This was literally me, the whole panel. Oh, hold on. My camera's in the wrong place. Hold on. Sorry. Move the camera back where it goes. Okay? This was me, the whole goddamn panel. No, actually, you know what? It was like this. It was just like that. It was like this. Me, right there. Fucking Christ. The whole panel. Ay. How could it be virtue signaling if no one likes what I'm saying? Oh my god, yeah, at least if you live in California, all of your rights are guaranteed. Yeah, as long as you live in California, democracy is great. And also, no one addressed when I said, like, Republicans in the great state of California don't feel very well fucking represented. Like, if you're a Republican and you vote for the president in California, your vote don't mean shit. And if they gerrymander shit in California, your vote don't mean shit. They're just gerrymandering it in the blue direction. Oh my god. Yeah, and Kiss My Ghost says, bro, just because we're more safe in California doesn't mean there's not a fucking genocide happening. She's so oblivious to the privilege she has. Yeah, and she told me that my leave the country proposition was a luxury proposition. You live in fucking California. I don't understand why she said you said fuck all the trans people that can't leave. Yeah, like, and I didn't get the opportunity. Like, I said Underground Railroad, and what I mean by that is, like, someone has to be there. Like, there are people in Washington, my friends in Seattle, who are going to be helping people get out of the country into Canada when they can. Like, you have to be part of the process of getting people out. If there's someone in Canada with their apartment all set up and ready, like with a spare bedroom, like, that person is a halfway house for someone trying to get out of the country. Like, and no one, like, I don't think anyone acknowledged when I said, like, I'm not talking about, like, oh, you have the luxury of moving to another country. I'm talking about selling everything you own to afford a plane ticket. Ugh. I was seething so fucking badly over the refuge as a luxury. Yeah, and like literally no one addressed my argument of, like, what the fuck do you think I'm talking about when I say refugee? Like, people come to this country with naught but the clothes on their backs. I think it's not a matter of leaving the country. I think it's a matter of changing the world. I would like to change the world. I can do that job from somewhere else. Excuse me. I decided almost half my life ago now that I was not going to be a martyr for this country. I refuse to be a martyr. Yeah, it sucks that there are people here in America who like have a really rough time of it and everything, but, like, I'm not gonna die here. And yeah, there was repeatedly this insidious idea that when we're using the word genocide, we're not using it carefully with forethought. Like, it was repeatedly insinuated that I was using the term genocide frivolously. Like, that's actually some shit that I'm really pissed off about. There was, like, PB, I think it was, who insinuated that I was using the term genocide in a frivolous manner and not, like, as a dead serious fucking warning to you all. I don't like hanging out in Demon Mama streams anymore because this is how she gets during the streams. Where it's like, they'll fucking come for you and your families, but they will. The implication that you're being frivolous is basically an outright denial that they want us dead. Yeah, like, I asked the panel as well, like, you know, you keep saying intent is such a big part of genocide. Like, how do you demonstrate intent? Like, how many times do they need to say trans people are a problem to a sane world before you acknowledge that there is explicit intent, not implicit, explicit. And I also like that guy denying or whatever his name is, who he's actually studied genocide. Like his statement that like, oh, typically when we understand genocide, like it's not enough to go off of the idea that like they know that the actions that they're taking could harm this group. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, seriously, no, like, honestly, I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. And if anybody here in the chat understands it better than I do, please explain that shit to me. Like, if we know that they've been shown the information about suicidality, like, the guy was saying that, if the state is enacting a policy that can increase suicide rates of trans kids, for example, like if we're using the fact that they probably know that what they're doing creates suicide and they're still making those laws, like that apparently isn't enough, according to that guy, to demonstrate genocidal intent. Like, apparently, the prevalence of information available and the people constantly telling them that this will result in deaths, and they're still enacting these policies that are going to result in deaths, like, apparently that's not good enough to demonstrate intent. And I think that's horse shit. Like, that's just my personal fucking opinion. Intent doesn't always matter if people still get hurt. Well, the issue, Fooster, in the YouTube chat is that part of establishing genocide is establishing intent. Like that, so that there is like a reason to ask that question. My God, I have such a fucking headache. Even if it's not full-on genocide, it can be at the very the next step to a genocide, genocidal intent. Yeah. Forcing a kid to go through puberty against their will is a form of literal torture. Yeah, no, I agree. Wonder what the suicide rates of gay, Jewish, Romani, and queer people was during the Holocaust. These people straight up think there need to be active death camps. This is what I'm always arguing with on this genocide thing. Like, this is always the end fucking question is, like, at what point, how many people have to die? How many deaths? How many deaths curated through policy need to occur before this is a genocide? Like, that's the most disgusting part of that panel, is that all of those fuckers think that it has to be like literal death camps. Like, there is a realistic possibility that even if the right wing gains power in the complete entire country and the whole government, there is a distinct possibility that they wouldn't do the camps thing. They're just gonna keep supporting the militia groups. Like, nobody, I was about to lose my fucking shit and I decided to take my volume down because it's fucking 9 p.m. No one on that panel, not a single fucking person, addressed the stochastic terrorism. Charlie Souza says, I hope Will personally apologizes to you for that awfully incongruous panel lineup, TBH. It did your whole argument an insane disservice. Yeah, I mean, frankly, I might have to have a conversation with him and be like, bro, you need to figure out how to curate your fucking panels better, because that was absurd. I mean, like, I did a phenomenal job. Like, I crushed that shit. I don't think a single one of them had anywhere close to as strong of an argument as I did. I don't know how that's going to look to people from their audiences. Like, when you have someone, like, the fucked up thing is that when you have a discussion about the trans genocide concept, like, people are going to click that going, oh, I don't think there's a genocide. And then they're going to see a video of fucking 5 trans people arguing against one trans person who thinks that this is a genocide. And they're going to have all of their beliefs reaffirmed. Oh, this person is crazy for thinking that there's a genocide going on. We're at 99 likes. Holy shit. Thank you so much. It will start with forced conversion therapy and then some kind of conversion institution, which will ultimately become a death camp. I mean, basically, James, like, it's gonna start with the conversion therapy. Like so then how many people need to be structurally institutionalized in various different institutions all across the country? Like, does that not count as rounding people up into fucking camps? They're not camps. Like, we didn't even talk about the fucking migrant issue. It came up a couple of times. Anansi, it was a nightmare. I am complaining so much right now. It reminded me of when Vosh debates people with one brain cell. Oh my God. Like, honestly, I think I fucking crushed that shit, considering how stacked and frustrating that was. People were so shitty to me during that panel. Like, I felt like I was a little bit shitty on that panel, but I also feel like if even 2 people versus me, if 2 people are being mildly shitty to me on a panel of like 6, that's like already putting me in a position where I kind of have no choice but to be kind of shitty back. It went about as badly as it could have, except Lux kicked ass. Oh my God. Anansi, what was so bad about it is that there were 5 people who were against me. Of all of us who were invited on this panel, you know, Will did a great job of making sure that he got a lot of trans voices on this topic. He did not do a good job of making sure the panel was going to be balanced. What's the video called? I want to find it so I can get context. Sorry, I'm late to this. Oh, Blue Death. So welcome to the chat. Right now we're talking about a panel that I just was on. The last 3 hours of this stream was a debate panel with several other trans people. So it's gonna go out on the main channel eventually. You got so much passive aggression, even I picked up on it, and I'm really bad at social stuff. Vosh would have just been spewing slurs at them for the second half of that. Yeah, this was a 3-hour conversation. Vosh would have dropped so many more R slurs. You got the most airtime and he agreed with you at the end, so that was kind of a win. That's, I mean, true. Like, John Get Bent, like, Will came into this agreeing with me, right? Did anyone point out the lack of anyone of color? So I think, goddammit, Malcolm, who was the trans man on the panel, or I guess a couple of the other people could have also been trans men. I don't know everybody's gender identity. Goddammit, Malcolm from Twitch was on this panel, and I believe that he is Hispanic. He's white passing Hispanic, so there was 1 person of color on the panel. All trans panel plus Vosh. I mean, I would have killed to have Vosh on that panel with me. Oh my God. I really kind of want, actually, I should see if I can get Demon Mama and Vosh to like watch this video. Like, I think I might reach out to them and be like, dude, this was fucked up. Can you please respond to this on stream? Like, I will, please. Yeah. So actually, Anansi, toward the very end, there were a couple people who came on the stream who weren't on it for the most part, and one of them, like, whatever, this is gonna sound fucked up or whatever. Neither of them had they were both only on voice chat, but one of them, I believe, was a black person called Salem, who came in and just said straight up, like, no, there is a trans genocide, and also there is a genocide against black people. Like, there was one, I believe, that they were a black person on the panel toward the very end. I wish that Salem had been on that panel the entire time. Ugh. Please reach out to both of them to react to the debate. At least you'd have some backup after the fact. And Demon Mama was invited to be on this panel and she declined. So maybe that could be good. I need some of my debate bro friends, my debate bro colleagues, I guess, to tell me whether I did a good job. Oof. Oh, the headache. He would literally have said he was more trans than them or something. Dude, it would have been so fucking funny. I was literally screaming about the fact there's a black genocide, but I knew it was pointless. Yeah, I've reaffirmed that, Anansi. Someone asked me, like, so if what trans people are experiencing is considered a genocide, then how can you say that there's not a genocide happening against black people? And I was like, there is. You will not catch me being inconsistent on this. There fucking is. And actually, I ended up, my official position on the panel, and frankly, we could probably even expand this, is trans people, black people, Hispanic people / migrants, and Native Americans. All four people who are actively, all four groups of, are groups of people who are actively being genocided. Oh man. Demon Mama dodged a bullet. I wish she had been here. You and Jess and Zena have done a lot to improve my opinion of Vosh. I like him a lot, and I just am not gonna deal with people being like, "Meh, he's so shit." Like, no. Demon Mama doesn't really do panels anymore, IARC. Yeah, she doesn't really do debate panels and stuff, and I know that, like, I know that she was actively in discussions about this, and also this panel has been scheduled for like a month. Like, we've been planning to do this for a month. But yeah, I mean, she was involved in the conversation. She was like, it depends on who you have on the panel kind of thing, and she ended up declining to be on there. And then it so happens that she has her 20K celebration this week. Congratulations to Mama and the imps. Mama would have been meaner. I know. I couldn't be mean. Like, that was part of it too. Like, I had to be fairly, like, I had to be really chill, because otherwise they were gonna be even more aggressive toward me, you know? Like in a situation where you're the only person advocating your position on a fucking group panel like that, like, you kind of have no choice but to comport yourself with a higher level of decorum than everybody else on the panel. I am critical of Vosh for exactly the reasons I love him. You could have been the good cop to DM's bad cop. I know. You refused to give ground without being too emotional. Thank you, James. I fucking really appreciate that. I literally wanted to go outside and just punch a random white person because I was so mad. Oh no. Nuvenal, I should, like, listen. I should have been meaner. Nuvenal says Demon Mama would have been all like, I'm sorry, do you want me to repeat, or do you want to repeat that? Because I thought you just said some shit that completely ignored what I just said. Oh no. God, I skipped around to catch up and it really seemed like they hated you from the get-go. I feel like it was, I thought that it was chill to start with. I might have to go back and review it. I didn't really feel like people were mad at me to start with, but I mean, like, you know, like, I had no idea that I was the only person representing my view. Will had me go first, so I came out with, like, a really strong... I was like, I'm putting forth my strongest version of this position, and I didn't know that I was going to be the only one. Like, basically, I'm going to rephrase the way that I was about to phrase that, because I don't want to make it seem like I think that Will did something shitty. But, like, the thing that actively happened is that, like, the premise of this panel was to debate me on this position. Like, Will introduced the panel, but then had me start, which means that, like, the premise of the panel from the very beginning was, I mean, like, whether it was deliberate or not, I'm not saying that it was deliberate, like, that, like, the whole premise of the debate from the very beginning, because everybody else disagreed with me, was, like, scrutinize Luxander's position, essentially. Not sure how Will decided who to invite. He was just, like, posting on Twitter about it, and people invited themselves, essentially. I hope Will did this on accident and not on purpose. I do hope it was on accident. Rose Mullet is the only one whose opener straight up made my blood boil, but that's because Rose Mullet is a smug, sniveling fuckhead, and her whole existence makes me angry. Yeah, I thought it was really funny. During the panel, like, I was making comments to you all while other people were talking, and at some point Rose decided that she wanted to know what I was saying about her, and she jumped over here into my chat. I should have been mean to her. But she's like 22, right? Like, I hope that she grows out of the shit. I'm betting Johnny was the one Will thought was also on Lux's side. And like Malcolm was brought in kind of last minute. Some people weren't able to attend. Once I saw she was here, I wanted to be so mean, but didn't think you'd be okay with that. I couldn't say whether I would have been okay with that. I don't know. They were all young. That might be part of it. Except for Zonia. Like, I thought Zonia was fairly close to my own age. They just, like, someone like Zonia strikes me as, like, I want to be the last one in the pit. Rose looked bored because she wasn't getting much time. I know. I think that Rose was there because she wanted to stir up some shit. Like, I'm frankly surprised that she didn't bring up xenogenders or something. Like, I just don't think that she deserves a... Yeah, Jellyby, Vosh debated Rose a few months back. She's the one who, I mean, like, I ended up looking her up on Twitter afterwards because I kind of wanted to get a sense of, like, who she was. But she lives with her parents. Her parents support her transition. They're paying for her college. Rose is still here. Yeah, so Rose's position... Rose was talking about, like, oh, during the recession, my family only could buy 1 Tesla instead of 2, and we weren't able to build the swimming pool in our backyard that we were planning to. Like, we're getting hit by the recession too. Like, come on. Oh God. Nah, bro, I'm 20. Age doesn't stop you from seeing the obvious. I think being super sheltered, like, I'm not saying it's just her age. I'm saying that she's sheltered. But yeah, no, Vosh debated her. That's how I knew who she was. And then I've just repeatedly watched her try to force her way into, legitimacy. Like, she tries to get into every fucking conversation that she could possibly give a bad take in. We couldn't bathe in gold coins. I know. Centrists love to say that they are nuanced and consider every issue, but all that means is they silo every single issue on their own and refuse to acknowledge the larger intent embodied by the collection of conservative positions. They completely miss the forest for the trees. Right. Like, I don't really know that... Like, frankly, I didn't give a nuanced position in the debate. Like, I didn't give a nuanced position in the debate. I was prepared to listen to feedback, but I did not give a nuanced position. So I don't know that I can necessarily get angry or upset or anything at anybody else on the panel for not giving a nuanced position either. They just didn't give an argument for their position besides, like, people won't like it. If you... What I try... Listen, this was a little bit passive-aggressive of me as well. Just a slight bit passive-aggressive, but, like... I kind of was subtly trying to say, if you constantly couch your language for the purposes of appealing to normies, like, because you think that they won't listen to you if you actually state the truth, you're just going to end up like Blair White and Buck Angel. Like, the only way for them to actually respect you is for you to be a disgusting bootlicker. And they don't respect you. They just use you. You're a useful idiot to them. I would also say, as a person in my mid-30s, you come across as quite mature. I'm 28, so it's not like I'm a youngling here. I know I look quite youthful. I bathe in the blood of my enemies, so that keeps things tight. Man. There's a difference between acknowledging the nuance exists and knowing when it's relevant. Sometimes things are big picture and important. I bathe in estrogen myself, keeps my skin soft. I know, my skin is so soft. I am technically on estrogen right now. All trans masc people look younger than they actually are. Yeah, I've just accepted, like, I'm not gonna grow facial hair, so... My fucking headache. So, I mean, overall, I feel like it was an enjoyable... Why are you on E? I'm joking. I mean, like, I'm not on testosterone, so my body is naturally producing estrogen. That's it. That's all. I'm joking. All trans people, really. I lost, like, 5 years of age when I transitioned. I do think that we have the secret to eternal youth. It doesn't suck. I'm not on T because I don't want to be on T. I don't need to be. I'm fine. I'm good right now. Oh my god. I know one trans guy who looks his age. He's bald and has a beard. Yeah, you require like those very sharp signatures of age. Take some Tylenol. I don't want to take Tylenol. I try not to take too many meds. No, sorry, we were talking about having smooth, beautiful skin. Baphomet has smooth skin because she's an estrogen. I have some testosterone you can keep, Lux. It's from the puke after I kicked himself in the crotch. I threw up my dangly bits. Oh yeah, true. Give it to me. Hack, if you keep going back and forth, you can become immortal and eternal. That's why I'm FTMTF. FTMTFTM. I can't fucking talk. Oh, sorry. Pronouns. My bad, Baphomet. Sorry. Yeah, FTMTFTMTF. Salem, good fucking god. Thank you so much for popping over to the website, chat. First of all, like, if you want to follow me on Twitter or join our Discord, actually, Salem, like, it was such a breath of fresh air to have you come in. Like, even though it was right at the end, thank you for just saying the truth. Like, honestly, I felt so much better after the 2.5 hours of having, like, 6 people disagreeing with me. Yeah, like, it sucks that you weren't there the whole time. I would have appreciated having you there the whole time, but I super appreciated to have you come in at the end there. It's really frustrating. The kind, like, I don't know if you watched back through any of it, you know, like, one of the people was like, oh, well, if what's happening to trans people is a genocide, then how can you say that's different than what's happening to black people? I'm like, we're both being genocided. Like, and imagine, like, black trans people and the intersection that they're dealing with. Like, holy fucking shit. How many layers of trans are you on? Like, maybe 1 or 2 right now, my dude? You are like a little baby. Watch this. Oh my god. Yeah, MTFTNTXTMTFTC. Ooh, ouch, ouch, ouch. My guts. I ate 2 hot dogs before stream tonight. It might not have been the best choice. Oh my god. Emily, were you asking about my name on Twitter? My name on Twitter is LUX_banana. Black and trans is the super hard mode. I got a hands boost though. True. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me again. Male to female to male to neutral to agender to male to female to creature. True. Yeah. As always, the links are in the description, and there's a link to my Twitter on the website as well. Say toy boat repeatedly. No. I will not. Oh my god. Literally, one of the arguments, Super Doctor Who Lux, is literally one of the arguments was, people will look at you weird if you say genocide. Like, so? Fucking amen. Like, what matters? Oh shit, I don't have the Twitter thing set up. Hold on. Okay, that should work now. Yeah, all of the commands were the Lance's commands when they got ported into my website. Christ. What's up, Tanza? You just missed a 3-hour-long debate where fucking 6 people were all against me, and I was the only person arguing my position. I think they said people will look at you like you're crazy, and that's when she lost my respect. So from now on, instead of saying genocide, we need to say apartheid. That way it's nicer for the deniers. True. I really did want to make a joke about them all skipping to step 10 and going straight to denial phase of genocide, but then I decided I didn't want to completely burn the bridges. I don't know that I want to be friends with any of those people, though. I guess Johnny, I would, and like, obviously Malcolm, I appreciate Malcolm. Like, I don't know if anybody else on that panel is someone that I'd be interested in ever having any further conversations with. Jesus. It wasn't Lance's White Nervosa. Okay, listen, White Nervosa has the bare bones shit for the whole website, the whole thing. And so, like, some stuff from other people's defaults, like other people's stuff is considered the default or whatever. A few of them might come around, but most of them are gone. Yeah. It's all optics, optics, optics. Respectability. Yeah, respectability politics is the word that I said tone policing, and respectability politics didn't come to mind, but you're right. That's what I should have said. Like, I should have pointed out, like, you all are appealing to respectability politics. Like, oh, if we argue this the wrong way, then it's not going to work. Like, whatever. You can go ahead and argue the piss baby version of things, and I will argue the correct version. Thank you very much. Whoever said there's no real genocide but a cultural one, I felt myself jumping out the window of my apartment to get away from this shit. Johnny, like they're just young. Like, these people are just young. Like, Rose is super young. Johnny's super young. PB is super young. They're just not aware of what's going on. Johnny seems like they'd be all right to talk to one-on-one on stream. Like, thankfully, I think that Johnny was like, I'm basically convinced that genocide could be an accurate term, and they're just saying that they personally don't want to use that rhetoric. And I can respect that, but, like, you have to acknowledge that I'm right first. Oh, God, I am turning into Vosh. I'm just turning into Vosh. No, Johnny had camera. Johnny was top left. Nobody on the panel was... nobody that I was debating with was cisgender. The host was cisgender, and there was a person who has scholarly studied genocide who was also a cisgender person, I believe. But everyone who was actually engaging with the debate and not moderating or just providing information was trans. You should get a fake beard to do debates in. Hold on, real quick, hold on. Ugh, we need to have a moment of fun because I'm so angry. How does this fucking thing work? Hold on. Ah! This is how I have to do debates from now on. No, I didn't make this. It was given to me by a friend. It doesn't fit me, which is why you know I didn't make it. Because it would be nice and tight if I did make it. I have to do every debate like this. You know? This has to be how it goes. Ooh, there's my mouth. Ooh. Wait, where is it? There it is. Ooh. This has to be how it goes from now on. It's gonna get so hot in here very soon. But listen, I'm gonna stay in this thing for as long as I can tolerate it. Gotta be smoking a pipe too. Yeah, I don't have a pipe. I can't, I don't even have a Sherlock for funsies. It still would have been a trans-only panel since Vosh has too much trans brain rot. True. Oh, you were taken from your parents as a toddler and put in a residential school? Well, the most important thing is that you make sure to only call it a cultural genocide or people will think you're crazy. Yo, is this a Vosh stream? Fucking Christ. We had several people subscribe during that, though, so that's pretty cool. Literally Vish. No, it's too hot. I can't do this. It's too hot. When Zonia ended by saying no one here denied that there was a genocide happening, it made me do an acrobatic pirouette off the fucking handle because that's exactly what they said for hours. Like, yeah, I do think that there was an amount of gaslighting that happened there. Like, they were specifically, like, every time Will asked a question that was like, if we were to say that a trans genocide was happening, you know, then what actions would be appropriate? They all specified if. Like every single time one of them addressed the actual genocide question, they would say like, oh yeah, if we were experiencing a genocide, then we could do this, that, and the other. You need a monocle too? Gaslight Bukkake, holy shit. We were talking about privilege and being sheltered earlier. Didn't someone say during the debate that they lived in a red/conservative state but then took a flight to California for a hormone shot/treatment? Like, that's very privileged versus having to sell everything you have and move so you can receive healthcare, be safe to walk down the street, etc. And I know I'm extremely privileged to live in the city and state that I do. Yeah, that was Rose. Rose lives in Arizona, but she was flown to California to receive medical care. That's the same one I was talking about a minute ago who was like, my family could only buy 1 Tesla instead of 2. Yeah, Vosh is honorary trans. I glanced a bit at Will's channel, didn't exactly leave a trustworthy first impression. I have had a conversation with him prior to this. So he and I were on good terms, and I knew that he agreed with my position. Rose is the anti-SA condom person. Yeah. Yeah, she is. Like, Rose thinks that it's wrong to wear one of those anti-rape female condoms that cause damage to the person who rapes you. Yeah. Oh, also, Rose has... I have seen... I think I watched the video of the panel where she was talking about... She was on a panel discussion about sexual assault, and she was like... I deliberately pretend to fall asleep on couches and stuff in risky situations, hoping that someone will rape me. And it's like really fucking weird shit. See President Sunday's coverage of Will. He made a manifesto about Vosh chatter and then argued with Poly people and said, you need us, Poly. So I didn't watch the conversation between Will and Poly because I think that Poly is really fucking cringe. And like I tried to watch it and was like, I can't do this. I just don't like poly people. Oh, she's not just against it. She thinks if you use it, you deserve the death penalty. Oh, shit. What does it mean to be an honorary member of a minority? It's just a joke, Jimsy. It's just a joke. Like, people would be like, oh, he's an honorary trans. He's allowed to say something that normal cis people... It's kind of like giving the N-word pass to a white person, you know what I'm trying to say? Like... I don't accept the N-word pass, by the way. I am polyamorous. What do you have against poly people? No, poly people. Like, poly people. Like, that's her channel name. Poly people. Like that. Poly people. Her name is Poly. Poly people. I don't think Rose is as bad as Blair White. I just think she's an enlightened centrist meme. Oh my god, true. Straight Will's finest hour is my favorite vid about him. He confronts President Sunday. I like President Sunday, okay. Yeah, I'm polyphobic. That conversation was really frustrating. I feel like I did as well as I possibly could have. I'm just really tired now. Christ almighty. Ugh. Does anybody else have this thing where they're like, they're fine in the morning and then throughout the day they get like, you get like more bloated and like your tummy's grumbly? She understands trans people on a level that most cis people don't. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, you're talking about your best friend who is cis. Yeah. Literally me right now. Yeah, your tummy grumbling. I think I'm gonna have to try low FODMAP. I might try that out to see if that makes a difference. But I love carbs. Yeah, the honorary trans idea. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Ooh. I won't. It was not a productive conversation. I'll say that about it. I just remember when PB complained about being hung up on the genocide, and Lux was like, that's the name of the panel, I died. It truly, yeah. They're like, oh, why are we discussing this word instead of talking about what to actually do? Like, do you fucking understand the premise of the discussion? Like, the discussion isn't, like, you know, I think that Will actually built it into his questions, like, and he mentioned it at one point, like, what do we do going forward if this is a genocide? But we couldn't even get on the same page that this is an attempt to eradicate trans people. I was like, why did you join that panel, PB? Right. Like, why are you getting frustrated? They didn't even research the definition of genocide before the panel. Their minds were already made up and they weren't interested in good faith discussion. Right. Like, why was PB having to look up the UN definition of genocide all the way at the fucking end when Will brought it up? Even trans people can be susceptible to deferring to the presumed expertise of cis people. Why the fuck didn't PB look up the definition of genocide from the UN in my opening statement? It was literally the first thing I said on the entire panel. I said, hi, my name is Luxander. Find me at luxander.net. I use the definition of genocide as laid out by the United Nations. First thing out of my fucking mouth. We all deserve a chill and cozy evening after that. I say that, and then you say that, and I get immediately worked up again. Didn't see that moment, but it sounds like a good clip to sum up the panel. I hated the concept of we will continue to be born. What the fuck does that have to do with it? I mean, yeah, like, you're gonna be... Yeah, like, you're gonna be, like, we're all gonna be subject to conversion therapy forever. Ongoing genocide forever. All of us, forever. That part when Malcolm asked you to shut up and you laughed got me screaming. I love Malcolm. Like, truly. Whether or not we agree on these issues, like, I consider Malcolm, like, at minimum an acquaintance. Probably, like, I would consider him a friend. Like, I think very positively of him. He's a Catholic, which is so weird to me. But I'm just like, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. That's so defeatist. I may be genocided, but at least future generations will die as well. We're going to be respawned forever into a conversion therapy loop. Yeah. Everybody's answer for everything these days is vote. Yeah, sure, that actually does nothing. Yeah, right. Like, I got so annoyed. Like, I had said previously in the discussion, like, yeah, I think voting is important. I think that getting involved is important. Like, as a matter of fact, I just sent an email to my representative yesterday. And then later on, I used vote and everything as shorthand to include all possible actions you could take within the system as it exists. And Zonia jumped on that. Did it not feel on a couple of occasions like people were just looking for something that I said to just jump on that, like, and to, like, focus in on that one thing instead of listening to the totality of the argument? Like, GigaChat emailer. I wanted to call and leave a voice message, but it's probably better that I ended up emailing because it was fully like 10 paragraphs long. They were not short paragraphs either. I don't want to circle jerk too much here, having you all tell me like how great I did and everything, but like, honestly, you literally said you sent an email and they were like, oh, so you think we shouldn't bother? Yeah, that was very irritating. Lucy did coverage of the panel live, and Lucy would love to speak to you. Who's Lucy? Which Lucy? I know a couple of Lucys. I'm not having any further discussion tonight. Like, it's almost 10 o'clock here. I feel like I'm so amped up, like, that we should try to hang out or something afterwards, but I also don't have anything else on my mind except for the bullshit that just went down. Like, you were kind of thrown to the lions and came out on top unironically. Cheers, babe. I feel like most Catholics are fairly progressive people, all things considered. Unironically, Vasha's take that Cadtrath converts give them a bad name is 100% correct, I think. I honestly feel like Catholics, despite their reputation, are pretty relaxed. Tarot reading and or smuggy chat. Yeah, we could do We could do either one of those. I'm gonna be up until like 2 a.m. So it's not like I'm gonna get off of stream and then like try to sleep, you know? I'm gonna be up until about 2. Dragon Power, Tarot Wind Down. Yeah, what do we want to ask the cards for? Oh my god. We should have done a reading on Thursday to see how this panel was gonna go. Oh, maybe we would have seen. Yeah, no worries, Mama Mephistopheles, if you have to go. It's late. We've been going for 4 hours. We don't normally go that long. The lefty sleep schedule. Yeah. That's all I wanted. Like, one of the things I wanted out of my sleep when I moved out was, like, I want to be able to sleep on my actual schedule, which is, like, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Ask the cards if the next panel will be fucking worth a damn. I don't know when we're going to do another panel, right? That debate was a tower moment, really. Sadly, Lucy knew the panel would go like this. If I should go outside and deal with white people or stay inside and starve. What should I do, cards? Oh no, Anansi. Oh, Super Dr. Hulock, I got a tarot deck from my friend Silent for Christmas, and so we do tarot readings during stream sometimes now, just for funsies. My grandma was raised Catholic, and she's, like, conservative, but she's more willing to use my name and pronouns than my Protestant stepdad. Oh, and my biological father called me a faggot when he found out I had a boyfriend, and I'm pretty sure he's an atheist, so I mean... True. Yeah, I got some tarot cards. Oh, God. Oh, God. Religion seems to be a poor indicator of personal values, except in the case of converts. Born-again Christians are the fucking worst. Oh, my God. I'm outie, I think. Yeah, good night, Mama Mephistopheles. I hope that you sleep well. So, yeah, this is a Star Spinner Tarot. And I like it a lot. The art is really cool, so. The cards just has a picture of Lux in the trenches. True. Okay, what should we ask about? Should we ask the cards if we should ever do another debate panel again? Should we ask the cards if that debate panel is going to do well as a 3-hour-long main channel content? I'm not going to cut that shit down at all. I'm posting the full 3 hours on the main channel. Vegan chili mac with sweet spicy Doritos seems like a meal. That sounds delicious. Yeah, I know COVID is bringing out histamine intolerance in people. I don't know whether I've had COVID. Like, I think that I may have caught the Delta wave, but I'm okay. That's more Magic 8 Ball, surely. Yeah. Ask the cards if I'll finally get my hands on HRT in the next month. You had your consultation, didn't you? Ask what is a good way to wind down and or self-care after that debate. Yes, I hope you get some good food, Anansi. I did, but my mom won't sign because she isn't ready. Fuck that bitch. God, I'm sorry if you probably love your mom and everything, but fuck that bitch. Holy shit. That's so fucking frustrating. Ask the cards, what is a Matt Walsh? True. Semi-random question, but does anyone else who's neurodivergent find it kind of impossible to understand why people believe in religion? Like, I find comfort in personal superstitions, but I treat them like I treat my stuffed animals, you know? I honestly, I wonder if... I got distracted by with outro. I feel the same way. I just don't understand how you can suspend your disbelief that way. Or, like, there's a certain threshold of evidence required to convince me that something is true? I don't know. Oh my gosh, it's 5 a.m. in Poland. Good night, Lucy. You should message me, like DM me or something if you want to schedule a time to talk. Why does the mom need to be ready? We're talking about a minor. Tanza is 17 and needs parental consent. It's fucking annoying. Anyway, yeah, let's ask about... I do not love my mother. Well, then I am going to be I also have an abusive mom, Tanza, who I don't speak to. And I think that it would have been validating if when I was 17, someone had been like, hey, fuck that bitch. So that's my message to you, Tanza. Fuck that bitch. I hope that you never talk to her again after you move out. Sounds great. Okay. Let's talk about self-care. Let's ask about self-care. We'll do a 3-card spread asking about self-care. This is how we're winding down, all right? Thank you all for hanging out. If people want to dip because we're about to do tarot, I completely understand. No worries whatsoever. This is just a fun thing that we do to kind of unwind and relax. So, yeah. I hope that you have a good night. Don't forget to hit like on your way out. Make sure you subscribe and check your notification settings and everything. Yeah, no worries about the ping. It's all good. All right, let's ask about how... Let's not ask specifically about how to wind down after this panel. Let's ask how to deal with conflict in the coming year. Like, we'll do a 3-card spread about how we can handle conflict. Okay? That sounds good to me. All right, let's do it. We're going to do 3-card spread. How did that happen? That's a terrible spread. I'm just not even going to show that to you. We're redoing it. We're redoing the whole thing. Actually, I probably should, like, reshuffle as a matter of fact. That was terrible. It was all 3 wands, and they were all 3 reversed. That was so fucking stupid. I think I'm going to watch the stream, but it was nice finding the channel. Yeah. I wish I had $7 on hand to make the counter go up. No worries. I appreciate it. What's your shuffling technique? I don't have one yet. Let's try something else here. Okay. This is so weird. How does this keep happening? I got the... Last time I got the 1 and 2 of wands, and this time I got the 1 and 2 of coins. That seems like a stupid reading, but we're gonna stick with this one. 3 reversed wands. Lux, you're in terrible danger. They, yeah, all 3 were wands last time. It was super weird. Yeah, no worries. If you all can't afford to donate, don't worry at all. I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty all right, considering. All right, so we're talking about how to deal with conflict in the coming year. And the first card that we have is the Hanged Man, which looks like this. Jimsy, thank you for the $7 dono. Yeet. Oh, that feels good. I feel like $50 is like pretty, like, fairly proportionate recompense for the bullshit that I had to deal with tonight. So thank you all so much for your donations. Oh gosh. Okay, so the first card that we have is Hanged Man. That's Major Arcana. What is he about? The Hanged Man is an appeal to patience. Oh god. That's exactly the first thing that we need to hear on a reading about how to deal with conflict. We need to have patience. Okay, we need to have patience. Ah! It might feel like too much is currently on hold, but perhaps this is for the best. Oh, it might feel like too much is currently on hold. That's interesting to me, because, like, I know that there are, like, several issues in my life that need to be dealt with, and it feels like a lot is currently on hold, but perhaps patience in that regard is going to be good. But we're talking about how to approach conflict for the rest of the year, okay? Your deck doesn't hold back. Listen. So the Hanged Man is asking you to be patient with yourself and serves as a reminder that growth will come slowly. You should be assured that biding your time is not the same as wasting it. There is no sense in picking a fruit before it has time to ripen. Okay? Your cards are always spot on. The cards are spot on, and frankly, I'm really good at doing the readings. Okay? Cards, have patience. Neurodivergence, no, fuck that, LOL. We need to have patience with ourselves. This is what the Hanged Man is telling us, is like, we don't need to rush to try to resolve conflicts. We can allow that to just kind of bear out, all right? So that's our first card, is Hanged Man. We're going to do this reading cohesively. We're not doing past, present, future. We're doing all 3 cards read together as one message. The next we have the 2 of coins. I like coins. Coins is my favorite minor arcana. For the 2 of coins in the reverse position, because the 2 of coins is in the reverse position. Whoa, fuck me. I'm just going to drop my shit all over the floor. This is what the 2 of coins looks like. And she came up reversed. So 2 of coins means you have taken on too much, and you are beginning to let certain things fall through the cracks. You may also find yourself being pointlessly busy. There may be responsibilities that could be delegated elsewhere. There's a sense of being overwhelmed, and you find that you frequently wish you could be in 2 places at once. You lack focus, and your attention, patience, and energies are spread too thin. So these are both cards that are speaking to our patience. We're taking on too much. There's too much conflict. We've taken on too much conflict, and it's okay to, I think, let those things kind of go instead of jumping on every conflict. This is kind of what I'm seeing so far. And the last coin that we have is the 1. The 1 of coins came up reversed. So in the reverse, the 1 of coins means you are faced with a sudden financial setback of some inconvenience. Though it will not upend your livelihood, it still makes life a little more difficult than it needs to be. Perhaps you counted your chickens before they hatched. You may be feeling a little risk-averse, reluctant to pursue new opportunities. This card does specifically refer to financial stuff, although like in this broad reading where we're doing a reading about, oh my god, we're doing a reading about how to approach conflict in the coming year. So we have 2 cards telling us to be patient, that we've taken on too much responsibility, that maybe it's okay to like not have to address every single one of those issues as soon as humanly possible. Biding your time is not the same thing as wasting it. And then this card, counting your chickens before they've hatched. You may be feeling a little risk-averse, reluctant to pursue new opportunities. The amount of conflicts that have built up in our lives are preventing us from accomplishing our goals. I'm not going to impose a reading on all of you that like, oh, we are all, going to be faced with a sudden financial setback. That's weird. But like, yeah, things are going to be kind of hard this year, it sounds like, with regards to conflict. Like things may feel like they're stacking up and like we can't handle it, but we need to be patient with ourselves. We need to be patient with each other. It's like reading fortune cookie messages, kind of, yeah. Financial setbacks are meaningless to me at the moment. I've been broke since 2020. And the financial thing, I know, like, I don't feel like it really applies to me in this instance because the cards that I've been getting recently for finances are like, you have finally figured out your fucking shit. And I'm like, yeah, I have. We are in a recession, true. So that's kind of my read on these cards. We need to be patient with ourselves. Things are going to continue to be weird. And it's okay to, it's like pick fewer battles. You got to pick your battles, but you need to pick fewer battles. You got to put some battles down. A spoon's setback. Ooh, yeah, true. Maybe that card doesn't speak to financial resources specifically in this instance. Maybe it just is referring to like a lot of our, some of our resources, our mental, emotional, and practical resources. But anyway, that was a good one. I mean, like, tarot, part of the art of the tarot is being really good at finding the connections in the cards. I think that's like the main thing that makes it challenging. I live off of a very generous disability entitlement, and yet it isn't enough to pay rent. Yeah, that's why as a disabled person who failed at various jobs for 10 years, I decided to become self-employed rather than try to work through the disability process because I will not be forcibly impoverished. Thank you. And I do have a work ethic good enough that I can work. It's just about the accommodations. So speaking of that, thank you all for making this my job. My job is to hang out and talk to you all and get in frustrating conversations. Oh, I forgot that I started this stream at 5 o'clock. So we've actually been going for 5 hours. I forgot that. I'm gonna go now. If you missed the whole conversation, look forward to seeing the entirety of it uploaded on the channel. I might even get that ready for Monday. Yeah. Wow. This was a hell of a time. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you had fun. And I will see you again on Tuesday. We're not streaming tomorrow. I'll see you on Tuesday, all right? Good night, Horties.